Hello, friends and enemies. So I keep forgetting to sign into this special event that's going on online. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna sign it and bookmark it. Just give me just a moment. I'm gonna scan the QR code and sail off to parts unknown. Yada yada. Okay. Well, yesterday was pretty exciting. 3 new followers. Um. Okay. I'll try that again later. Okay. But we will need to do that. Like, I'll need to do that sometime today. So I'm probably not going to be streaming as long as I normally do, yeah? Looks like this is going to need repairing. What's wrong? Let's see for yourself. The staircase is broken. Okay. Yes, I've gotten way more efficient at my sprinting. You don't just sprint dash, sprint dash, sprint dash. You sprint dash hold. And it steadily drains your stamina bar. Give me a sec. Really don't want to burn the entire thing, but huh, lucky me. Yay. Well, that probably won't last. We haven't been to our nice little relaxing spot in a while, so let's go ahead and try that, yeah? Yeah. Rah, rah, rah. The little one's already curled up, nice and warm. It's like, well, it's 5 hours too early. You that tired? Are you that pooped? See what the regular camera looks like, because I haven't taken a picture with it yet. Nice. So there is an updraft right there I need to avoid.
Disappear!
Okay, so I'm trying to keep my brain engaged right now because I literally just like in the last 5 seconds fell right back down into the pit that I was in last week. No, no, no. I am not doing that. I'm turning on something to listen to that isn't just music and isn't just yeah, it's bad. Really, really bad. So hang on. Hey, how about this? How about we listen to Illuminati rant about the broken education system for 20 minutes? Yeah, sound good? Yeah, let's do that. It's a video of hers I haven't heard.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today I want to talk about the US education system. But before I do, I've got a few disclaimers I need to put out there. First of all, I want to recognize how absolutely privileged I am to have an education at all. There's countries in the world today that don't have schools, and there's thousands of children struggling to survive in poverty that don't know where their next meal is coming from, let alone what their school is teaching. I'm not trying to say that advanced math, science, and history should not be taught, just that there's other subjects that personally might be a little bit more important considering today's global economy. There's more that I'm going to touch on rather than just what's taught, even though I can't possibly cover everything in detail, but I just wanted to explain that and get that out of the way now. Some of this is going to be opinion, but I'm going to do my best just to present the facts to you with as little bias as possible, as always. So, with that being said, let's dive right in and get a clearer picture of what the United States education system is like and how it got so broken. Let's get into it. In recent years, we've seen more articles, more videos, and more discussion about what's being taught in school. YouTube videos like Don't Stay in School have gone viral, stating how ridiculous it is that we know the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but we're clueless when it comes to taxes. How we know the different classifications of rocks, but basic first aid isn't mandatory. So many people can relate to this, and it sparks some worthy discussion about the education system. But before we get into reform and what's broken, let's see who built the education system to be this way in the first place. It turns out a man named Horace Mann is credited with creating the public education system. He was born in 1796 and in 1838 founded the Common School Journal. His 6 main principles were the following. The public should no longer remain ignorant. That such education should be paid for, controlled, and sustained by an interested public. That this education will be best provided in schools that embrace children from a variety of backgrounds. That this education must be non-sectarian, not affiliated with religious groups. That this education must be taught using the tenets of a free society, and that education should be provided by a well-trained professional teacher. And I can't say I really disagree with those principles. Horace was the father of the common school, a smart man, and he recognized the need for public education, and that's kind of incredible. So I don't want anyone walking away from this video blaming him or something. In the early 1800s, the problems and the education system were so incredibly different, and the needs were not the same as where we're at now in society. It's not as if they did taxes the same way we did today, or, didn't even have them way back when. The first aid wasn't what it is. The stock market, the process of purchasing a home, hell, the 30 basic human rights that the United Nations founded in 1948 didn't exist. So it's not as if a course on taxes, basic first aid, knowing your rights, and all that good stuff was going to be at the front of this man's mind. But then, what was it that Horace had in mind exactly? Well, jobs. More specifically, factory jobs. As William Tressiter at Mission.org wrote, the modern American school system was primarily designed to instill discipline, not to foster learning. Education was more about forming behavioral traits to enforce mental habits, not vice versa. Let that settle in for a moment. Education isn't really about learning. More specifically, it isn't about learning how to learn. It's about learning how to conform. Predictability is the ultimate goal. The logic went something like this. If you could compete, you would be hired for a job. If you are hired, your virtuous habits would eventually lead to your promotion. As promotions accumulate, your pay increases, and eventually you reach financial comfort, or perhaps even significant wealth. Man wanted every man, and not sure about women, to be able to compete in the economy. The fragmented social options weren't able to keep up with the shift in useful skills. A more coordinated effort was required. If nothing happened, the United States would be rocked by social unrest as the classes drifted apart into haves and have-nots. To put it briefly, the education system is about habits, about everyone on equal footing back in the 19th century. It was about getting everyone to do their homework, accepting what they were assigned, completing projects, and caring about scores and ranks, sitting still, those lessons. During that era, it was necessary. It's worth reminding ourselves now about the key characteristics of the industrial era and how we can see them manifested in the education system that continues to operate across America to this day. Schools focus on respecting authority, punctuality, measurement, basic literacy, arithmetic. Notice how these reinforce each other. You enter the system one way and are crammed through an extended molding process. The result? A good enough cog to jam into an industrial machine. Dependable, interchangeable, replaceable. I won't pretend to understand the world of Horace Mann. I've never lived in it. This structure was better than nothing. It gave people an opportunity to work and basic knowledge. But why the fuck haven't we adapted now? Northwestern University economist says the early industrial capitalists spent a great deal of effort and time in the social conditioning of their labor force, especially in Sunday schools, which were designed to inculcate middle-class values and attitudes so as to make the workers more susceptible to the incentives that the factory needed. In a post-industrial world, education
Sunday
may
school
require an equally bold rethink.
was
It might
literally
mean more
a
comprehensive
brainwashing
adult
tool.
education or regular
What?
retraining to keep skills sharp as old jobs
Okay.
disappear and new ones appear
Like
that require
that's-
vastly different responsibilities.
That's fucking scary.
Or it may involve integrating technology to create more personalized learning experiences. We have jobs today that never existed back then, that citizens in the early 1900s could have never dreamed of. Just as how I'm sure that in 100 years from now we'll have new jobs that I would have never dreamed of either. And we need to adapt with it. It's not
Right.
that traditional subjects are dead. There's still students that go on to study science or English or math. But encompassing everything, every opportunity, and trying to set everyone on the same playing field again, it hardly sounds possible. When the job market was primarily factory worker, the education system instilled the qualities it valued in its future workers. But now, it's not just factory worker as a primary opportunity. There's jobs in video game design, ski instruction, decorating cakes,
Music
airplane
production.
engineers,
Hi.
YouTubers for God's sake, and countless,
Hi.
countless more. The idea
Yeah.
of teaching enough classes for every job is just about impossible, and I get that. A kid that wants to study math today is going to be introduced to it far sooner than a video game designer who would want to start learning the basics of their field, unless they were doing that in their free time. And hiring teachers in hundreds or thousands of completely separate subjects to teach, it's just not happening with how little teachers are already paid. When education reform is addressed by the government, it's still focused on test scores. No Child Left Behind, a law that held schools accountable for how children learn, was one of the more modern examples of an education reform that we've seen. But in my eyes, the problem isn't if the children know all their mathematical equations or Shakespeare plays. It's what the schools are teaching them in the first place. Although the Every Student Succeeds Act, which replaced No Child Left Behind in 2015 by Barack Obama, tried to correct problems that arose, it felt like no one wants to take on the task of tearing down what we've got and starting over. Hell, I get why. It sounds like hell just thinking about it, but what we have now is incredibly obsolete and it's not helping anybody. As the Foundation for Economic Education says, even though the curriculum of the public education system has developed, the essence has stayed the same. Children are still taught in a standardized and industrialized way. As with anything that comes from a centralized control, it is highly inefficient, bureaucratic, and wasteful. Children rarely are allowed to be children. Play is stifled. Children are crammed into a classroom and taught in a standardized way. Creativity is restricted. They aren't allowed to harness their inquisitive minds. Questioning things that is part of the analytic mind and a key to societal development, but this takes a backseat to examinations. The very nature of tests relies on memorization, repetition, and regurgitation. Tests infrequently harness the analytical mind. They train students to know answers. However, they don't train them on how to find the answers.
Yep.
Each child is unique in their own right. Each has a different personality and preferred way of learning. Under the current system, each child is bundled under one standardized umbrella. When considering the different types of learners, it is easy to see why some get left behind. Not only does this method of teaching paint everyone with the same brush and teach the same basic skills a factory worker would want, but it's stifling creativity. And there's a lot of creative jobs out there. Like, yeah, I'm on YouTube, but what about painters? What about like the artists that help create my sprites, the
Music
editors that help me
producers.
with my videos, songwriters, researchers,
Yeah,
writers,
hi.
fashion designers,
Hi.
animators, videographers, photographers, illustrators, actors, web designers, tattoo artists, and so on and so on. I'm not saying every school and every teacher suppresses this, but that the current system does not encourage this. The focus is your MCAs, SATs, tests, and grades. Meanwhile, one gigantic reason young people say they don't vote is because they aren't even sure how. When I was 18 and I first went to the polls, I was embarrassed, which, I admit, I didn't even know what some of the topics on the ballot were. I felt like I had done my own research, but you know, when I got there, all my confidence just left, and I was like, I don't know what they're even asking anymore.
Oh, God.
And I feel like that's something that I should have learned in school, because that's what you're supposed to do in school, is learn, right? You learn about the government and how to survive and be successful in the world, and yet I walked into a voting booth, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing entirely. These things alone tell us that the system isn't working. We don't need to know the skills to work a factory job anymore, in case that hasn't come across loud and clear now. What we need are the skills to learn, to expand our interests, and function in the new world. One article from Teachers College, Columbia University, sums it up quite nicely, not just as to why this system doesn't work, but why nothing has been done for so long. Take our schools. Their problem has been misdiagnosed. The nation's school system did not suddenly decline. Imagine a golden age of schooling, perhaps in the 1950s. The highest test scores at that period would be inadequate for the present. The current economy and burgeoning new technologies make the prior performances of our students inadequate.
Yeah.
High school dropouts, whose numbers were dramatically higher than now, could get jobs working in a factory or assembly line, making a salary sufficient to support a family. Those jobs do not exist anymore. They have been replaced by low-paying, higher-skilled jobs in the service sector. For high school graduates, entering skill levels required for jobs are also higher. The job facing our nation is not to fix broken schools, but to remake our educational system to meet the needs for a new society. Unfortunately, we are distracted by a diverse debate over whether children are less well prepared academically than in the past.
Let's go
We are
ruin
focused on
building,
how much we may have lost rather than how very much more we need to gain if our youngsters are going to succeed in the future. The nation has rightly recognized that education is troubled, particularly in urban and rural areas. Poll after poll shows better schools among the public's highest priorities. Any candidate running for office, from dog catcher to president, must have an educational platform.
See if I can get
Unfortunately,
the
politicians
prism
too
from the-
often seek quick fixes,
I'm gonna
silver
see.
bullets, and newsworthy sound bites rather than comprehensive plans. The education system is as outdated as it is broken. If it doesn't work for us and hinders students from feeling encouraged, creative, and free to explore the world around them, make no mistake, it's broken. But thankfully, things are slowly starting to change. It's slow-going progress, but hey, as long as it's progress, that's something. That same article from Columbia University also states, alternatives to public education are being introduced around the country. Milwaukee, Cleveland, and Florida have created voucher programs allowing students to attend private, even for-profit schools rather than public schools. Homeschooling, which now enrolls between 500,000 and 2 million children, is permitted in all 50 states. And I understand homeschooling isn't possible for everyone. Plenty of families rely on two incomes, both parents working, or they don't have the resources or qualifications to do that. And it's the same reason a parent can't be expected to teach their child all these financial and technical things. They may not know the subject themselves. But at least, I'd imagine, as long as homeschooling was done properly, a student's teacher, aka their parent, would be able to help them on a more personal level, center lessons around the way their child learns, and be able to include comprehensive and modern applications. And contrary to the name, homeschooling takes place in an actual home only a fraction of the time. A great deal of instruction happens in community colleges, at libraries, or in the halls of local museums. These experiences have the effect of maturing kids much more quickly and cultivating a trait of open-mindedness, as a Harvard junior and former homeschooler Claire Dixon told Business Insider. Now, this isn't me advocating for homeschooling in particular, it's just alternatives, or at least an openness to them, especially when they've been proven effective. Research suggests that homeschooled children tend to do better on standardized tests, stick around longer in college, and do better once they're enrolled. A 2009 study showed that the proportion of homeschoolers who graduated from college was around 67%, while among high school students it was 59%. There's also Montessori schools, which are more hands-on lessons. It's a non-competitive environment where older students teach younger ones. So not only are students learning, but they're learning how to teach, and seriously, that's kind of cool. You learn how to explain something to someone that doesn't quite understand it, and it encourages empathy. America Magazine states, each activity is intended to be self-correcting and hands-on. They are very cleverly designed so that the child will discover step by step what she is supposed to learn.
So that
Each
I'll need to
activity
make
is a
note
building
of.
block to the next. So when children learn to trace shapes inside metal inserts that have various geometric shapes, they're unwittingly practice the fine motor skills that will enable them to pick up writing, which they typically do much faster than the average child. Equally well conceived are the mathematics activities, which work with concrete materials like beads and demonstrate that anyone is able to become comfortable with math. Now, don't get me wrong, the idea of Montessori is pretty old. Maria Montessori developed it in 1897, but it's been adapted, and it's not about turning kids into factory workers. They're known for being individually placed, most importantly. Now, we already know why some parents can't turn to homeschooling, but if Montessori schooling has been around for some time, it's proven successful, and there's already schools that use this method, why hasn't everyone heard of it? Why isn't it everywhere? I mean, most articles I've found on the topic are overwhelmingly positive, saying this method is superior in almost every regard. Some argue it's because there isn't any real definitive proof that Montessori education is better than public school. There's too many variables in evaluating how a child grows, learns, what kind of job they get. I mean, it's far more than just school that impacts those things. So proving without a doubt it's better is one hell of a feat, and claims that Montessori is better would need to be validated in order to overhaul the system. There have been a number of studies done to try and determine if children can really benefit from Montessori, though, even as young as preschool age. Research on preschool education can be hard to conduct and interpret because kids who go through different preschools may differ in various ways, such as by socioeconomic status, which in of itself affects academic achievement. To get around these differences, in a 2017 study, Dr. Lillard and her colleagues compared educational outcomes among 141 preschoolers who had been randomly chosen via lottery to attend either a Montessori preschool or a traditional preschool. The two groups weren't academically any different when they started school, but by the end of the 3-year study, the kids who had gone through Montessori preschools were more academically advanced and had better social skills than those who went to a traditional school. The Montessori students also reported enjoying school more. And again, I've got no idea if most, any, or all kids would benefit from this kind of learning, but it shows that traditional schooling is, at the very least, falling behind on the times. Even with alternatives, public school is still typically the easiest to access and most affordable option for millions of families. Vocational or VOTEC high schools offer some traditional courses as well as other programs like agricultural, business, computing, construction, creative, culinary, healthcare, human services, mechanical, and technical. Some fees might be affordable if you're in a county of a VOTEC high school, but at other times they can run upwards of $16,000. And don't even get me started on the cost of private schools. Even without Googling that shit, I've seen the costs go up and up to the price near expensive colleges. So where do we go from here? Should every parent put their child in Montessori, VOTEC, homeschool them, or eat ramen forever so that their child can go to private school? No, because education should be free and easily available. So I'm not going to say that an alternative is the permanent solution. A temporary one maybe, and if a parent believes that Montessori, VOTEC, private schooling, homeschooling, boarding school, whatever is best for their child, well, then that's their child, so who the hell am I to judge? Unless, of course, you know that school is abusive. But the only permanent solution we're going to see here is education reform on a massive scale. I'm not saying all at once, but it definitely needs to happen sooner rather than later. Some articles, such as one from The Atlantic entitled America's Not So Broken System, seem to downplay this issue. They're far from the only news source that insists the root of the problem is not incompetent design, as it is so frequently alleged. Nor is it stasis, rather it is the twofold challenge of complexity and scale. And here's where I have to disagree. The problem is all of these things. The design may not be incompetent, but we're relying on a system that values specific traits sought in the 1800s. It was competent then, it's not anymore. While some things do change, such as training given to teachers and history books growing thicker with time, many things don't. Budget cuts are still rampant, teachers still protest, and in Oklahoma the budget cuts are so severe that in 2018, 30% of public school students went to a school with no art classes. So how is this encouraging creativity? How is this not stasis? Calling it hysteria or saying we shouldn't talk about building from scratch, sure. I'm not saying fire all the teachers, bulldoze the schools, unenroll everyone, and let's take the time to do a redo. I don't think anyone is, and I don't want you walking away with the impression that everything you've learned is useless. Even learning that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell isn't entirely useless. It's fascinating to learn how things work, and those lessons that introduce kids to science and sparks their interest, those are interesting things. We need biologists out there, Though I guess you could argue it also can turn some kids off to certain topics, being forced into them rather than feeling they have a choice. There's two sides to every coin here. But rather than ingrain different mathematical formulas into each kid's head, what if we taught them financial planning in a math class? What if in an English class we had lessons on how to make resumes and understand contracts for apartments or homes? Why can't history class explain the foundations of our political parties, how to vote, and our human rights? Again, I'm not saying no schools do this now, but mine sure as hell didn't. And I know without a doubt I'd be miles ahead if I did. The first step to make change is to be aware of a problem, and then talk about it, and then talk to our government, talk to our schools, and make it known that this is something we want. This is something our future children need. So, with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. Let me know your thoughts, comments, opinions down below in the comment section. If you liked today's video, make sure to hit that like button, and if you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you guys want more content from me, you can pop open that description box. You're going to find links to all of my social media, Discord server, second channel for my puppy Casper, Sad Milk collaboration channel, it goes on and on and on. All the cool stuff is in the description box. So again, guys, thank you so much for making it to today's video. I love you guys so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys!
Let's go ahead and leave the domain real quick. Alright, looks like there might be a follow-up.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're talking about homework. Specifically, why it was invented, does it even serve a purpose, and why the hell does no one want to do it? I know my last educational video was a bit controversial for a few of you, and I want to make it clear that I'm not a teacher, educator, etc., not at least in the classical sense, and I don't have the benefit of an inside look at the school system. I do think the school system needs changing. I don't think many people would really argue with me on that, but I don't really blame the teachers. In fact, I'm quite far from it. Teachers, generally speaking, want their students to succeed, and this call to just teach for the test or for funding mindset isn't really their choice. It's just something that exists, and it's a necessary evil because of the system that's created. So I just want to make that super clear before we get into anything else today. But with that said, homework. I'm pretty sure we've all had it. I definitely hated it, and I had to do it out of obligation. So why? Through Education says that in 1 century AD, Pliny the Younger, an oratory teacher, supposedly invented homework by asking his followers to practice public speaking at home. It was to help them become more confident and fluent in their speeches. Other sources say Roberto Novalis of Venice, Italy, is often credited with having invented homework in 1095 or 1905, depending on your sources. Upon further inspection, however, he seems to be more of an internet myth than a historical personage. There are some sources out there that say he used homework in 1905 as a punishment for students, but not a single credible website or news article actually talks about him. In fact, the true individual responsible for inventing homework as we know today is Johann Gottlieb Fichte. Which, good lord, what a name, and I butchered that, and that's fine. Johann was a German philosopher and known to be the founding father of German nationalism. In the year 1814, the people of Prussia had lost their sense of nationalism. They are choosing to go back to their livelihood instead of serving the country after war. Johann came up with the concept of Volksschule and Realschule. Volksschule was a mandatory education system of 9 years, which was similar to primary and lower secondary school. Realschule was a secondary school system reserved for the aristocrats. Aristocrats, God, I've been watching way too much Disney. Aristocrats. Homework was part of Volksschule to demonstrate the nation's power on common people and stir up a sense of nationalism. This system was slowly adopted all over Europe, although some countries like Finland continued with their system of education and refused to impose homework on the students. In 1843, Horace Mann, the secretary of the Massachusetts Board of Education then, went to Europe and visited the schools in Prussia. On his return, he presented his findings in the 7th annual reports of the board. These reports were reprinted all over the United States and led to the reform of the American education system. And again, for those of you who have seen my other video about why the school system is trash the way it is, you most certainly have heard the name Horace Mann, so I'm not entirely surprised to see that he makes a reappearance in today's video as well. However, it's not as if Horace Mann brought homework to the States and everyone instantly accepted and adopted the idea. Homework actually has quite a history of being controversial. Most of this controversy arose after laws in the late 19th and early 20th century passed, mandating school attendance for children and teenagers, at least here in the US anyway. Parents started to experience and were still trying to figure out what family life would look like with so much of their child's time gone. Parents argued that kids should be outdoors and that their bodies were at risk of damage if they were stressed by overwork. change doesn't come easy after all, and this was clearly a large adjustment for many American families. One man known for being one of homework's biggest critics was Edward Bok. In January 1900, Edward Bok wrote a scathing editorial in Ladies' Home Journal about homework in America with the headline, "A National Crime at the Feet of American Parents." The child is made to study far, far beyond his physical strength, and consequently his mental good, Bok pronounced. The elementary and junior high school student shouldn't even need to tote books home from school because he should be outside with his friends between dismissal and dinner, and after that, he should sleep. To rob a child of a playtime which belongs to him is a rank injustice, Bok argued. No child under 15 years of age should be given any home study whatever by his teachers. Bok continued to write articles along this vein for some time, even stating that the problems were worse than he thought when more parents and teachers wrote into the journal telling him about the stress and heavy workload put on their children. By 1901, the year after Bok's articles ran in the journal, 2/3 of American urban school districts had restricted homework, Peter Stearns writes in his History of Parental Anxiety. In testimony he gave before Congress in 1900, William Torrey Harris, the U.S. Commissioner of Education, said that homework was a prolific source of abuse and ought to be rigidly limited so that the child does not study more than 2 hours per day out of school after he is 12 years old, and not any out of school before that time. These anti-homework efforts were most effective in California, where the state legislature mandated in 1901 that no child under 15 should have any homework at all. For decades, this opinion was pretty much the norm. Homework was too stressful, children went to bed with it on their minds at night, and children with large homework burdens were miserable. Obviously, I can't vouch for every parent in the early 20th century, but the anti-homework movement was going strong. Although very few districts abolished homework completely, many abolished it in grades K to 8. It was practically universal that no child in 3rd grade or lower should have homework, and for elementary and secondary schools, it was typically given in small amounts. So, what changed? Homework was atypical throughout the 30s and 40s. Why did opinions reverse? Simple: competition. After the Soviet Union launched the Sputnik 1 satellite in 1957, everything became about progress. The trend towards less homework was quickly reversed as the United States became obsessed with competing with the Russians. Fearful that children were unprepared to compete in a future that would be increasingly dominated by technology, school officials, teachers, and parents saw homework as a means for accelerating children's acquisition of knowledge. The homework problem was reconceived as part of a national crisis. The US was losing the Cold War because Russian children were smarter. That is, they were working harder and achieving more in school. The new discourse pronounced too little homework an indicator of the dismal state of American schooling. A commitment to heavy homework loads was alleged to reveal seriousness of purpose in education. Homework became an instrument of national defense policy. And people began to feel that the US was falling behind. Within just a few years, pro-homework opinions dominated. Schools reversed their anti-homework policies, and the social activities dominating children's lives were seen as unacceptable. Life magazine ran a competitive article showing an American teenager dancing, smiling, out with friends, and a Russian teenager doing science experiments in a quiet parlor. The public response was clear. If the US was going to win the Cold War, then American children needed to keep up. However, the US mindset didn't stay this way either. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, in the midst of the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement, a counterculture emerged that questioned the status quo in literally every aspect of personal and political life. A popular book, Teaching as a Subversive Activity, attacked traditional methods of what was labeled the educational establishment. Indicative of the times, a new debate emerged over homework and other educational activities. The anti-homework arguments were reminiscent of the progressive arguments of the early 20th century. Again, homework was seen as a symptom of too much pressure on students to achieve. In 1966, the National Education Association issued a statement advocating for not more than an hour of homework a day and that homework be limited to 4 nights a week. Personally, I'm more in line with this middle ground mindset. The anti-homework mindset isn't completely healthy because practicing what a student's learned in class can be helpful. We'll get into how homework is used today and the pros and cons in just a moment. I won't pretend that homework has zero merit, but I agree that there should be practical limits. A kid should have time to be a kid, to meet with friends, and to pursue and practice and learn their own hobbies and interests. Of course, there's the argument to be made that many kids are overscheduled these days with sports, cheer practice, swimming, music lessons, dance lessons, you name it. And I'm not a parent, obviously, unless we're counting Casper, but I think that there's got to be a balance. A balance of education, after school activities, and free time for a child to choose what it is that they want to be doing. If homework is so overwhelming that it regularly cuts into family time or a hobby, then I agree that it's probably too much. Anyway, that love-hate relationship with homework began to shift once again in the 1980s. In 1983, a study, A Nation at Risk, became the first major report by the government attempting to prove that the purported inadequacies of our schools and our students were responsible for the troubles of the U.S. economy. The report claimed that there was a rising tide of mediocrity in schools and that a movement for academic excellence was needed. A Nation at Risk planted the seed of the idea that school success was responsible for economic success.
What?
Anti-homework and pro-homework views have shifted over the years, to say the least. The standards are raised, then lowered, as parents say their kids need more time to be children, then raised when we're competing with other nations or an economy. You get the picture. The pro-homework trend continued until the 90s. Then in the late 90s, the tide turned against it again. Now the pendulum seems to be swinging back towards the pro side, according to ASCD.org. Again, I'm not saying eliminate homework, there needs to be a balance, but some of the reasoning behind pro-homework beliefs doesn't always stack up. Homework isn't the only way to teach a student responsibility, and more homework doesn't equal a better curriculum. Research seems to answer that question. Does homework help children learn? With it depends. So an all or nothing approach hardly seems to be the answer. But then what does it depend on?
Like if you're learning
what
a
are
trade,
the pros and
yes,
cons?
it helps,
Let's get into that
but-
now and try to tackle the question, does homework even work? Obviously, this is a really broad question, so bear with me here. My answer is still, it depends. I'm sure homework works for some people and not for others. We all learn differently, and that's fine. But I want to talk about who homework works for and a bit about why. In one Atlantic article called The Cult of Homework, they state that a 2015 study found that kindergartners who researchers agree shouldn't do any homework spend an average of 25 minutes a night
more
on
round
it.
in here for
Hillsborough,
practice, and
California,
then
an
we'll go
affluent
to
suburb of San Francisco, is one district that has
different
changed
domain.
its ways. The district, which includes 3 elementary schools and a middle school, worked with teachers and convened panels of parents in order to come up with a homework policy that would allow students more unscheduled time to spend with their families or to play. In August 2017, it rolled out an updated policy which emphasized that homework should be meaningful and banned due dates that fell on the day after a weekend or a break. The first year was a bit bumpy, says Luann Carlomagno, the district superintendent. She says the adjustment was at times hard for the teachers, some of whom who had been doing their job in a similar fashion for a quarter of a century. Parents' expectations were also an issue. Carlomagno says they took the time to realize that it was okay to not have an hour of homework for a second grader. That was new. This seems like the opposite problem we've seen in the past. Before, parents were worried about their children having too much homework, and we saw articles advocating for its ban. Now, on the other hand, parents weren't familiar with their young children spending so little time on it. Researchers also tend to fall in one or two camps when it comes to homework. Some, like Harris Cooper, a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Duke University, say that homework isn't overly burdensome for the typical American kid. He references a 2014 Brookings Institution report that found little evidence the homework load had increased and that onerous amounts are rare. According to Alfie Kahn, squarely in Camp 2, most of the conclusions listed in the previous 3 paragraphs are questionable. Kahn, the author of The Homework Myth, Why Our Kids Get Too Much of a Bad Thing, considers homework to be a reliable extinguisher of curiosity and has several complaints with the evidence that Cooper and others cite in favor of it. Kahn notes, among other things, that Cooper's 2006 meta-analysis doesn't establish causation and that its central correlation is based on children's potentially unreliable self-reporting of how much time they spend doing homework. Kahn also takes issue with the way achievement is commonly assessed. If all you want is to cram kids' heads with facts for tomorrow's test that they're going to forget by next week, yeah, if you give them more time to make them do the cramming at night, that could raise the scores, he says. But if you're interested in kids who know how to think or enjoy learning, then homework isn't merely ineffective, but counterproductive. I do disagree with this teaching for the test idea, as I've already made pretty clear, but is all homework related to tests? Well, not necessarily. Some homework, like Mike Simpson, head of the Stone Independent School in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, believes should be exploratory. In other words, worksheets, repetitive math homework, the type of homework I remember doing and hating, has been done away with at their school. Teachers say that when they ask students to take 20 minutes for pleasure reading, or if they put out a bucket for kids to draw their assignments for them in some variety, or even if they allow their students to manage their own class time, that's shown the best results. Some students, one teacher says, will willingly spend time on assignments at home, whether because they're particularly engaged, because they prefer to do some deeper thinking outside of school, or because they needed to spend time in class that day preparing for a test the following period. They're making meaningful decisions about their time that I don't think education really ever gives students to experience, nor the practice of doing, the teacher concluded. Time management is such an important task. If students are overworked with hours and hours of homework, then I'm not really sure they'd be learning time management either.
I mean, that is
They
fair.
would just be surviving overly difficult workloads. Seeing how these different teachers say they adapt and the results gathered from it, it really is interesting to me. Based on this article alone, I'd say homework works depending on how it's given, but what about the other sources and other research articles? One Forbes article states that research has been unable to prove that homework improves student performance and goes into further depth about why it doesn't work. They say there's something called retrieval practice, which means trying to recall information you've already learned. The optimal time to engage in retrieval practice is not immediately after you've acquired information, but after you've forgotten it a bit. Like perhaps after school. A homework assignment could require students to answer questions about what was covered in class that day without consulting their notes. Research has found that retrieval practice and similar learning strategies are far more powerful than simply rereading or reviewing material. It's not so much homework in general not working, but the types of homework that are given. Another objection Forbes brings up is that some children have greater advantages, whether that's internet access, well-educated parents, parents that can afford tutors, their own space to work, the list goes on. If homework
Good
isn't
gods.
reliant on these factors, but the simpler 20 minutes of pleasure reading that we've seen implemented, this could help level out the playing field, so to speak. The National Education Association advocates for the 10-minute rule. 10 minutes for first graders, 20 minutes for second graders, all the way up to 120 minutes a night for 12th graders. Some teachers advocate for no homework whatsoever because, as they say, it doesn't tell them what their students are learning. Again, I feel that this depends on the teacher, the subject, and the student. There's too many variables at play here to give a one-size-fits-all type answer. And again, this is a very emotionally charged topic, which can make finding middle ground that much more difficult. And again, it doesn't help when even the research is mixed, as so much as it depends on where the study is done, which communities, etc. A Stanford researcher found that too much homework can negatively affect kids, especially their lives away from school where family, friends, and activities matter. Our findings on the effects of homework challenge the traditional assumption that homework is inherently good, wrote Dennis Pope, a senior lecturer at the Stanford Graduate School of Education, and a co-author of a study published in the Journal of Experimental Education. The researchers used survey data to examine perceptions about homework, student well-being, and behavioral engagement in a sample of 4,317 students from 10 high-performing high schools in upper-middle-class California communities. Along with the survey data, Pope and her colleagues used open-ended questions to explore the students' views on homework. Median household exceeds 90,000 in these communities, and 93% of students went on to college, either 2-year or 4-year. Students in these schools average about 3.1 hours of homework each night. These findings address how current homework practices in privileged, high-performing schools sustain students' advantage in competitive climates, yet hinder learning, full engagement, and well-being, Pope said. Pope and her colleagues found that too much homework can diminish its effectiveness and even be counterproductive. This study reports great stress, with less than 1% of students saying homework wasn't a stressor, reductions in health like sleep deprivation, less time for friends, family, and extracurricular pursuits. But what the Times called the most comprehensive research on homework to date, as of 2016 when the article was written anyway, has found evidence of a positive correlation between homework and student achievement. Students who did homework performed better in school, according to Harris Cooper's study. The same Harris Cooper we mentioned earlier, who Kahn, the author of the homework myth, has argued against. But yet another source, Edutopia, says that the problem can be a number of subjects a student has too. Teachers in middle and high school should be aware of how much homework other teachers are assigning. It may seem reasonable to assign 30 minutes of daily homework, but across 6 subjects, that's 3 hours, far above a reasonable amount for even a high school senior. Psychologist Maurice Elias has also seen a common mistake.
challenge.
Individual teachers create homework policies that in aggregate can overwhelm students. He suggests that teachers work together to develop a school-wide homework policy and make it a key topic of back-to-school night and the first parent-teacher conferences of the school year. And again, other articles argue that it should be abolished completely and it is the greatest extinguisher of curiosity ever invented. Needless to say, no two sources I found were the same. No one agreed. I can't deny that homework plays a stressful part in a student's life, let alone when personal issues come up for said student. But at the same time, I'm not sure I'm in the get rid of homework completely camp either. Some say that it's the 2006 study from Cooper that it's old and outdated, but there is still some merit in learning at home. Even if a child or young adult isn't doing a worksheet, blending learning and fun, as cheesy as it sounds, is important, and I think we can all at least agree there a little bit. Personally, I really like the idea of more open-ended assignments or more flexible worksheets, applying math problems to daily life, writing a short story, maybe rebuilding a trebuchet for physics, you get the point. On a little bit of a personal
Building
note
a
here,
trebuchet.
when I was
That-
learning
I wish
percentages
I'd
as a
learned how to do
kid,
that.
I remember my mom
Yeah.
would make me calculate the tip whenever we would go out to eat. And I'm not gonna lie, tipping is probably the most I use percentages for in my adult life now, so long as there isn't a little like recommended amount slip on the receipt. But that's honestly the most I've ever really used it IRL. The reality is I definitely suck at math. That's why my major was not anything to do with math, and that's why in some of my videos you'll probably see math mistakes, because I do try my darndest, but math was never my thing. But anyways, guys, I know there's no black and white answer to this, and usually I can provide you some kind of conclusion by the end of each of my videos, but today that just isn't the case. The topic of homework is a controversial one, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that literally no two sources of mine were in complete and total agreement with any other source that I had. And I often find a variety of perspectives and sources when I'm doing my research for a particular topic. If you guys have ever looked at my sourcing list in any of my videos, it's usually like
So
a minimum
60.
of 30 sources, and I think we've gone as high as maybe
Reduced to-
60 to 80 sources for some videos.
60 reduced
But
to-
you guys know that there's a lot of work and research that go into these videos, and
Challenge?
I couldn't really find two like sources that agreed on anything like to a T. It was the weirdest thing ever. So I'm sure if I were a teacher or had a child that this would definitely affect my opinion as an outsider looking in, depending on what I was reading especially, but I think a middle ground is most in order here. Seniors, especially those that are stressed enough with college applications and AP tests, shouldn't really have more than 3 hours of homework a night. And again, I don't blame the teachers here because many of them are required to follow a teaching for the test curriculum, which isn't necessarily going to work for everyone, and it gives teachers less freedom in the classroom. More on that in my previous education video, though. So, with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it, so let me know what you learned down in the comments section. And if you liked the video, make sure to hit that like button. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. If you want even more content from me, you can pop open my description box. Again, you'll see my sourcing, all of my social media, second channels that I work with, and all of the wonderful creative people that also work with me to help make these videos come to life. So thank you all for watching today's video. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. Windblade.
Claim rewards. Okay. So, I mean, that was interesting. Like, I actually genuinely didn't get a lot about what was being said. Like, like, homework actually isn't good for you in large quantities kind of stuff. It's like... Hold on, what? Wait, what is this? Sorry, looks like President Biden's giving a speech. Hang on. Or gave a speech about an hour ago. Okay, ow, 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 ow. Stomach, 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 stomach. Oh, shit. Huh. Ah. That was a huge cramp. Hang on. So... Let's see if there's any of the MLM content that I haven't listened to. Nexium.
Hey everybody, I know sometimes the topics I cover on this channel can get a little bit intense, perhaps like this video you guys are going to be watching today, so I just wanted to remind you guys that my puppy Casper has his own YouTube channel, so if you need a little bit of wholesome goodness after this video, make sure to check it out. Links for his channel will be in the description box down below, or just type in Casper the Friendly Floof on YouTube. Love you guys, let's get into the video. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be discussing a company or a cult or whatever you want to call it. It's called Nexium though. Nexium may not be one of the more well-known MLMs I've covered, but they're definitely vastly more disturbing and the most cult-like organization I think I've come across aside from actual cults. Interestingly enough, Nexium doesn't sell anything either. Not products, I mean. What they sold were personal growth seminars, up until they were shut down. And yeah, you heard that right. I know we hope time and time again that these MLMs get shut down for being a pyramid scheme and taking advantage of people, but today the MLM we're discussing was shut down for things in an entirely different direction. Even though the case has been pretty much closed, this is a company, if you can even call it that, that's always interested me. So let's just dive into it and get ready for some real scary horror stories. Let's go. I'll very briefly go over Nexium's founder here, because even before this saga of MLM cultishness can even start, it's important to know that Nexium was pretty much on bad footing even before it began. Keith Rainier, the Nexium founder, has a dark and very alarming past. Even as a child, he had a strange view about people and a perspective on the world that was really kind of concerning. As a boy, he read Isaac Asimov's sci-fi novel about a brilliant scientist who knew his galaxy was in irremediable decline and had reduced all human behavior to elegant mathematical equations. It inspired Rainier later to try and do the same. Keith went on to eventually study math and physics at the Polytechnic Institute, but it wasn't long before the first crime, not just a red flag, but a crime, took place. In 1984, when he was 24 years old, he slept with a 15-year-old girl. But Keith apparently explained to the girl's older sister that her sister's soul was much older than her biological age. So, yeah, that's not how law works. I don't care if that teenager had a soul that was 1,000 years old, according to this guy. That's illegal. She's underage. This isn't some anime shit where she's actually a 4,000-year-old vampire. I don't want to fucking hear it. This is not legal. Her name was Gina Hutchinson, and she'll be mentioned later, but I'm sure you can already see why this would probably be one of the more disturbing MLMs I've covered. Also in the 80s, Keith worked for Amway. No surprise there, really. And in 1989, was cited in the Guinness Book of World Records for being one of 3 people in the world with an IQ superior to the rest of humanity. In the 90s, Keith made his own pyramid scheme. Not Nexium, at least not yet. This one was called Consumer's Byline. Keith apparently founded this on the principle that a more ethical world would consist of people that understood and pursued their goals in aggressive and ruthless ways, which is just rich much coming from the guy that slept with a minor, but okay, let's continue. In 1990, Rainier
Yikes.
decided to apply his theory to a new business, Consumers Byline, a multi-level marketing program near Albany that promised lucrative commissions to old customers for recruiting new ones. He barnstormed the nation, promoting discounts on groceries, dishwashers, and even hotel stays, stroking crowds of 1,000 pumped up
Five
and
more.
profit-hungry
Five more.
people. He was like a mythological figure. The guy with the 240 IQ was coming to town, says Robert Bremer, a former distributor for the outfit. Rainier says by the end of 1993, he had sold $1 billion in goods and services, employed 80 people, and had 250,000 believers paying him $19 a month to hawk his goods. He claims he was worth $50 million, yet he appeared to carry no money, says Bremer, adding that Rainier seemed to sleep all day, rolled into his office around 10 p.m., and sometimes held meetings at 1 a.m. Business flagged, debt ballooned, and customers complained. Regulators in 20 states began to investigate. In 1993, the New York Attorney General filed a civil suit alleging Consumers Byline was a pyramid scheme. Without admitting wrongdoing, Rainier settled for $40,000, of which he only paid $9,000 as of 2003 when this article was written. He says he can't pay the rest, though he also says his ample finances let him live on savings. To be clear, a guy with an IQ of 240 supposedly couldn't figure out how to run an MLM without being shut down for a pyramid scheme allegations. Okay, sure. That's why I don't believe he's a smart man. A smart man wouldn't sleep with a teenager and create an MLM. But Keith wasn't done, obviously. A year later, he made another MLM that failed called National Health Network. They sold vitamins, but again, it was short-lived. The third MLM was called Executive Success Programs, later rebranded as what we will be focusing on today, Nexium. Keith started this with Nancy Salzman, a psychiatric nurse at the time. Now that you know a bit about the founder and have an idea for what's to come, let's start getting into Nexium as a business. Now, there are a lot of documentaries or video essays on Nexium. One from Investigation Discovery, another from Lifetime. There's a book called The Program, a podcast, and HBO intends to cover this as well. Obviously, I can't go over every single one of their accounts on this story or we'd be here for years, but I'm going to piece together everything we can from the various sources, and there are a lot of sources for this one. Nexium members had a 12-step mission statement once they entered the company, one that they would pledge to ethically control as much of the money, wealth, and resources of the world as possible. Yeah, that's real. Keith also demanded that he be called Vanguard in meetings, and for Salzman, Perfect. I will not once be referring to them in those terms throughout this video because these people don't deserve their self-imposed titles or even a shred of respect. One of the most notable people Nexium recruited was Allison Mack. She was on Smallville in 2001 when Nexium members targeted her, introducing themselves as a mentorship program. They held a seminar about empowering women, and to Mac, meeting one of the most intelligent man, finding mentorship as she reached celebrity status at only 18 must have sounded promising. With a lot of MLMs or strange companies, from Tyra Banks' MLM to Goop, the celebrity stamp of approval brings companies miles ahead of where they should be. Keith lured her into the group, and Mac, in return, targeted sororities with young women that would trust her, look up to her, and join. At first, upon reading all of this, I didn't understand why these women wouldn't just run for the hills, just nope out of there, just anything. With hindsight, it seems so obvious this was a horrible idea. However, Keith Rainier has a way about him that I can't exactly describe.
Do you know what I'm going to say right now? You're insecure about that. Is that scary for you?
No,
Why not?
because I trust that what you're gonna say is gonna be good.
And in the end, you're going to be okay. When we have
What
insecurities,
the
and this
fuck?
relates to vulnerability, where we think we may not be okay, then it becomes scary. See, it's not the insecurity that's the problem, it's the fear of the insecurity.
I can see why he was so successful at preying upon people, hearing him speak. In one video with Allison Mack, he has such an eerie way about him. I don't feel like the word manipulative just does it justice.
No,
He tells
that's
Allison
beyond
she's
manipulative.
insecure about what he's going to say next and asked, "Is that scary for you?" Out of context, without the cult background, this may not seem like a big deal. It's just one conversation. But some of the phrases he uses are just weird.
It's hard for a person to be deeply authentic if they're inauthentic with themselves. And people who are inauthentic with themselves, the nature of being inauthentic with yourself is that you're blind to it. Otherwise, you'd be authentic with yourself and then you'd be sort of conning yourself on top of it. But true
What the fuck?
self-inauthenticity is blindness. It's an incompletion. But with understanding this philosophically and opening these areas up, then what are the practices? What are the actual practical tools that allow you to, if you will, it's almost custom design, or you might call it designer emotional states, designer emotional capacity, designer emotional transitions. Not only how do you design them, but how do you practice them?
It's hard for a person to be deeply authentic if they're inauthentic with themselves. Sounds so deep and so thoughtful. On the surface, he comes across like a wise, intelligent man, when in reality, that phrase holds almost no weight. You can't be honest if you lie to yourself. If I say that in plain wording without his tone, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yet Keith's manipulations are top-notch. I'm not sure if he actually believes what he's saying or he's just using it as a tactic, but without his language and tone, I doubt he would have gotten this far. And at first, NXIVM appeared like a life-changing event for these people. Recruits paid more than $7,500 for grueling 12-hour incentives featured NXIVM's patented Executive Success Program technology, a patchwork of various self-help programs, religious ideologies, and hypnosis techniques. They could also take classes through the smaller companies under the NXIVM umbrella. The Source, a workshop for actors led by Mac, Delegates, a TaskRabbit-esque startup primarily staffed by younger female members, and JNESS, a female empowerment group whose Facebook wall features Martin Luther King Jr. quotes juxtaposed against a pastel pink template.
I left my 5-day, my initial training, as if a veil had been lifted, and I could see things more clearly in my life. I could communicate better with people.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it was great.
People that took it described it as so enlightening, or like a veil was being lifted. It was undoubtedly effective, but not because this information was so profound and Keith was revealing secrets of the world or anything. Plain and simple, this really looks like brainwashing.
Rick Ross
Yeah.
studies
It
groups like
sounds like
NXIVM.
brainwashing.
In
Like,
my opinion,
fuck.
it's basically copies
Shells.
from other sources, specifically Scientology, Ayn Rand, and EST. So there's all of that mixed together, and that becomes NXIVM.
Experts have said it's like a copy of Scientology or other similar cult-like beliefs. It's not original, and it's not truly life-changing. Still, that's what it's described as by NXIVM leaders.
And the first step is making a vow of obedience to her as me being a slave and her being my master. Again,
Slave? She used the word slave?
She used the word slave.
And women were even blackmailed to keep NXIVM's secrets. Sarah Edmondson, featured on ABC News, says she gave Laura Salzman, Nancy Salzman's daughter, a written confession and nude photos so she couldn't leave without fear of repercussion.
Warren Salzman had demanded highly compromising collateral.
You need to provide something to me that I'm going to hold forever, just to confirm and to solidify that
Pause,
we'll never
pause,
share
pause,
this
pause,
secret.
pause.
So what did you give her?
Hold on. That's... Give me a moment. That sounds exactly... That sounds exactly like what Nekopan tried to do to Holy Majesty. Hang on.
Just to confirm and to
What?
solidify that we'll never share this secret.
What the
So what
fuck?
did you give her?
So I gave her a written confessional.
Women were hoping for a giant makeover and inspiration. Those that joined were told to diet and eat 800 calories a day instead of the 2,000 recommended. But I'm sure followers found a way to justify that. He was only helping them change their lives, right? And being pushed was fair if they broke the diet, right? Because they should be following the rules to better change their lives. Well, it's worth noting here that when you're starving, like literally starving yourself, it's much harder to concentrate.
Yeah.
One woman that had tried the diet said she absolutely believed she was more suggestible, moody, and lightheaded. After the diet, however, there were more behaviors that women justified in their minds, like branding. I'm going to warn you, things start to get pretty graphic from here. I want to say, oh, it gets better, and hey, come back in 2 minutes and things will die down, but that's not the case. Things get worse. If you don't believe you'll be able to handle mentions of branding and slavery, I'd recommend clicking away, and I more than understand. There was a
No, I'm
method to
good,
the
but-
branding. It was supposed to be precisely 7 strokes, 1 line across and 2 diagonal lines to form a sideways K. Then 4 smaller lines to form the sideways R beneath, and the little spoon to the big spoon of the K. The women were supposed to be naked. They were supposed to be videotaped. They were supposed to be held down on a table, arms above the head, legs spread, ankles and wrists bound, helpless, vulnerable, exposed. And they were supposed to say the following: "Please brand me, it would be an honor I would want to wear for the rest of my life."
What
that
the
last part is
fuck?
the most important. They should probably say that before they're held down so it doesn't seem like they're being coerced, Keith Rainier told actress Allison Mack, his lover, disciple, and slave. And Keith branded these women with his initials.
She says she was told the brand was a Latin symbol, but realized it really included the letters K and R, which are also the initials of Keith Raniere.
I lost it when I figured that out.
You're stamped as property of somebody?
I'm not
Fuck.
cattle. I'm not owned by Keith.
Sarah Edmondson says she thought about getting a tattoo at first and then even believed her branding was a Latin symbol. But Sarah describes the ordeal as worse than childbirth.
It was the most inhumane,
No general
horrific way
anesthetic?
to treat anybody.
What was that like?
Like
It was worse than childbirth.
It was worse than childbirth?
Yeah. It was, imagine a hot laser dragged across your flesh for 30 minutes without anesthetic.
When she realized the branding was KR, Keith's initials, she was furious and said she's not cattle. Unfortunately, many of these women were treated worse than cattle. Although the branding may have actually been Mac's idea because Allison said a tattoo wasn't intense enough, it was Keith that truly ran the operation. Keith's ex-girlfriend Natalie says that even before NXIVM, what Keith was able to do was immediately ascertain your weak points and insecurities. And then he takes those insecurities and convinces you he's helping you with them, but it's just things he uses to hold you hostage. These women were sex slaves for Rainier. There's no gentle way to say that, and I don't want to diminish their suffering by calling them his partners or lovers. These women didn't feel that they had a choice. They'd been brainwashed, they were starving, they were branded, and higher-ups in NXIVM had nude photos of them to blackmail them. That's not a partnership. They were slaves, and they were tortured. It wasn't until 2017 that the full extent of what NXIVM really was came into light, thanks to Frank Parlato, a former NXIVM publicist, and Mark Vincente. I'll explain who Mark is first, since he's the one who wrote the article calling Vincente a hero to begin with. To date, Frank has been accused of fraud and cheating the IRS. He was supposed to stand trial in May 2020, but because of everything that's going on as of writing this, it doesn't look like that's happening. At least not yet. Frank faces charges for his actions against the IRS and wire fraud, but he is no longer believed to have stolen $1 million from heirs of the Seagram's liquor fortune. Frank says that, in fact, it was Keith Rainier and Claire Bronfman, an heir to the fortune, that set him up. Before I continue forward with Frank's investigations, let me back up and tell you who Claire is. There's a lot of people involved in this, so bear with me. Claire Bronfman had been an heiress to billions of dollars before she came involved with this cult. She apparently poured out $150 million into NXIVM after her sister Sarah began taking their classes. Sarah persuaded Claire, who was
I need some
23
way
and
to
competing
capture-
as a show jumper for
or,
horse shows,
some way
to
to
join, and soon they were
jump
paying
that high.
Salzman as a personal coach. Claire bought a
So
house
face.
near NXIVM's headquarters in Clifton Park, New York, and a horse farm up the road so she could
Tree
continue her training.
stands
Between her
alone
classes, she would
and-
compete in tournaments. Eventually, she ditched her equestrian sponsor, a German clothing company, and opted instead to wear a purple and black jacket emblazoned with NXIVM. Rainier began taking a close interest in Claire, former members say. With no history as an equestrian, he began to train Claire in an effort to get her on the U.S. Olympic team. They encouraged her to compete because Keith thought if Claire made it into the Olympics, he would be known as this great world coach, get fame, and be exposed to the Olympian world, says Barbara Boshi, who was the leader within NXIVM and Rainier's girlfriend before leaving the group in 2009. Boshi says she remembers going with Salzman and Rainier to watch Claire compete. After making the U.S. team but failing to make the cut to compete in the Olympics in 2004, Claire eventually stopped competing. Things only spiraled down from there. Although her father, Edgar Bronfman, initially took interest in their courses and referred to Salzman as one of the most influential females in my life, Bronfman wasn't thrilled with how Claire was spending his money. In 2003, just a few years after its inception, NXIVM was accused of being a cult. Edgar said this himself in a Forbes article. "I think it's a cult," says Bronfman. Though he once took a course and endorsed the program, he hasn't talked to his daughters in months and has grown troubled over the long hours and emotional and financial investment they have been devoting to Rainier's group. One daughter, Claire, 24, has lent the program $2 million at 2.5% interest, the senior Bronfman says. She denies this. Keith, of course, was furious, and they say that because of her father's criticism, Claire had committed an irreparable sin against NXIVM. However, we've seen MLMs be accused of cultish behaviors in the past, and as of 2003, this was no different. NXIVM was still in business, but whether it was because of the strain put on Claire or simply that she learned to be manipulative from Keith herself, Claire started going after Frank. As he puts it, she knew I had recovered assets for her. I know she knew because she sued the managing partner of the LA real estate project in that civil case in Los Angeles. She testified to all good I had done by recovering $26 million in assets on the project. Then, within 3 months of winning that lawsuit against the managing partner who Keith Rainier selected, she was in the grand jury in Buffalo telling them the exact opposite, that I had cheated her in order to put me in prison. As messed up as this sounds, accusing someone of a crime they didn't commit, I'm grateful it happened. If not, Frank may never have made the in-depth report on NXIVM in 2017. He spoke in depth about the branding process and wrote an article citing why Dr. Danielle Roberts, a medical professional that actually carried out this branding, should have her license revoked. He spoke about the Salzmans, posed the question if Claire Bronfman had a 500-calorie diet because Keith says fat on women disturbs the transmission of essential energy to him, and says the actress Nikki Klein had also been branded. All of these came out in mid-June 2017, including advice from a former Rainier supporter on why people should leave and save their lives. Whether or not Frank did this as some sort of revenge, or he was horrified all along, I can't speak to his intentions. But thanks, in part to Frank getting the ball rolling, the New York Times picked up the story. As for Mark Vincente, hopefully you haven't forgotten that name yet, he was another important role and true hero to this NXIVM saga. He was the one that put his story out there and gave it the publicity needed. As Frank writes, shortly after I broke the branding story in June 2017 on the Frank Report, and the New York Times was putting together or trying to put together a story, Barry Meyer, the New York Times writer, that most thorough and spectacular wordsmith, a man who can in 1,000 words destroy a cult, was seeking to find people to go on the record. Naturally, I was willing, but who was I? Just an indicted guy, indicted by Bronfman's lies, who wrote a salacious blog condemning Rainier with every justification to get back at them, maybe with lies. What proof was there that this insane story was true? Meyer needed other people on the record to write a story about the secretive group that branded women. Now, you all know the wealthy Bronfman's propensity to litigate. You must realize that the New York Times has to survive on its credibility, and if you put these two facts together, you will realize how hard it was for the Times to actually publish this story. And the only way it was ever going to be published is with ample sources on the record and complete vetting. So, who was going to be on the record? Almost no one. The only woman who was branded, and this was slavery if there ever was, who was willing to go on record and actually show the world the brand was Sarah Edmondson. But I doubt she would have done that if Mark had not been there first, willing to go on the record, putting himself on the line. Mark had his picture taken, him and Bonnie, his wife, for the New York Times. He was then declaring war on Rainier. And again, let me remind you, there was no investigation by law enforcement. He was far more likely to be investigated himself by law enforcement in the Northern District of New York. Keith and the witch-like Claire Bronfman were almost sure to go and file some false criminal complaint against him. If Mark hadn't come out as a former NXIVM member to validate Sarah's story, it would have never been told. The New York Times couldn't have picked it up, with only one source. Without Mark, NXIVM might have taken much longer to take down. So thank you, Mark Vicente, though I know it's a couple years late, for telling your story. It was dangerous, and I'm sure it couldn't have been an easy decision to make, but thank you for making it. From there, in late 2017, investigations truly began in earnest. ABC got a hold of the story in December, speaking to the branding ritual with Sarah Edmondson, the former NXIVM member I mentioned earlier. Obviously, once the story was released, there were no more excuses. Their secrets were revealed, and Keith Rainier was arrested in late March 2018. Rainier obviously denied having done any wrong at first. His lawyer said everything was consensual. There are well-known groups of men who brand themselves, attorney Mark Agnifino said. A group of women do that and suddenly they're victims. But when pressed about the branding, he replied, I'm not qualified to say what is normal. I understand these are Keith's lawyers. Obviously they're going to say whatever they have to, but it's despicable for anyone, to consider branding acceptable. Just because these groups of men are doing it doesn't mean these NXIVM women should have been subjected to it. Have they never heard of that phrase, just because everyone is jumping off of a bridge doesn't mean you should? That kind of mindset is what gets us here in the first place. People blindly trusting others like Allison Mack and Rainier's celebrity clients to steer them in the right direction. The charges kept stacking up against Rainier, though, until they're almost too long to list. Prosecutors said Rainier had a stable of over 50 female slaves. They say he told his followers that men needed multiple sexual partners while women should be monogamous. Nancy Salzman, Keith Rainier's partner, said that Rainier had no knowledge of the Dominus Obsequious Sororium, a phrase which means master over slave women, Apparently, all the
What?
brandings and slave meetings were under her watch, as she explained. I was in one mode, Project Keith. My main priority was that Keith was okay. If you ask me, even during the trial, she was in that Project Keith mode because I don't believe for a second Keith wasn't aware of the abuse. At the very least, he was aware of the meetings. According to Salzman, the group would meet 3 times a week, with members required to pose for a naked group photo at the start of every meeting and send it to Rainier. We were supposed to be in uniform, all looking the same, and all fully frontally naked, Salzman testified.
Just what the
Rainier
fuck?
required the brands on the women to be on full display, and they should all appear happy. If they weren't to his satisfaction, he would sometimes
drive us
request
sus.
a new photo. If our legs weren't spread enough, we'd have to spread our legs more, Salzman said, adding that the group members were aware that his preferences skewed towards up-close vaginal pictures.
Oh,
So Salzman
God.
can somehow say, oh, the DOS meetings were all me, yet testify to this? Rainier was the one controlling these women, including Salzman herself. That's no excuse whatsoever for her actions, but he was the one at the top of this pyramid. And understand here, I'm not talking about the business. Fuck the business. The MLM is the least of his crimes. I'm talking about the pyramid-shaped cult that was going on. DOS members were also required to do penance for perceived misdeeds. Such penance included paddlings with a leather strap, which Rainier would occasionally supervise remotely via a conference call. He called in and wanted to make sure we were flicking the wrist hard enough, Salzman said. She testified that a fellow DOS member, Daniela Padilla, told her Rainier had once been violent towards her after accusing her of being in a prideful state. She had been on the floor and he had kicked her, Salzman recounted Padilla telling her. Rainier had also planned to build a dungeon in the basement of the sorority house, and Padilla purchased various BDSM sex toys for use during penance, as a sex toy company owner testified last week. Padilla had also planned to purchase a cage, though she canceled the order shortly after the inner workings of DOS were made public in the spring of 2017. Rainier also drafted a public statement defending the existence of DOS while simultaneously denying he had anything to do with it. The statement, which was read at trial, accused the media of shaming the women for engaging in consensual activities and spearheading a campaign against the rights of women and alternative lifestyles.
What?
At one point in the email, Rainier compared DOS members to authors of the Declaration of Independence. How can you
What?
clearly defend something you had no knowledge about? Clearly, so clearly, he knew. Nexium's operations were
Good
obviously suspended, and even with the offer of a $10 million bond on the table, Rainier sat in jail. Claire, too, was arrested for racketeering conspiracy, while Allison Mack and Rainier faced charges of sex trafficking conspiracy, and forced labor conspiracy. But one story stood out above all the others through this hellish process. Those of you that are already familiar with Keith Rainier might already know about this, but to those of you who don't, well, I'm gonna warn you that this is probably the most disturbing thing I've found against this man.
It gets
Although
worse.
this occurred in 1993 and was reported on by the Times-Union in 2012, police ignored these reports until it was too late. A young woman named Rhiannon was just 12 years old when Rainier offered her free tutoring. Rhiannon says that he taught her how to hug back in 1993. But
What?
she explains that no, this wasn't limited to hugging. She says he taught her how to hug the way adults do, pelvis to pelvis. Kelvis Rainier took her virginity at the age of 12, before Rhiannon was even in middle school. The Times-Union reported in 2012 that the girl liked being able to hang out with Rainier and the other women around him. She thought sex was just part of fitting in. They told me I was smart and took an interest in me. They let me spend every afternoon at their house, she said. It was exciting to be somewhere where people wanted me. I was perfect picking, insecure at the time. To have someone that mature and that well thought of to be interested in me, it was flattering. I was very young, inexperienced, overwhelmed, and out of my league. This video from
So it does
Times-Union
get
of the
worse.
now adult, then child, that was taken advantage of by Rainier is horrifying.
Oh,
She
God.
lists every place they'd ever done it and said, "He took my innocence, I can never
fuck?
get that back." Although
Oh.
she signed a deposition back in 1993 and Rainier was accused of raping at least 4 other children between the ages of 12 to 15 in that time frame, nothing was done. Nothing, at least, that could stop him from creating Nexium and harming even more women. Though it may be some sort of consolidation that he's in prison now, I can only imagine how hard it was for Rhiannon to know that he walked free. Trying to process that at 12 years old, not be taken seriously, and then hear that Rainier did this to countless others, I don't really have words for it. Another woman, Gina Melita, has yet another victim of Rainier to speak out and finally, during this time, to be taken seriously. Gina says, I was falling asleep watching television, and as I was dozing, he touched my face, my legs, and made a pass. Shortly thereafter, Gina recalls losing her virginity to Rainier and said it was very painful, and a half hour later, Keith said, maybe the second time won't be so bad, and so we did it again. She was 15, he was 24. Gina Hutchinson, the Gina we mentioned earlier in this video, who did a soul much older than her body, as Rainier said, tragically never got to see Keith behind bars. She committed suicide in 2002 by shooting herself in the head. Rainier had told Gina that she was a Buddhist goddess meant to be with him, so even though we can't definitively connect Gina Hutchinson's death to do anything with him, at the very least I can say she would have been better off not knowing him. The two Ginas in the same year, 1984, should have never endured what they did. Rainier was 24, while both were young teenagers between 14 to 16. Then, in his 30s, it was a 12-year-old. I'm not going to sit here and explain why that's fucked up. If you need to debate that point, you really need to take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah,
to anyone that could have possibly defended him until now, what justification is there for this? There's none. There's literally
none.
no reason why this ever should have happened in the first place. He was a master manipulator, not some child prodigy born to change the world, as he implies. Mark Vincente himself took the stand during trial, the man that truly allowed his story to break. Times Union wrote, he testified that many people joined NXIVM, a purported self-help organization based in Colony, to better help themselves to promote good in the world. They ended up being exploited. It's a fraud, it's a lie, he said, choking up. It's this well-intended veneer that covers horrible, incredible evil. Vincente, who spent 12 years at NXIVM, touched on several topics Thursday, including films he said Rainier wanted him to make. He said Rainier wanted him to produce a cult-busting film to reject the notion that cults exist. Critics of NXIVM had for years accused the organization of being cult-like. Rainier suggested they pay a family $1 million to be filmed and portrayed as a cult for all the project to reveal it was untrue, but it was not made. Within NXIVM, members were told the word doesn't exist, Vincente testified. He would say, "What is a cult?" Vincente recalled. With the overabundance of evidence we've gone through, the verdict was guilty as expected. Allison Mack pled guilty, Nancy Salzman pled guilty, and several celebrity members left the cult shortly before things blew up or the moment it began to be reported on. Personally, I think they should still be investigated and held accountable, but I understand that at the time, there were bigger fish to fry. Sentencing has been delayed multiple times now as this case is still ongoing. Although the crimes have been committed and the verdicts given, there's still more to this story here. Because NXIVM was pretending to be a business, and this means they can be sued as such. The 189-page complaint from 80 victims against 19 higher-ups in NXIVM was filed on January 28, 2020, this year. Reading the complaint, I can hardly believe that this is still happening in our world today, so recently. Often when I hear about shady businesses, their worst acts have been decades ago. I'm not saying that excuses anything, but at least it feels like there's progress being made to see those older dates. But this wasn't shut down until 2.5 years ago, and what the complaint alleges is nothing short of utterly terrifying. I can't possibly go through every page with you guys, but I'll read an overview so you can get a feel for the insanity these people endured. I'm also going to name every single one of the 19 plaintiffs now because I think it's important to have these names exposed. So long as they are free to live their lives, with maybe some minor consequences, some without, the public deserves to know that they are dangerous to society. Keith Rainier, Nancy Salzman, Claire Bronfman, Sarah Bronfman, Lauren Salzman, Allison Mack, Kathy Russell, Karen Utrainer, Dr. Brandon Porter, Dr. Danielle Roberts, Daniela Padilla Bergeson, Rosa Laura Junco, Loretta J. Garza Davia, Monica Duran, Nikki Klein. These people are the individual defendants aside from obviously NXIVM Corporation itself. These people are the doctors that held members down while branding them, the members that convinced others to trust them that they should join, and they should have this follow them every time you search their names. So what did they do exactly? Page 5 states how the plaintiffs were dependent on the defendants to an unhealthy extent. On a near-daily basis, these victims were told that they were failing to advance on the striped path, NXIVM terminology, and improve their careers, income, and well-being because they were not working hard enough. Once defendants had stripped members of their psychological defenses, they exploited these highly vulnerable people for advantage and gain. This included coercing members into working for the defendants on exchanges in which they would be severely undercompensated or even uncompensated for their labors. Quitting was a failure and would result in immense shame and humiliation. Then on page 6, there is literally an entire section called Illegal Experimentation on Human Beings. When I saw that headline, my stomach dropped. There was that much involvement of human experimentation that there's an entire page in the lawsuit on it. They state that at least 40 members of the NXIVM community, trusting in Rainier, Nancy Salzman, and defendant Dr. Brandon Porter, were subjected to human fright experiments in which individuals were seated in front of a video display with EEG electrodes placed on their skulls to measure brainwaves. These subjects believed they were going to watch a talk by Rainier, but instead were subjected to scenes of escalating violence, including actual extremely graphic footage of the brutal beheading and dismemberment of 5 women in Mexico. And we're only on page 6 out of 189 pages.
What?
Page 7. First held masters, high positions in DOS, were tasked with selecting attractive, trustworthy women who would become sexual partners for Rainier. Recruits were told that they were being invited to join a sisterhood, which would empower them to overcome the weaknesses that Rainier and other defendants taught them to held back in life. Recruits were told that DOS offered a unique opportunity to enter a one-on-one mentorship with women who had been elevated in stature within the community and who thus were looked up to as role models. Page 7 continues, saying that collateral had to be provided, the nude images or videos we mentioned earlier, even letters falsely accusing close family members or unethical or illegal conduct. Page 8 states in black and white that DOS was a master-slave relationship explained as no different from a guru and disciple or mentor-mentee. If that were the case, why not call it teacher and student? Well, we know why. This was the opposite of empowering. These women were stripped of any power they had. They were meant to be controlled. DOS slaves were subjected to a severely abusive environment, which included caloric deprivation, sleep deprivation, arduous physical labor, performance of menial tasks, and a variety of punishments for any failure to fully comply with their master's commands. They had to check in with their masters when they awoke and when they went to bed with text messages of "Good morning, M" and "Good night, M." They had to be available 24 hours a day due to readiness drills. They would get a text with a question mark, nothing more, and they had 1 minute to respond with "Ready, M." Otherwise, they'd have consequences like cold showers, hold themselves in a plank position, be ridiculed, or stripped naked and be paddled. Again, this is not a teacher and a student relationship. This is slavery, this is torture. Rainier was convincing and coercing people to be his sex slaves, and the stories each plaintiff gives are similar, how they trusted him and how they thought he was this brilliant man that could help them. Jane Doe 1, page 14, says that she was a resident of Mexico, then traveled to Albany, New York, lured with promises of training and employment as a computer programmer and personal tutoring and mentoring by Rainier. She was 16 years old. Rainier and his inner circle spent 2 years grooming her, ultimately leading her to believe that having sex with Rainier was necessary for their relationship to evolve to a higher stage, which she continued to believe would lead her to partnering with Rainier in this development of his revolutionary technology and securing the Ivy League university-level education she'd been promised. At some point, Jane Doe 1 informed Rainier that she was attracted to another man and experiencing romantic feelings. She informed Rainier that she would no longer have sex with him. Therefore, he and his members of his inner circle began a campaign of extreme isolation, culminating in her confinement to a room with virtually no human contact for nearly 2 years, during which her pleas to be let out were either rejected or ignored. Defendants eventually sent her back to Mexico with almost no money and no identity papers, which they had taken and refused to give back to her. This one-woman story is just one of 80. Jane Doe 2, a woman that was struggling to overcome past trauma, was instructed by Allison Mack to have sex with Rainier. Mack insisted Jane Doe 2 photograph the encounter and said she had permission to enjoy the experience. Jane Doe 3 joined to become more self-fulfilling, gave collateral, and was also ordered to have sex with Rainier. She acquiesced out of fear of punishment and release and eventually left the community. Jane Doe 4, a very similar, almost verbatim experience. Jane Doe 5 gave Lauren Salzman several rounds of collateral and was then branded. She moved home several times out of fear, going into hiding. Jane Doe 7 was instructed to hold her feet while she was branded, and she realized she was being videotaped. She was branded on her pubic region with a cauterizing pen in a process that was extremely painful. The wound did not close for 2 months. Jane Doe 10 and 11 both participated in readiness drills and provided services to their master. Jane Doe 19 had false police charges filed against her and was unable to sleep for 12 days after the electrodes experiment. Jane Doe 22 suffered from Tourette's syndrome and was subjected to several verbal abuses that led to severe psychological trauma. And there's so much more. women being taught they're inferior, being ordered to smash their face into a tree or let themselves pass out, and the results of the human fright experiments which still haunt people to this day. I scrolled through the whole thing, and let me tell you, it reads like something out of a horror novel. It's pure slavery and experimentation. Rainier enjoyed watching people suffer, that's all there is to it. After reading about the charges and the lawsuit, I want nothing more than these people to be locked away for the longest time possible. They are a serious danger to the world, and they treat people as less than human. Brainwashed or not, these dozens of men and women deserve justice. I hope they can get it, and Rainier suffers the same hell he put countless people, even children, through. In the end, one gigantic problem is how legitimate Rainier seemed, how he got away with this for so long. The Ethical Science Foundation, formed by the Bronfmans, sponsored him and a $20 million check in 2004. He was named one of the smartest men alive by the Guinness Book of World Records. Keith had celebrity endorsements and people doing his dirty work. He was a genius, but a genius at manipulating others. Hopefully, he rots in jail for it, and later hell. So many of these Jane Does in this lawsuit didn't want to step forward, and it makes me wonder if there are still those who haven't. I hope people can find them and speak out in groups like this, even if it's scary. If Mark and Sarah didn't, we don't know how this Nexium story would have actually ended, or how many more women and girls Rainier could have harmed. But if I could only say one thing about Nexium, it would be this. MLMs are pyramid schemes designed as businesses. This is a sex cult disguised as an MLM. And with that note, that's where I'm going to end today's pretty disturbing video. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comment section down below. I'm sure many of you have a lot of opinions about a lot of this quite horrifying information I've shared with you today. Make sure to like the video, spread around this information, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you need to see more content from me, perhaps something a little more lighthearted, my description box has all of my social media links, second channel for my puppy Casper, and the collaboration channel with some of my buddies in the channel Sad Milk. So I love you guys, I hope you have a good day, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye guys.
Looks like there was a follow-up later. Yeah, looks like a few months later she
Hello
did a follow-up.
everybody,
Okay.
and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're doing a follow-up of one of my most popular and one of my most swiftly demonetized videos, Nexium. Nexium, in case you aren't aware, was a cult described as an MLM selling development seminars when in actuality their disturbingly charming leader, and no, I do not mean this as a compliment, was luring and preying upon young women to become his slaves. Yes, actual slaves in this year, in this economy, slaves. The arguably most prominent member of Nexium was Allison Mack from Smallville, but he had a number of people beneath him, luring these women in, even branding them with his initials. And it was some pretty messed up stuff. If you haven't seen my video on it, you'll probably want to check that out before getting in today's video. And I'm not saying it won't make sense if you don't do that, but the sense of sweet, sweet, glorious justice won't be quite as divine without it. So, in case you can't tell yet, here's your disclaimer warning. This video is going to be a bit dark. For those of you that have seen the Nexium video before, you guys know it's pretty nasty. It's not going to be as bad as the first one, but it's still, we're going to be talking about some stuff, okay? We're going to be talking about some victims here. It involves some sexual misdeeds, some violence, that kind of stuff. If you're not into this, if you can't handle it, this is the point for you to click off, maybe come back at a different video. But anyway, let's take a look at what happened now that Keith Rainier has been served some form of justice. His sentencing happened just a couple days ago as I'm recording this video, and let's see what happened. There are quite a few tidbits of information that came out during the earlier investigations. One source even mentioned a pretty strange and disturbing situation where a woman vanished after encountering the group. Here's what it read. In 2003, Kristen Snyder, a 35-year-old environmental consultant, disappeared after a Nexium session in Alaska. Her body was never found, but in her truck, parked on the shore of Resurrection Bay, was a note which read, "I was brainwashed and my emotional center of the brain was killed/turned off. Please contact my parents. If you find this note, I am sorry, I didn't know I was already dead." Today, people describe Nexium therapy sessions in which they were convinced to claim that they are reincarnated Nazis or responsible for 9/11. Looking back on her experience, Natalie says, Keith finds your vulnerabilities and then he preys on them. Now, as NXIVM is back in the news and its members are facing trial, these cases and questions have all been brought up again. 17 years later, there's still doubts surrounding her death. The Alaska State Police investigators believe that Snyder drove herself to Resurrection Bay so she could intentionally capsize in a kayak. An apparent suicide note was found in a spiral notebook inside the couple's Toyota Tacoma. She also wrote in the notebook, "No need to search for my body." Snyder's body was never found, though she is presumed dead by suicide. Alaska State Trooper Paul Randall told the Times-Union. Randall also told the outlet that Snyder had no history of psychiatric or emotional problems before joining NXIVM. "We heard she had been taking courses and that she changed," he said. Alaska State Police Sergeant Brandon Anderson told the Times-Union that other notes written days before she vanished point to her having a sort of mental breakdown after getting involved in ESP. Before she was in NXIVM, Kristen Snyder was happy, cult expert Rick Allen Ross added. She had a master's degree, she had her whole life ahead of her, but when she got caught up in the endless maze of courses, she had a meltdown. Snyder's sister Kim Snyder told Oxygen.com that she suspects foul play. She doesn't believe that her sister wrote the suicide note. The family has not filed any criminal report and the death has been ruled a suicide. Now, I know I touched back upon how horrible this cult was already, but I think it's important to note here now that back in 2003, NXIVM seemed, at least to some people, quite harmless. Her death was ruled a suicide, and at the time, no one knew how horrific this cult actually was. Well, no one except for the people like Snyder. I wished her note, her suicide, had been investigated more at the time. Perhaps Rainier could have been arrested sooner, before more people were hurt. But this also begs the question, when someone is brainwashed like this, how responsible are the Keith Rainiers of the world and the people that push them to it? Many of us know about the Michelle Carter case, I'm sure, and how she despicably pushed her boyfriend into killing himself. So I kind of wonder here if this should have been one of the many charges brought against him. There were enough charges to convict him, obviously, and we'll get into that, but I guess I'm curious what your thoughts are on this one. I remember reading a comment somewhere on my Heaven's Gate video that said there weren't 39 suicides in that cult, but 1 suicide and 38 murders, implying that the cult leader who brainwashed and pressured these people is responsible, and I really think there is some validity in that viewpoint, so I figured I'd mention it here and to pose the question, should Rainier have been charged for this? But as of now, let's move on to find out what he was charged with and what NXIVM leaders have been convicted of. On September 30th, Claire Bronfman was sentenced to 6 years and 9 months in prison. 9 former members of NXIVM testified against her, detailing her role in the organization's unabated, years-long legal pursuit of them. On October 27th, Vanguard Keith Rainier was sentenced to 120 years after many hours of victim statements from 15 former NXIVM members and victims of his abuse. Claire, if you forgot, was one of the leaders of NXIVM, and she pled guilty to conspiracy to conceal and harbor illegal aliens for financial gain and fraudulent use of identification. If you want to know why, since I know these seem like some strange, specific charges, again, it's covered in depth in the first video. She's done some horrible things, to say the least, and personally, I think her sentence of 6 years is an absolute joke, considering that she was kind of the leader of this whole thing. But as disappointing as it might be, I can take a little solace in the fact that Rainier will die in prison. 120 years still isn't enough time for him, but I'll take it. The New York Times wrote on October 27th that on Tuesday, Mr. Rainier, 60, was sentenced to 120 years in prison for sex trafficking and other crimes, effectively a life sentence. The judge also ordered him to pay a $1.75 million fine. The sentencing capped a remarkable downfall for a man who was once idolized by his followers, but has since been exposed as a fraudster who exploited NXIVM's adherents for money, sex, and power. Judge Nicholas G. Garofis of Federal District Court in Brooklyn determined the punishment after hearing hours of wrenching testimony from 15 victims, many of whom described how Mr. Rainier had left them traumatized and brainwashed from his pseudo-scientific teachings. Mr. Rainier's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, said he would appeal the sentence. "I salute the people that came in and spoke," he said. And I honestly do not envy this lawyer, defending the indefensible. I kind of felt bad for him at first, having to take this client on, because I did kind of figure no one in the fucking world would willingly defend Mr. Rainier. However, the freaking defense the lawyer used was so offensive and blatantly untrue that apparently when Mr. Agnifilo argued that Rainier never intended to hurt any women, he was just in love and had trouble with breakups, even the
fuck?
judge interrupted him and yelled no. There was literally a shouting match in court between the two of them. The judge insisted that intent doesn't matter when a 45-year-old sexually abuses a child, said, "It's an insult to the intelligence of anyone who listens." So,
Double
that's
check.
the thing.
Make sure I...
The New York Times continued, saying Mr. Agnifilo did seem to acknowledge tensions with his client, saying that he had refused to file a motion claiming evidence tampering by the government, even though Mr. Rainier asked him to. In recent months, Mr. Rainier was spearheading a campaign to overturn his conviction, directing his supporters to create a podcast about his case, and set up a contest to find errors in his prosecution in exchange for $25,000. And that is an absolute joke and an insult to the justice system. Offering 25 grand to the general public to try and find some loophole for him in court, the dude makes me sick.
Yeah,
I
no
come
kidding.
across plenty of assholes in my research, but his apathy, his lack of any humanity, Rainier is probably one of those people you'll hear me call a straight-up monster. But don't take my word for it, because it comes from the mouths of his own victims. The first to speak was a woman identified only as Camila, who in a trembling voice recalled that Mr. Rainier started sexually abusing her when she was 15 and he was 45. She had previously declined to cooperate with prosecutors on the advice of a lawyer who was recommended to her by Mr. Rainier's counsel. During their 12-year relationship, Camila said Mr. Rainier expected her to be available for sex at all hours. He ordered her to weigh less than 100 pounds and directed her to get an abortion. She said she even attempted suicide once. "I want to move on, but he has damaged me in so many ways," Camila said. When he wanted to replace Camila, prosecutors said, he directed his inner circle to find another young virgin successor for him. Another victim, India Oxenberg, told the court that Mr. Rainier tried to poison her relationship with her mother, the actress Catherine Oxenberg, whose efforts to extricate her daughter from the organization were part of a recent HBO documentary series about NXIVM called The Vow. India Oxenberg said Mr. Rainier expected her to wait naked for him like a piece of meat. She became so thin under his manipulation that she stopped getting her period, she said. "You are a sexual predator and you raped me," India Oxenberg said. "When you touched me, I recoiled." Needless to say, Rainier deserves whatever the hell he gets, and honestly, so do the leaders that worked alongside him. Now, although Rainier is so obviously a terrible person, there are still loyalists out there, and I'm not kidding. Keith Rainier had fucking loyalists dancing outside his jail back in July, which just, ugh. According to the Times-Union, outside Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center, a group of people dance every night to support federal inmates, including one in particular, Kay Rose. There is, however, no inmate by that name in the Brooklyn facility, or anywhere else in the federal prison population for that matter. But Kay Rose shares the initials of someone who has spent the past 2 years in the downstate lockup, Keith Rainier, the leader of the formerly influential and now shattered organization known as NXIVM. Former NXIVM members say what has been billed by a group called We Are As You Are as a campaign to buck up prisoners as they live under peril of COVID-19 infections is being organized by a group of the remaining loyal disciples of Rainier, a 59-year-old convicted sex trafficker from Half Moon known for his cult-like personal growth group as Vanguard. We Are As You has met outside the detention center every night at 8 p.m. since July 3rd. Its members, who post about their activities on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, blast music, dance, and even do backflips. While the former NXIVM members acknowledge it's impossible to know how many of the participants are familiar with Rainier, they say the organizers of the street rallies have a single audience member in mind. "It's a cover movement for Keith Rainier. It's a Trojan horse," said Mark Vicente, a filmmaker
Jesus
and
Christ.
former high-ranking NXIVM member who was a key witness against Rainier during his trial last year. You might remember his name from my past video. He was the man that declared war on Rainier and backed up Sarah, a former member's story, so that news outlets could pick it up. Why are all the key figures Rainier loyalists? This is all a tribute to Rainier. And it does take a lot to surprise me, it really does. But I was genuinely surprised to learn that there are people who still, to this fucking day, support this man. I want to believe that they're still under Rainier's control somehow or something. Like, I don't want to think that anyone could willingly do this, but there is just no excuse for this behavior, or for anyone who supports him. Not to mention, Mark Vicente warned that hashtags for We Are As You also mentioned the Black Lives Matter movement in their posts. Imagine what Black Lives Matter would think if they found out this was a cover for a white convicted pedophile sex slaver. It's highly offensive, Vicente said. And yeah, no fucking kidding. He's been convicted at this point. Rainier is inarguably, undeniably a despicable person. Like, I just don't understand why someone would support him. What is redeemable about this person? I don't think I have
Absolutely
words for
nothing.
this anymore. Like, I swear, this topic gets me more disappointed in humanity than most topics I cover. This is just, I'm so disappointed in all of y'all out there that want to support this man still. Like, how could you? But somehow, and even more disturbingly, just this past September, an article on Frank Report read that Nexium is still alive and just as dangerous as ever. Here's what it said. Keith Rainier may have actually lost his mind, or wants the Honorable Nicholas G. Garfawis, the U.S. District Court judge who will be sentencing him on October 27th, to think he has. That's really all anyone can conclude from the latest strategy that he has deployed in his effort to prove that he should have never been prosecuted, let alone convicted, for some of the crimes he committed as the head of Nexium ESP criminal enterprise. In a letter that was sent on Saturday, September 26th, Seth Ducharme, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, has informed Judge Garfawis of the following events that took place on Friday. Just before 5 p.m., Sunil Chakravarti sent an email to Ducharme, former EDNY U.S. Attorney Richard Donahue, and Assistant U.S. Attorneys Mark Lesko and Tanya Hajar. Around the same time, approximately 10 people, any of who had a video camera, showed up at the office of the U.S. Attorney for the EDNY and left a paper copy of the attachments to the email. Also around the same time, another individual attempted to leave a package of materials at the law firm where former U.S. Attorney Moira Penza works. Sunil is a passionate
Hey,
follower
babe.
of Rainier
Oh, hey.
and one of the leaders of the
Hey.
Forgotten Ones, a group that has
Give me
been
a
having
second to turn
judges
off,
perform every Friday.
I was listening to an essay while I was listening to the Illuminati, that channel that does anti-MLM content.
Oh,
Used-
God.
Used to collaborate with the Click and One Topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just came in here to say hi and that I love you.
Hi, I love you. I love you too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Why are you still in the stream chat? Are you streaming right now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Like when I'm not streaming and I'm in my own server, I'm in general. That's why I have stream chat here. It's for when I'm live.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Made me feel a
You're
little bit
welcome.
better.
You're welcome. I didn't talk. I haven't really spoke to you all day, so I just wanted to come in here and say hi real quick.
Okay. Thanks. I love you.
I love you too. I'm gonna get back to my friends. Have a good stream.
You too. Hey, have a good day with your friends. Okay.
Okay.
Love you. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so all I have to do is beat the electro hypostasis one more time, and then that'll be done.
Friday night outside the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is where Keith has been incarcerated since March 2018. This article continues, stating that Sunil sent a petition and an affidavit in the prosecution of this case. It seems like a weak, pitiful attempt at setting Rainier free, one that should be laughed off. But what makes it rage-inducing and horrifying is that it wasn't Sunil who sent these demands for Rainier to be freed, but supposedly it was Rainier himself who emailed the affidavit points to Sunil on June 9th. This is incredibly fucking worrying to think that Rainier can still influence his followers from prison, and I honestly feel like I'm going to be sick. Going into this, I thought I would simply share the great news that Rainier is going to rot in prison and then end today's video. But the more I looked into recent events around NXIVM, the worse and worse it got. On September 25th, at the time this letter was sent out, almost a dozen followers descended on the attorney's office to even deliver their demands in person, and one apparently attempted to deliver a package to the former Rainier prosecutor at her law firm. I want to note that I didn't find many sources that stated this, so this could be exaggerated or even untrue, but considering that most articles and news sources about NXIVM right now are about the conviction, this could have slipped past some people too. If it is true though, it is extremely worrying, and I don't even want to speculate what was in that package. The point of all this, the dancing, the affidavit, all of it, is that NXIVM is unfortunately still alive and kicking somehow, somewhere. And clearly, judging by the emails, Rainier is, at least to some extent, still running things. As of October 27th, Allison Mack is still awaiting sentencing. Rainier got 120 years and Claire has less than 7 years. This story, even now, is not over. I truly hope it someday will be, especially for the victims, so they can put this behind them and begin the healing process. But with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. If you liked it, I guess, I don't know. If you learned something, make sure to hit that like button. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button. If you want even more content from me, including all the sources I used to create today's video, pop open that description box. You'll find links to all of my social media, second channels I'm involved with, and any of my upcoming projects. So thank you again for making it to another video. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Wednesday will begin.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to talk about one of the smelliest MLMs, Sensi. I've had this MLM on my radar for a while now, and I figured it's about time we dug up Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about, finally, the other large MLM oils giant, doTERRA. Now, I did very briefly touch on this company when I talked about the MLMs in the MLM family tree video, and I even talked about it almost 2 years ago in like my history of MLMs video, like way long ago on the channel. So if you're entering into this thinking that this is essentially a ripoff of another essential oil MLM, you're not entirely wrong, because doTERRA was literally made with some of Young Living's former executives, so there's a lot of really weird similarities there. But they do have their own shenanigans that have been going on and their own issues entirely. Plus, it's been a while since I've talked about any essential oil whatsoever here, so let's just dive into it, and let's start with talking about their very shady company history. So, as per usual, when we're going to talk about any company whatsoever, we have to get to the bare bones and find out where they started and why they started. So, let's take a look at doTERRA's website and see why they started and how their beginnings were formed, according to them. So according to doTERRA's website, it was founded in 2008. doTERRA's mission from the beginning was to share the highest quality essential oils with the world. Having seen the incredible benefits of using these precious resources, a group of healthcare and business professionals set out to make that mission a reality. They formed a company and named it doTERRA, a Latin derivative meaning gift of the earth. The first hurdle they needed to overcome was to establish a quality standard in an industry that had never had one previously. Gotta love that little jab at Young Living, but anyway, back to this. The doTERRA founders were committed to providing only the purest, highest grade essential oils. This commitment led to the creation of a new standard of quality, CPTG, Certified Pure Therapeutic Grade. Every doTERRA oil is held to the highest possible level of purity.
I am willing to
Now,
bet that's
doTERRA
a total
means more
fucking
than
lie.
gift of the earth. It means wellness, healing, and hope. Now, if you ask me, I bet these executives saw just how much money the higher-ups at Young Living were making and wanted that for themselves. But I'm pretty jaded and might have a bit more of a cynical viewpoint when it comes to oily Huns. So let's take a look at the founders and see why they were so committed to these high-grade essential oils. Now, to my surprise, there were a lot of founders involved in doTERRA's inception. There's David Sterling, Emily Wright, David Hill, Corey B. Lindley, Gregory P. Cook, Robert J. Young, and Mark A. Wolfret. You'd think with that many people, one of them would take a step back and say, hey, maybe we should rethink this business model. But no. Because so many of them had prior experience at Young Living, they knew they could be earning big bucks at the top of this newly formed little MLM, and they obviously went for it. One source reinterprets their story, framing it in a different perspective. Whereas doTERRA says they wanted to, in a most professional manner, partner with major hospitals, doctors, and scientists to provide a compelling authentication to their oils, there's another way to see this. It's also just as likely that they rather use credible third parties to appear authentic because their founders have no medical or scientific credibility themselves. Then, whereas doTERRA claims that their products took off because product enthusiasts immediately recognized the superior quality, one could argue that their first oil blends took off because they were the top sellers at Young Living. So the founders here knew which oils would be bestsellers already, and they put a massive focus on marketing it instead of just the oils themselves. The same source also claims that doTERRA wasn't just designed to compete with Young Living, but to attack them directly. They say, by mimicking Young Living's business model, doTERRA's products are sold through independent product consultants who are trained and indoctrinated from the onset to disparage Young Living, to provide misinformation about its products, and to attack the characters of the very person who trained the founders of doTERRA for years as his most trusted employees. Now, don't start feeling bad for anyone at Young Living. They deserve whatever bad news they get. All this is to simply say that doTERRA ripped them off, and it seems like their company was all about money from the start, without any goals or customer care in mind. I mean, they have a single oil of basil for $30, so if that just doesn't reaffirm how money hungry they are, I'm not exactly sure what does. I'm pretty sure I could buy enough actual basil to last me a year for that much money, and this tiny little bottle of lavender that they sell on their website will go for $20 when plant therapy sells for less than $10. Now, I'm also not saying go buy from Plant Therapy because it's cheaper, but they've done some good charity work and they're far cheaper, so it seems like it's a much more affordable alternative than to this MLM model. But now that we've got the basics of understanding about their history, why they were even formed, let's get into the evidence of them being a garbage company and a pyramid scheme. So let the lawsuits begin. Now, just after 5 years when they were founded, doTERRA had its very first lawsuit. And I know that's not really a record for MLMs. We've most certainly had lawsuits within a 5-year period, so I'll give them a hand for getting into trouble impressively quick, although not as great as some of the other records we've seen. Unsurprisingly, though, their battle was actually with Young Living and how they felt that doTERRA had stolen their trade secrets. And that honestly doesn't sound super far-fetched given everything we've heard so far. Here's what was said according to the Salt Lake Tribune. 2 Utah companies that sell therapeutic oils with purported healthy properties are suing each other, alleging the theft of trade secrets, faked lab tests, false advertising, and pure products contaminated with unnatural substances. Young Living essential oils of Lehigh and upstart competitor doTERRA of Orem have filed dueling lawsuits in state and federal courts, setting up an intense legal battle between companies that take in tens of millions of dollars in annual revenues from the sale of rival product. Even though this is a doTERRA video and not a Young Living one, you're undoubtedly going to hear a bit about Young Living today because the two are so intertwined. Now, this will not be the only source I refer to that lumps the two together, so it's kind of like killing two birds with one stone kind of situation here, but it either like discredits both of them or talks about the legal issues between them, but essentially these two are going to be intertwined for most of the video. However, it certainly seems like doTERRA is simply a knockoff of Young Living, and Young Living has also been far from innocent in this too. doTERRA even accused them of falsifying evidence, so let's go back to the article. doTERRA and its parent company, Thrive Holdings, shot back last month with a federal court lawsuit. It alleges employees and officers of Young Living created a false sample of a doTERRA product spiked with a chemical additive and then posted the result of a lab test showing the combination on a website right before its distributor convention in Salt Lake City. The altered lab report, in essence, accused doTERRA of adding substances to its peppermint oil that causes death, the lawsuit says. A day after the doTERRA lawsuit was filed, Young Living came back with its own federal lawsuit that alleges an independent French factory had tested doTERRA oils and found various contaminants. The complaint accuses doTERRA of falsely advertising the pureness of its products in order to capture business from Young Living and lure away distributors. Stephen Quessenberry, a Provo lawyer with Durham, Jones, and Pingar, who represents doTERRA, denies any contamination in the company's products and pointed to the timing of the lawsuit and the use of its testing laboratory outside the United States. It's interesting, the day after they get hit with this very factual and detailed lawsuit, they turn around and file this very retaliatory slap-back lawsuit based on this foreign lab, he said. And again, to make this incredibly clear, I have no pity for either company. They both suck. And if anything, I think they're both wrong and they're both messed up for playing these petty reindeer games. I do still feel like doTERRA is a clone of Young Living, but Young Living was so desperate to prove this that they went about it like the worst way you could possibly do this. In fact, years later in 2018, doTERRA actually did win this battle, and Young Living had to pay almost $2 million for doTERRA's legal fees. One source said, the case spanned 5 years with claims that doTERRA stole trade secrets and poached from Young Living's independent distributors. Those allegations were dismissed in June 2014 based on the claims being filed too late. The lawsuit also alleged former Young Living employees retained company property, including computers and documents that they may have included confidential trade secrets. Young Living argued there was a doTERRA business plan a former employee had saved on his laptop before he left the company, but a forensic review of the device showed Young Living had known about the business plan in 2009 and tampered with the computer. Young Living had seen the hard drive. It had been in constant possession of it for years, Johnson wrote. Yet it still offered up the red herring that the hard drive was an external drive which had been recently discovered. So I feel like Young Living and doTERRA are always just going to be at war with one another to some extent. The majority of essential oils sold in the US comes from two companies. Both of them claim to be the largest seller of essential oils in the world. They've got more than 3 million customers apiece, $1 billion in annual sales, and armies of Hunbots at their disposal. The New Yorker also adds, representatives of both doTERRA and Young Living like to highlight the medical benefits of their products. There are literally thousands of studies on the benefits of essential oils, Hill said. In fact, there have been very few large-scale, peer-reviewed studies of essential oils use on humans, and their conclusions have been relatively modest. So, what are these medical benefits, you might ask? Because I too am quite curious, because every time we talk about essential oils and multi-level marketing, we hear some just incredible things, shall we say. Well, I hope you find the list as entertaining as I did, because that's exactly what we're getting into now. Just like what we've seen with Young Living claim that their oils can cure cancer, doTERRA, like with everything else, followed right along in Young Living's footsteps. Truth in Advertising lists a ton of examples from different distributors, some ranging from absolutely ludicrous to genuinely worrying. One woman looks like she had a page called Empowered by Oils for Life and called herself a wellness advocate. Her post read, PTSD treated naturally. What? Thank God for doTERRA. This is an amazing testimony of one man's triumph of overcoming PTSD. Wow,
So my
what an
controller-
incredible story of hope and perseverance.
Shit.
Her post also shows
That's why.
a gigantic stack of pill bottles next to a photo of a few doTERRA essential oils with the caption, "What would you choose?" And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be on 15 different fucking medications at a time if I don't have to be. I don't think anyone would really willingly choose that either. But it's an absolute insult to anyone going through anything, any kind of mental or physical illness, and to say that if you just sniff a bunch of lavender oil, their clinically diagnosed PTSD, depression, or whatever type of ailment will just go away. I'm pretty sure, like 99.99999% sure, that that's not how that works. If aromatherapy helps someone, that is fantastic. If that makes you feel a little better or a little calmer at the end of the day, that's groovy. But these claims are nothing shy of irresponsible. Scrolling through these examples on Truth in Advertising, we also see distributors say that their daughter's epilepsy and seizures were now 100% in control with frankincense oil. One woman said it's effective against Alzheimer's, and another said it empowers children and eliminates the need for antibiotics. So, hopefully,
What the
I
fuck?
don't have to explain to anyone listening why this is beyond irresponsible, because this should be abundantly clear. You cannot claim that this cures epilepsy, okay? Like, for fuck's sake. It's another problem that I have with so many of these distributors being severely underqualified to do pretty much anything, let alone sell oils. Maybe they just don't know. Maybe they just don't give a fuck. Maybe they just don't understand the rules of marketing. But it doesn't matter. You cannot make these claims. Making these types of claims isn't just scummy and dishonest, though, because it's also illegal. As the New Yorker explained, in September 2014, the FDA sent a sternly worded letter to doTERRA scolding the company for distributors' claims about oils and conditions including cancer, brain injury, autism, Alzheimer's disease, and ADHD. The agency cited a tweet by a doTERRA consultant using the handle Mrs. Skinny Medic that listed oils that could prevent you contracting the Ebola virus, and a Pinterest post by Wellness Empress that recommended peppermint oil for asthma, autism, bacterial infections, and brain injury. A few weeks later, federal agents appeared at doTERRA's Utah headquarters and began examining the company's files. "It's always fun when the FDA shows up on your doorstep," Hill said, "and they walk into your office and say things like, 'Dr. Hill, are you personally culpable for every single person using these oils?' These were scary moments." doTERRA instituted a 50-person compliance team to scour social media posts looking for non-compliant language and hosted weekly conference calls, helping distributors translate their stories into acceptable language. "We have a whole team using very sophisticated software whose whole job is to systematically go through and look for potential claims like frankincense and cancer or doTERRA lavender Ambien." Kirk Jowers, the doTERRA vice president, told me, "Anything suspect that goes up, we try to get it down within 24 hours and we're very effective." But although doTERRA supplies educational materials to its wellness advocates, there are no requirements that they review or distribute them. The multi-levels have the whole aromatherapy community worried, Peter Holmes, the author of the textbook Aromatica, told me. Both doTERRA and Young Living encourage consumers to drink certain oils, a position that's controversial even among alternative health practitioners. Holmes said that while he is unaware of the practices of specific companies, you hear about completely untrained housewives telling people to ingest up to 50 drops. That is sheer insanity. That is medically dangerous. It's a crazy situation. Now, again, I don't think any of us here who've been around on the channel, the podcast for a while, I don't think anyone here is surprised to hear something like this. It's basically on par for the course with these essential oil MLMs. But as many articles say, this isn't just a matter of distributors lying, but also giving false hope to families that are desperate. They play on the emotions of confused and vulnerable parents too. Mother Jones told one story of Cheryl Walsher, a young mother whose son Ethan was diagnosed with autism. She recalled being alone and ashamed, believing she had done something to cause it without any idea how to fix it. Cheryl explains that while some treatments helped, a lot of the process was trial and error. While I do feel badly for her, I can only imagine how lost Cheryl must have felt. In some previous videos I've made on the YouTube channel about autism, specifically like Autism Speaks, and also the 3-part series on Andrew Wakefield, it's extremely frustrating to see parents blame vaccines for their child's autism or treat autism like it's some sort of disease, like they have leprosy or something. But here we see Cheryl trying to do right by her child and understanding how to best help him. So I don't want anyone to get upset with her for being manipulated. It's one of the things Hunbots do best. Here's how Mother Jones puts it. When Ethan was 5, a friend invited her to an evening class she taught about so-called essential oils made by a Utah-based company called doTERRA. The friend thought the oils could help Ethan. Walser attended and was intrigued by the little vials with romantic herbal names. Vetiver, Roman chamomile, frankincense. Extracted and distilled from aromatic plants, each oil had a unique aroma that could help with specific physical and psychological problems, her friend explained. Some people applied them directly onto their bodies like perfumes. Others used electronic diffusers to scent entire rooms. At the end of the class, Walser asked her friend which oil she should try. She told me, "Think of your boy and hold this oil, and if your heart says get this oil, you should get it." Walser finally settled on a $150 starter kit plus 2 sample vials of Balance, a proprietary blend that, according to the promotional material, promotes tranquility while bringing harmony to the mind and body and balance to the emotions.
The fuck?
That night, Walser crept into Ethan's room and rubbed the oil on her sleeping son's feet. He woke up and Walser explained what she was doing and gave him the bottle to smell. "Mommy, I need this," he said. Over the next few weeks, Walser noticed improvements in her son's behavior, so she began to experiment with other oils. As she delved deeper into doTERRA, she developed feelings of expertise. "I definitely felt some sense of empowerment that I knew exactly what to do with it," she recalls. Soon, she signed up with doTERRA and began selling the oils to others. Just one problem. There's little published scientific evidence on the effects of doTERRA's oils or any essential oils on people with autism. These products indeed are not regulated, and the company requires its salespeople to spend at least $100 a month on doTERRA's products in order to qualify for sales commissions. This sort of anecdotal marketing worries Jeremy Venstra Vanderweel, an autism specialist and professor of psychiatry at Columbia University's medical school. "People sharing their own stories, that does not really tell us much about whether a treatment works," he says. In fact, there's no biological plausibility for how an essential oil would improve autism symptoms. Again, I really cannot blame Cheryl for being manipulated into trying the essential oils in the first place. But what I do blame are these Hunbots and by proxy the company for putting on blinders and assuming that this, over anything else, has to be what's working for them. So long as Cheryl was still taking Ethan to the doctors, it doesn't seem more likely that one of their medical recommendations was sticking than the scent of Balance in his room. Or isn't it more likely that this could be a placebo effect for her, given that there's again no biological plausibility for how an oil could aid or treat autism? The article continues to explain that child development and progress is uneven, so if a nonverbal child begins talking a few days after a treatment with essential oils, parents are tempted to connect those events. But Jeremy Veenstra Vanderweel points out that autism is incredibly complex, assessing treatments can be difficult, and rarely does any single treatment yield major improvements. It's disappointing that, even with all this evidence and research and explanation, people like Cheryl will hold on to anything that tells them that they've found some kind of solution. However, as frustrating as these claims make me, and seriously, I could really go off all day and all night about how irresponsible this is, we have got to move on because we're far from done here. Now, doTERRA also has lots of issues with their distributors, both in how they treat them, being an MLM obviously, and how their distributors treat others.
Come on.
Let's start with the Hunbots themselves, then work our way up. One somewhat recent claim that began circulating thanks to doTERRA distributors was that essential oils would clear California fire smoke out of your lungs, and I seriously can't with these people. Another Mother Jones article from 2017 says the following about this situation. Here in Northern California, some of the most destructive wildfires in the state's history are ravaging our iconic wine country and surrounding area. Smoke from the fires has spread far beyond the danger zone. The air quality in the Bay Area hit record lows in the past few days, sending residents scouring the internet for masks and air filters. Earlier this week, someone in a local listserv I'm on asked about protection from the smoke. Another person responded that essential oils can help cleanse the air. She recommended a blend from a company called doTERRA. Really, I thought. Then I did a quick Facebook search and found dozens of posts by people peddling doTERRA oils making similar claims. And sure enough, doTERRA distributors use the California wildfires as an excuse to try and peddle their product called Breathe, which, if that just isn't one of the most insensitive and offensive things they can do, I don't know. Oh, wait, that's because it's not. Remember what's been happening all this year? COVID? Coronavirus? Yeah, we're not done. Surprise, surprise, they did the exact same thing 3 years later when it came to COVID. Even CNBC picked up on the story with an article entitled "Multi-Level Marketing Sellers Are Using Coronavirus to Push Oils and Vitamin Sales on Facebook." Now, by no means was doTERRA the only MLM doing this or anything, but today is a doTERRA video. So let's get into what claims their downlines have made that exploited the hell out of this pandemic. Posts found by CNBC show oils for sale that contain language such as the most powerful antivirus
I didn't know that
essential
was a
oils to
thing.
provide defense against
someone just
coronavirus,
told
with
me I'd been
ingredients such as
doing it
basil,
wrong. Thank
bergamot,
you to
juniper berry,
whoever
clove bud, and more. Another
is
post
watching
says,
on
looking to
Facebook
stay
and
healthy in this
decided to
coronavirus scare time? Well, one of
do a
my
quick
absolutely favorite ways to
Please
stay
do it
healthy
to my
is
Facebook
doTERRA's
page.
lifelong
Direct
vitality
messages,
vitamins.
not to my personal. Thank you.
Even though I'm pretty sure most of us watching know that this is garbage science, the fact that even the International Federation of Aromatherapists say that any claims about treating COVID with essential oils need to be viewed as speculation, that should tell you something. Treating these oils as a cure-all, whether it's because of fires or COVID, is dangerous and ridiculous. If it were one or two distributors saying this, I might roll my eyes and leave it there as some, weird case. But there's enough of a pattern here to warrant places like CNBC commenting on it. These types of MLMs are just ripe for misinformation and fooling desperate people. That's why I feel very comfortable calling MLMs like this a scam, because of how poorly they handle things time and time and time again. I mean, the fact that doTERRA had a data breach in 2016, which, many of you may not know about that because they tried to hide that one. But what happened in 2016 was this. They had a data breach in 2016, resulting in customers' social security numbers, date of birth, and addresses being shared, and it almost doesn't feel like it's worth mentioning next to all these things. Like, how bad all the other shit is, just add this one on top. Like, oh, by the way, your social security number, if you gave it to doTERRA before 2016, chances are it got leaked. A data breach does suck, but it almost pales in comparison next to the purposeful spread of misinformation just to push a fucking stinky oil. But we are still not done here, because
What?
if you were angry before, and if you're angry now, just wait, because it's getting better, because doTERRA has a charity. In 2012, doTERRA founded the Healing Hands Foundation, and there's not that much information about them. I'm sure it's pretty similar to the unique charity we've looked at in the past. It's a very small nonprofit that exists more so to convince customers that their purchases are going to a good cause rather than doing any actual good.
What the fuck?
Here's what a 2016 Daily Herald article had to say about them. As part of the doTERRA Healing Hands Foundation and in partnership with Choice Humanitarian, doTERRA distributors and staff recently traveled to Guatemala and Nepal. Those areas are two of the places the company sources ingredients for its essential oils, and the work crew went there to help install vented brick stoves for families who are far from modern amenities, like metal ovens, glass-topped stovetops, and microwaves. According to doTERRA officials, in countries like Guatemala, families use 3-stone fires, open fires built in the middle of 3 stones with a metal plate laid on top as a cooking surface. These open pits are located inside homes with no chimney or venting. Nearly 3 billion people in these developing countries are exposed to pollution from the inefficient stoves and open flames used to cook food. Most of the homes are one-room huts with a dirt floor and a grass or tin roof. The smoke from the open fire pit would just fill the home and hang around inside, said Tammy Pack, doTERRA Healing Hands Foundation director. You're in it, you're breathing it. The families are there and the little ones are there, and you're worrying about them falling in. The project, while a life-changing value for Guatemalan families, was also a cherished experience for the doTERRA workers who paid their own way for the opportunity. It took me by surprise how much hard work we performed there, but it made it more memorable because we worked so hard, said Kristen Jowers, wife of Kirk Jowers, the vice president of corporate relations at doTERRA. And this sounds informative, right? Like, hey, maybe doTERRA actually did some good and really helped these people. Well, it turns out it unfortunately didn't last long. And unfortunately, what Healing Hands did next really makes their actions in Guatemala feel like they were for show or hollow. Because only a year later, during Hurricane Harvey, Healing Hands began collecting donations. They promised to send hygiene packs to Dallas to aid evacuees. But according to my source, after collecting donations for 1 week, doTERRA said that because of weather conditions in Houston, they could not deliver the shipments on time. A $100 donation provides 4 48-hour hygiene packs, which are composed of a towel, toothbrush, and various samples of their products. Initially vague about the mechanics of the effort, the doTERRA Healing Hands Foundation Facebook page quickly filled with people who both criticized the cost of the kits and argued that hurricane victims had more pressing needs than samples of essential oils. So, just to be clear from this article, for a $100 donation to the Healing Hands Foundation, doTERRA sent a towel, a toothbrush, and sample products of their oils. I know I shouldn't be surprised that an MLM has tried to profit off a tragedy, but does this make any sense to anybody? Like, they sent essential oils to hurricane victims. Like, why would they do that? Did they think that, like, oh, if you smell these oils, it will make you feel less bad about your town and your home being flooded and ultimately destroyed? The point I'm trying to make isn't even that essential oils are 100% useless. Don't get me wrong, it's great when my house smells amazing, and I recently discovered some candles with the wooden wicks in them that sound like a little fire crackling. Love those things. Amazing. Our sense of smell is underrated, and I'm absolutely open to hearing studies about the benefits of essential oils. Real studies, not fake ones, by the way, just for anyone who thinks they're gonna just send me some really weird slanted shit. I'm sure they have a benefit, but sending them to hurricane victims is really tone deaf. Now here's the thing, there are some studies that are actually starting to show some of the benefits of essential oils. Here's what an article from Johns Hopkins Medicine said about it. Results of lab studies are promising. One at Johns Hopkins found that certain essential oils could kill a type of Lyme bacteria better than antibiotics, but results in human clinical trials are mixed. Some studies indicate that there's a benefit to using essential oils, while others show no improvement in symptoms. Clinical trials have looked at whether essential oils can alleviate conditions such as anxiety, depression, nausea, insomnia, low appetite, and dry mouth. So don't leave this video thinking I hate essential oils. I don't. I hate an MLM business model, and I hate when people have to lie about products in order to sell them. And companies like doTERRA are really what help give essential oils an absolutely horrific reputation, even if some of them do smell good. If Hunbots were just posting to Facebook about how people should get lavender because it's been shown to alleviate depression in some case studies, I probably wouldn't be as upset. Like, sure, I'd still criticize them that they're an MLM with overpriced oils, but I wouldn't be upset that they were blatantly misleading customers. And, saying that their oils cure cancer. However, now that we've talked about their history, the lawsuits, and some of the ridiculous claims, we're going to answer one last question about doTERRA. Can you actually make any money selling it? The short answer is no. So thanks for coming to my channel. See you guys in the next one. No, I'm just kidding. We gotta go through the numbers. You guys know I'm not gonna leave you hanging like that. But seriously, even though doTERRA seems to focus on their leaders' income in the earning statements and the ranks that they put out there, their income disclosure statements tell a completely different and really sad story. The disclosure statement includes that most advocates, a little over 63% of all advocates, do not make any money selling doTERRA.
Go ahead and try.
Entry-level wellness advocates account the bulk, 76% of the company's advocates. Only 16% of those entry-level advocates make any money at all. The advocates who did make money on average made about $376 a year. This average doesn't take into account the people who lost money, remember to subtract those costs, or broke even. The next level, builders, account for 23% of all US advocates.
I need to
Leaders
unequip
make
crap
up around
first.
1%. These levels account for the most profitable ranks, and doTERRA describes them as requiring significant part or full-time investment. Very few advocates reach these ranks. There's even sites out there like Justice Catalyst that call for anyone who lost money in
getting used to
doTERRA
doing
to
this on a
reach
regular
out to them.
basis, aren't I?
And the finance guy who says that the cost to remain active is $100 a month alone, more than what most of these distributors actually make in a year. These wellness distributors aren't doTERRA salespeople. They're the customers, and that's the case with most MLMs we've seen. And it will continue to be the case so long as MLMs continue to use this messed up pyramid scheme type business model. So, with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. I hope you guys liked it and you learned something new about doTERRA today. If you did, make sure to hit that like button, and if you're new here, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss videos from me every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you want more content from me, including my podcast, social media, other channels that I work on and all this kind of stuff, links for literally everything will be in the description box down below, as well as all of my sourcing that I used to create today's video. So thank you all so much for making it to the video. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Do some artifact enhancement stuffs. Bloop.
So do you guys remember in a couple videos I may have mentioned that there's an MLM for literally everything and anything under the sun? So when I start this video telling you guys, saying that, hey, today we're going to be talking about wine MLMs,
Wait.
that maybe you guys are going to believe me a little bit more, because that's literally what we're talking about today.
There are wine multi-level marketing schemes? Fuck.
So, hello everybody, I'm Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're talking about a genre of MLMs because any one of these companies in particular I don't think requires a full video, so I'm going to combine them as one general genre, wine MLMs. Why this exists? I don't know, but this is one of their most interesting ideas yet, to turn something that is not an MLM into an MLM. So we're not really going to focus on one in particular, but we're just going to take a look at what they're all about, how ridiculous the concept actually is, and see if this new brand of Hunbots and Boss Babes are actually going anywhere with these wine sales. So let's get into it.
Okay, so...
Insider Learning Network says the concept of utilizing network marketing to promote wine is a great fit, given that wine is incredibly social. Promoting wine for direct selling wine companies while at the same time sipping your favorite red with a bunch of your close friends can easily make the overall experience enjoyable. Not to mention quite lucrative as well. Given the numbers associated with MLMs and how less than 1% of people typically make a livable working earning wage profit, I'd say that this learning network has definitely got some learning to do.
Yeah, no
It seems
kidding.
pretty stupid
Shit.
to call it lucrative, but I won't deny that it probably has some appeal for those higher ups. Plus, given the aspect of social drinking, it does fit with the whole home party concepts a lot more than I guess I initially thought. I mean, do I want to go to a home party at all? No. But would I rather drink wine while listening to a Karen talk, or get super uncomfortable or bored while she tries to sell me adult toys? I would prefer the wine over the romance toys, just saying. But then again, you also run the risk of signing up or buying a bunch of products that you can't afford because, you're a little tipsy maybe. Still, it definitely sounds like a better home party than looking at Tupperware. To top it all off, I don't need a new batch of adult toys or kitchenware every couple weeks, and I kind of hope nobody does, to be totally honest, but I could see people needing a new bottle of wine on a semi-frequent basis at least. So we've established why this concept kind of makes sense, at least through the lens of looking at it from someone who wants to be involved with MLMs. I can absolutely see why, to a Hun, this would be a great opportunity, Hun.
Oh,
What's
good
inherently
gods.
wring with this, though?
Yeah, that's
Why
a good
is
point.
this a garbage idea?
I
Well,
just
in
realized
my
that's why she
research, I
calls them
found a
Hunbots.
podcast
Shit.
hosted by someone called The Recovering Hunbot,
Ugh.
and she actually had an episode about MLM wine and featured her friend Heather, a wine broker with 20 years of experience in the business. And that means that Heather typically sells to large restaurants by representing vineyards, attending wine events. You get the picture. She's legit. After some background to MLMs, we hear Heather mention a wine event and how these Hunbots have allegedly acted. Now, again, alleged, and this is coming from Heather, this is not a news report, but I can't really see any reason for her to lie about this either, so I am inclined to believe her. At a charity event, by the way, these Huns had their order forms out trying to sell their products. She says, these women, the wine MLMers, were predatory. They came up to people who had our wine in the liquor booth and said, you need to taste our stuff. Getting in their face, we were just really turned off by that. They made these people uncomfortable at a charity event. Like, how tacky can you be? It sounds like Hunbots, all right. Now, as for how wine MLMs operate, there's also some interesting insight Heather provides about the wine itself. First, the Recovering Hunbot says, the wine has got to be swill because nobody in their right mind is going to be creating these beautiful boutique wines for MLMs, so what can you tell us about wine in the MLM world? And Heather responds with, I've seen fakes, ones I was very surprised to see. Having one of my very boutique vineyards having their label, I was mortified. She used to live in Houston. She used to run a wine bar here. She married this guy who happened to be an assistant winemaker for a very well-known historic Napa Valley vineyard. These wines started at $18 wholesale and went for $35. And that's what they were selling them for on the MLM because they're obviously losing a tremendous amount of money. The amount of juice on the bulk market is pretty insane. One of the wineries I represented, their entire business started on developing a brand. They'll get juice on the bulk market and purchase it for pennies. By getting juice, Heather explains, you can fabricate something based on your needs as opposed to buying grapes. The MLMs are getting this juice for a couple dollars and sticking a fancy label on it. She goes on in some more detail about how MLMs will call their wine clean crafted because they say the antihistamines in wine can make you sick, when in actuality, as Heather explains, it's usually the mass-produced wines that are at fault here with additives, preservatives, and sugars, and these MLMs are misleading people. It's just a fancy label on dirt cheap wine, bulk juice without a story. I'm not some fancy connoisseur of wine or anything, but the 400-year-old vineyard still plowed by horse sounds far more appealing to me than the wine sold by the Hunbot who can't even pronounce the names. And yes, of course, the wine with a story would cost more, but the Hunbots presenting to know wine sounds cringy when they have zero knowledge and tasteless taste. Again, this is just Heather's perspective, but she has a point. For women in smaller towns without local vineyards or wine, they can convince them and say, oh, you've got to buy from your girls. You can't buy from those big box stores because they just don't care. And they can manipulate others quite easily. And it's really frustrating to hear this all again, but I'm not even surprised. This is nothing new. This is how MLMs work. This is how they operate. And the supposed actions at charity events, their pushy attitude, and the lack of knowledge about the industry they claim that they're, professionals and working in, it all interferes with the real business. So now that we've got just a hint of background as to what these MLMs are about, let's talk about some of the better known ones, what they sell, and who they benefit, if anyone. We'll start with Traveling Vineyard. The bottles are cheap and the photos kind of look like stock images just glued onto their bottle. Their claims for one wine being aged up to 4 months is pretty pathetic. Up to 4 months could just be a day. There are cheaper bottles online too, and the websites that give more information about where they come from and exactly how long they've aged. But again, I'm no wine expert. I can't explain price points, and I know it depends on region, age, etc. I don't know. Like, we all know that shampoo or a shake pack for some diet trend shouldn't be $50 or $100, but wine prices vary hugely. So I'm sure $20 may be a steal to whatever people fall for the Traveling Vineyard. As for becoming a wine guide, as the Traveling Vineyard calls it, they say in plain black and white, you don't have to be a wine expert. Awesome. So Traveling Vineyard wants someone with no expertise to sell their products. Again, this is so common with MLMs, and it really just shows how little they care about their products. It doesn't matter if you don't know a thing about where it comes from, how it's aged, whatever notes of flavor it has, what pairings go with it. No, none of that. Just keep selling the cheap crap and make that downline. Other wineries like E&J Gallo, a random one I just kind of picked off Google, they have a story and a history. They claim to have a passion for quality, and when you click on their sales and marketing tab, here's what it says. At E&J Gallo Winery, our goal is to deliver superior quality at a great value while providing a positive experience to consumers each and every time they share and enjoy our wines. To achieve this goal, we've assembled teams of highly skilled employees to manage our ever-growing brand portfolio. Our marketing teams collaborate with winemakers and our experts on consumer preferences, as well as other areas of expertise to deliver strong brands to the market, while our sales professionals strive to bring a better wine buying experience to the customer. And would you look at that, just imagine a business that wants their employees to know what they're talking about. I don't even really know this winery, can't vouch for their quality, but at least they've got the common sense to say that rather than their employees just be like whoever off the street, they want them to be educated and knowledgeable, very knowledgeable about the product. Another random vineyard, Duckhorn, has the same attitude. They go into great detail about their story, their history, and its importance. For us, these estate vineyards convey a special sense of place and a growing tradition. Because of this, we take immense pride in their cultivation. We carefully selected a dedicated team to manage our estate properties and have an in-house farming crew comprised of full-time and part-time employees who farm all of our estates. But look, bulk wine isn't going to go into this much detail anyway. Pacificana Wines, a cheaper brand closer to Traveling Vineyard's price point, doesn't seem to care the way Duckhorn or Gallo does, and they're cheaper, I get it, it's fine. They don't have a lengthy, compelling history, and that's not really a big deal. But at the very least, they don't pretend they're the best of the best, the way that MLMs certainly seem to do. But back to Traveling Vineyard. They have a video on why our wine guides love their jobs, and it has got to be one of the worst recruitment videos I've seen in a hot minute, so it's kind of interesting. It's so interesting, I love it, they say as they're all about the 5 Fs. Fun, financial rewards, flexibility, fulfillment, and friends. How can you not have fun? It's wine, they say. It makes me feel confident. It makes me a better mom, a better wife. I'm sorry, like, I didn't realize that selling cheap grape juice to your friends makes you a better parent, but go off, I guess. The best part is the friendship. You're running your own business. I don't feel like it's a job. If running your own business doesn't feel like work, even in the slightest, maybe it's because you're not running your own business. With YouTube, I can most certainly say I have to run a back end of like business stuff. And while that shit is not super exciting to me or very fun, it is a part of what I have to do in order to have fun making the videos that I make and enjoy the content that I put out there. So I'm just personally not buying that crap. Confidence and friendships are absolutely important, so let me just not discredit that part though. But Heather explained in the podcast that she doesn't need a matching t-shirt to feel part of a community. You can make friends in the wine business, not in this cheap imitation of what they think is the wine industry. It's just a bunch of people drinking, and that's fine. Maybe some of your friends in your community just have a dinner party and, that's fine, but why do you have to shove a product down someone's throat while you do it? Plus, they also say you'll learn enough to speak at events, when in actuality, Heather was calling them out for pronouncing things wrong and clearly not knowing a damn thing about the products that they pitch. So whatever they learn, it's clearly not enough to appease anyone that's actually in the industry and sound legitimate. They might as well have said, you'll be able to bullshit your way through a sale. And scrolling down further, who is their ideal wine guide? Well, this is what the Traveling Vineyard says. We have a diverse community of entrepreneurs from all over the country, from stay-at-home moms to weekend side hustlers, retirees fulfilling a passion, and hobbyists looking to learn. People looking for career alternatives and people looking for a personal challenge. Most of them like wine, and very, very few of them start out as wine experts. And I just love how that is something that they turned into a selling point. Like, if you have a wine business and almost no wine experts want to sign up or join you, doesn't that say just something about your business? Like there might be some problems, as in, I don't know, maybe you don't pay real salaries, the chance of failing is astronomical, cult-like environment. Hell, maybe it's because they went bankrupt in 2010, 9 years after the company was founded, then restarted the business as an MLM to try and make money again. I don't know, just a couple ideas off the top of my head, but the point is that there's endless possibilities as to why a business expert or a wine expert wouldn't join this type of business. And of course, there's plenty of more where that came from. Another wine MLM called Wine Shop at Home is pretty well known actually, and they look almost exactly like Traveling Vineyard with the same story. Though they also make the very bold claim that there are no other wines like ours on earth, that's a promise. And I'm just gonna say that I really, really doubt that. I clicked on their awards to try and get to the bottom of how the hell they could have won something, and, well, guess what? The wine shop at home claims that Glory Cellar's 2017 Napa Valley Heroes Blend won gold in the Sunset International Wine Competition. To the average person, that sounds amazing, right? Seriously, it's impressive, especially considering there's 2,700 entries, so this wine has to be delicious. Well, that's not actually the case at all. Now, keep in mind that I am no wine expert here, but every wine I saw on the competition results was scored and given points. Most wines had silver or gold, and it was only double gold or best in show that were actually impressive standout wines. Bronze doesn't mean third place here, so I didn't see a single bronze ranking for this particular competition. Silver was the lowest rank, so it meant it was drinkable, I guess. Gold was like average or okay, and double gold was better than average, and best of class or best in show were the noteworthy ranks. So they are not lying when they say they've gotten gold. It's just not as impressive once you actually look into what it actually means. It's not a standout, it's not a first place wine, but I'd be willing to bet that Hunbots who don't know any better are gonna brag about that thing up and down town. As for their wines, yeah, they look cheap. And I'm not sure why the label is illegible all over it or what the design was meant to be, but that's what they're going with, so that's the aesthetic here. To me, as a consumer, it is not personally appealing. If I saw that kind of wine on a shelf, I would probably discredit it and go look at a different wine because that just doesn't bring me any confidence. That is my personal opinion on that. Perhaps this label interests you a little bit more. It does not have that effect for me, though. So here's the other funny thing, though, is when you sign up to be a consultant, it also costs $25 for literally nothing. Yeah, it's a virtual pop-up kit. It's a personalized website, mobile app access, and wine cellar access for training resources, and a social media suite of tools. So in other words, you pay to have your website, which when it's all for MLMs is really just their site with your name in the corner and you're still paying for all the training. So that was a bit yikesy for me to find out. But, it's a big red flag for me, clearly not a big red flag for other people. And of course, under their FAQs, when asked if you know a lot about wine, here's what they say. Nope, no wine expertise or experience is required. We have great wine resources for your tastings that will guide you through the different wines you are presenting. We also have specific training to give you all the tools you need to help you feel comfortable and confident. Okay, so back to the matter of training. What is this training? Is it just a few weeks at a job site, attending events? Well, here's what Wine Shop says. Your upline leader will make sure you have the training and help you need to start off right and continue to be successful. You'll also have access to training resources, weekly training calls, training videos, guidance from your peers, and help from our dedicated IWC care team to help support you in your new wine adventure. It's almost comical because, imagine you have someone that knows nothing about wine whatsoever. Maybe they even have a bunch of misconceptions about it. They pronounce everything wrong and they're unwilling to learn. But somehow, this person gets their hands on a downline. Is that really the best teacher? Honestly. Yeah, for God's sake, even the average person, even I, would be a horrible leader in this type of position because I don't know enough about wine to properly educate someone about it. I have not done my proper research on wine. But Wine Shop operates this way, just like every other MLM, because it's less work for them. And they don't care about the product, and they clearly don't care about the training to begin with. It seems way more of a way to amp people up to be sellers than to actually be productive, or, to learn. As for the rest of Wine Shop's operations, it doesn't really get much better. In 2015, Diane Nozick came out with an article on the Wine Shop lifestyle, and here's what she wrote. A lot of new consultants, and heck, let's face it, really established consultants, feel a little awkward when they tell a new host that yes, they have to pay for their party. I'll be honest, it was weird for me at first too. It felt totally strange that I would be in a home party business that I was asking to host and pay for her party. Many Wine Shop at Home consultants who started in direct sales with other companies find this strange as well. In order to host a party with Wine Shop at Home, the host must pay $29.95 plus tax and shipping. In exchange for that fee, the host receives 5 full-size bottles of wine plus a 6th that they can keep for themselves or share. As our bottles average $20 each, that's at least a $120 value. Not only that, but the host also receives our gift of the month, plus additional benefits and discounts, accessories, and wine club discounts. Needless to say, there's a lot of benefit in that $29.95. So, does the host get wine for cheap? Absolutely. But considering Heather speculated these wines cost just a few bucks to make in the first place, It's more like getting him wholesale. And it's not a good look to tell your friend, doing you a favor by hosting this party, that she has to buy 5 bottles wholesale before she can be considered. If these Huns are going to get that financial independence and freedom that we see so many brag about and desperately want, then how come you have to cover costs for your own party like this? Like, isn't this someone owning a business? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't see a business owner do this. Like, they pay to rent out spaces, not the other way around. Legally, the host needs to own the wine. If the host is the owner of the wine, it frees the consultant to show up and help her throw a fun educational event instead of being a bartender. It also keeps wine shop consultants from having to apply for a license to sell alcohol. When a host presents resistance when you tell him or her that they must pay for their own wine, you can gently remind them all the reasons listed above. If they are hosting any other sort of party, they would have to purchase wine, and this way, they get a much lower rate. Besides, what host doesn't want to keep the leftover wine? This way, she or he gets to enjoy the leftovers. I don't know anyone who isn't excited about that
I'm
prospect.
gonna use one.
And I personally
Okay, thanks, Chris.
don't think I'd get too excited about that. Me, I don't
not
want any
much
of the
is up.
leftover
I'm
cheap
listening
crap
to
wine. Thanks. Plus, the
Illuminati
fact that you
because
don't
I'm
have a
bored,
license, that's not a
and I'm
plus.
trying to-
What's with these MLMs thinking like the way they cut corners is like fantastic and something to brag about, like it's some
Keep myself
amazing
from
selling
getting
point.
completely,
Selling
like-
wine to
I'm
strangers
trying to keep
in their
myself from
home
falling asleep
when they
as
had to
this
pay for you to be there without a license is not exactly what I'd call a great business. But again, real businesses don't operate this way either. To top it all off, between June and November 2017, Tina.org investigated every company on November 29, 2017 Direct Selling Association membership list and found that there were more than 97% have made or are making, either directly or through their distributors, false and unsubstantiated income claims to promote the company's business opportunity.
thanks.
Wine Shop, unsurprisingly, was no exception. There's over 20 posts about income claims from Tina.org, none of them verified. Each one a pushy Hun trying to gain a downline. I know we see this all the time, but I mean, like, is it just me or does anyone else just find this slightly weird when it comes to alcohol? Like, who constantly nags their friends to drink? Direct Sellers, another wine MLM, thankfully got the right idea last year and stopped with the pyramid scheme-ish model. Hell, they even seemed to shut down completely, which is another win in my book. Another, called the Boy Set Collection, requires $149 spent to get started at the
Please turn
bare
off
minimum, a
navigation.
subscription, and training is yet again from the upline. Now, they do seem to have some more credibility than other MLMs on the surface anyway, because their founder, Jean-Charles Boisset, is from France, and that family estates, they do have legitimate wine cellars. So, funny enough that they're actually
So what I
connected
was
to that
going to
website we
do-
mentioned earlier, the winery E&J Gallo, and I swear to fuck, I didn't plan this. But Jean-Charles Boisset is married to Gina Gallo, the third-generation face of the family of E&J Gallo. It just really shows the difference between Boisset and his wife, I guess. They were
Oh,
both
thank you
born into
for the
wineries and
sub,
families that
Sacred
care
Knight.
about the industry, but
yeah,
one
I'm
of them chose an
listening to Illuminati
MLM
right now.
and the other didn't. As a result, the Gallo name, while far from
Anyway,
perfect, is still considered acclaimed, award-winning, and a pioneer in the art of grape growing, winemaking, sustainable
one more
practices,
character to phase
marketing,
3.
and worldwide distribution. Boiset's just living off his family name and desperate Hunbots. And he's doing a poor job of that too, considering he's been involved in a class action lawsuit. In 2015, this lawsuit stated that the wines in question, Boiset's name listed among the name of other producers, had unusually high levels of inorganic arsenic in them.
Fine.
In some cases, 5 times higher than the legal limit. So,
Springvale.
that's a great look.
Orders.
I'm pretty sure
Sucks.
arsenic is number 1 on my list of things I don't want in my drink, but thank you
Oh, great.
anyway.
I've got
Even
wishes.
sources that don't call them a scam and try to give them the benefit of the doubt don't really have kind
try to
words for them
use the
either.
2
Here's
regular
what
wishes
affiliate
you got.
resources said. No matter how much you love wine, signing up to be an ambassador for the Boisset collection could cost you a fortune before you make a penny. The Social Light
Crap.
kit comes with 3 bottles of wine to get you started, but that will be gone in your first tasting. There's also those hidden costs that you need to keep in mind, like Cellar Suite monthly subscription that will eat into your profits and stemware you may want to have on hand for your tastings. Another wine MLM, Scout and Cellar, also especially focuses on that clean crafted factor and uses this as a selling point. Sure, that may sound enticing, but saying how they have less than 100 parts per million of sulfites isn't nearly as impressive as you'd think. Sulfites are naturally occurring compounds found in all wines. They act as a preservative by inhibiting microbial growth. They're in molasses, dried fruit, a bunch of stuff. Asthmatics can have an allergic reaction, and sometimes
Well,
people wrongly
darn.
blame sulfites. But this doesn't make it a yucky chemical like Scout and Cellar puts it. And yes, they've actually used the word yucky on their About Clean Crafted page. I'm not fucking kidding you. Shape.com even says for 95% of people, sulfates are A-OK. Sulfates in wine are naturally created during the fermentation process when sulfur dioxide and water, which is 80% of wine, mix. So the first very important thing to note is that all wine, even if it's labeled sulfate-free wine, naturally has sulfates, and all these wine health benefits. While ditching additives in your foods and eating as naturally as possible is usually a great thing, you actually want a little sulfite compounds in your wine. They act as an antimicrobial, so you don't get any nasties in there that would make it taste foul or turn into vinegar, says Jennifer Simulti Bryan, Master of Wine, the highest wine title in the world and author of Rosé Wine, The Guide to Drinking Pink. Since all wine naturally has sulfates, you may see sulfate-free wine, but it's a bunch of BS, says Simonetti. What they really mean is no added sulfates. Wine.com confirms there's no such thing as 100% sulfite-free wine. You can find no sulfate added wines in most liquor stores labeled NSA or no sulfite added, but read on to see why you probably don't need to care about sulfates in your wine anyway. Plus, this is no more than 100 parts per million. Scout
my
and Cellar
entire
says
family
isn't
actually
even
does
the
have to
least
be
impressive
worried
because
about it.
wines low in sulfites are everywhere,
we're
and wines that have
all
sulfites
severely
above
allergic
10
to
parts per
sulfur.
million are required to be labeled. Plus, according
Specifically
to Wine Folly,
brimstone
it's only
variety,
about
so,
5 to 10%
volcanic
of asthmatics
sulfur.
that tend to suffer from this sulfite sensitivity. So
So any
sure,
wine
low in
use-
sulfite wines is great to have for these people,
Grape
but
was-
Scout and Cellar acting as if we should all be avoiding sulfites is extremely misleading. Between the sulfite misconceptions and the 1 in a 100 chance that you'll even make what you spend back, the arsenic lawsuits, the cheap, crappy wine, and the overall fact that it's still an MLM, I can't really see myself stomaching any of this wine. Now, I myself, like I said, not an expert on wine, far from it. But this sounds like a terrible idea. Another two industries that go extremely awful together, MLMs and alcohol. But with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. If you guys enjoyed it or learned something today, make sure to hit that like button.
Yeah, I
If
did
you're new
learn
to the
something, so
channel,
yeah, I'll
make
go
sure
ahead
to
and like it.
subscribe.
If you like what you're hearing from Illuminati, be sure to give her a subscribe. She does have a little bit of a history of targeting smaller creators like myself, especially when we use her content. But at the same time, it's like I need something to listen to, and I can only have the one set of headphones on at a time. So, yeah, sorry. Let's see. Oh! I mean, I've seen the one on Avon. How about Mary Kay? Let's see what the one on Mary Kay.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. For those of you that go into my Discord server, you guys know that there is a section of that
Okay,
server
there we go.
for channel suggestions, where I read your guys'
Anyway.
suggestions of things you guys say I should turn into videos. And I admit, I'm pretty slow at getting to a lot of them because it takes me a long time from beginning the idea of a video to researching it, writing it, recording it, editing it, the entire process with everybody involved. It takes a while. But one of these videos that you guys have requested is about the MLM Mary Kay, one of the oldest and most prominent MLMs, and I honestly, I feel like a total dum-dum that it's taken me this long to get to this point to talk about it. But hey, we're here finally, so that is what today's video is going to be about. So before we get too deep into the video, I'm going to briefly explain the difference between Mary Kay and Avon, since both of them have been around for a
I'll have to
while,
look at
around
that.
the same time. They both involve makeup, and I just don't want anyone thinking that they're just clones of each
Shibata.
other with identical problems, because they are two very unique MLMs. So Avon, for reference, started in the 1800s, though they are slowly going downhill, as you guys probably saw in the other video. They sell beauty, household, and personal care products, and they've got their start with perfume. They're reasonably priced at times, and it's kind of average pricing for average products. Now, Mary Kay, on the other hand, exclusively sells makeup. It's higher priced, and it's supposedly higher quality too. And they're way more into the idea of doing house parties versus the classic door-to-door method that Avon ladies use. In the end, they are both makeup MLM giants that are very old companies, but they each have their own different types of issues. So, With that being said, let's dive right into Mary Kay's history and see how they were founded and what makes them so well known and some of the cringy stuff that we're going to dig up about them today. Let's get into it. So, Mary Kay was founded by, well, Mary Kay. Her full name is Mary Kay Ash, and she was like many of the Hunbot CEOs that we've seen come before her, and she got her start selling door to door. Whether it's the guy that founded Herbalife or Avon, many MLMs have CEOs or founders that start this way, just generally speaking. For Mary, she sold books, although eventually she moved on to Stanley Home Products in the late 1930s. Mary noticed that she was being treated unfairly in the workplace. She was getting turned away for promotions or raises that men were getting when she was just as deserving. And hey, I truly believe that given the time frame. But interestingly enough, what baffles me about this is rather than start a company that believes in paying women fairly after everything she had personally been through, she started an MLM. Of course. In 2019, the Balanced Small Business wrote, "One of Mary Kay's most effective strategies was incentives."
Oh, God.
In 1969, pink Cadillacs were given to the top sales directors. Diamond B pins were another incentive to keep women striving to do their best. With 37 markets worldwide and well over 350,000 consultants, Mary Kay Incorporated now makes over $1 billion in sales in 19 different countries. Fortune magazine recognized Mary Kay Inc. with inclusion in the 100 best companies to work for in America. The company was also named one of the best 10 companies for women to work. Her most recent acknowledgments were the Equal Justice Award from Legal Services of North Texas in 2001 and Most Outstanding Woman in Business in the 20th Century from Lifetime Television in 1999. And those are outstanding awards for Mary. I can sort of see where they're even coming from. Mary did encourage women to pursue their goals, business-wise and financially, of course, and I'm not going to say she helped them all that much, considering that Mary Kay makes them lose money today, though we'll get to that later. But back then in the beginning, her generic inspirational words weren't quite as generic with less women in the workforce. But the idea that Mary Kay is one of the best companies to work for really bothered me. So I checked to see how this was actually determined and how any MLM, Mary Kay or otherwise, could possibly rank so high. As it turns out, the rankings are actually determined by asking employees a series of questions and then evaluating their answers. No numbers, high turnover rates, low salaries, ridiculous income disclosures. I see no mention of that being taken into account. I'm not saying a survey from current employees should not play a part in these best companies to work for lists that Forbes or Fortune or whoever is going to come out with. But considering that many Huns feel as if they've been brainwashed until they leave, it doesn't actually surprise me that Mary Kay may have won some awards like that in the past. As for their mission statements and what Mary Kay is all about in the present day, I went to their website. On their Our Founder page, they've got this really strange animated lady walking next to the quote, "I've often said that we are doing something far more important than just selling cosmetics. We are changing lives." That animated character is a little freaky. It's a little weird. Does she not have arms? I don't know. Is that purple supposed to be a jacket or something? I don't know. And why does the loop of her walking back and forth look so choppy, kind of like a strange horror movie?
Yeah, it does kind of look weird.
I got oddly mesmerized and terrified by it at the same time, but, I looked into it on all the Mary Kay quotes, the ones that their executives use, and about the About Us page with, less creepy animation. So, their executives say, "Nothing happens until somebody sells something," which, I guess that's a bit of an odd thing for a company that owns their own charity would say, but sure, okay. But then there's a picture, a sign around each person's neck that makes them feel important, quote. And for selling, yeah, that's a fantastic tip. I wonder what they see around their own employees' necks. A sign that maybe says, "Pay me less than minimum wage, but give me a fancy title and promise that maybe one day I'll have a pink car." Then there's, "Mary Kay is a unique way of life that provides the brushes, the oils, the pigments, and the canvas on which you can paint your life as you really want it to be. You choose your own colors, your own design, and your own pattern," and you get the point. It's really cheesy, simple, basic quotes that the founder has used, and it's not impressive. On their About Us page, it's also not much better. They strive for helping people and to enrich the lives of women across the world, or so they say. But I don't know of an MLM that's really helped anyone other than its top 1 to 3% and sometimes less than that. And other makeup companies, sure, they might talk about empowerment on their About Us page, even if they, have one, but they don't seem to try and sell you so hard on their company like the way Mary Kay and other MLMs will. As for their products, Mary Kay most certainly is not cheap, and don't get me wrong, there's other companies out there that charge $18 for a lipstick, but you better be on some high quality shit if you do. Their semi-matte red lipstick in a classic red color looked just fine, I guess, but I wanted to see the ingredients. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't actually locate the ingredient section, and seriously, am I missing something here? There's an overview, application process, and how it works, but I didn't find an ingredient list. Most websites I go on, even MLMs, have an ingredient list directly under the product and in plain sight. And that would be because it makes sense, obviously, but Mary Kay just didn't? I don't know. They list a couple of ingredients, oils and butters on the how it works tab underneath the product, but that's not actually a full component list of what's inside their lipstick. So am I just supposed to take their word on their superior formula? Like, there are people with allergies and sensitivities to certain things that go inside makeup. Like, that's kind of an important thing to have on your website. And this isn't just limited to their lipstick. It's the same with their blushes, sugar scrubs, all of this shit under key ingredients. They only list like 2 things, shea butter, sunflower oil. Like, yeah, that might make it sound all fancy and healthy, but what else is in there? Are you telling me that that is conclusively all you have? You don't have any other like emulsifiers, anything in there? Like, come on. You can't, like, that's not the full list. You can't really be fucking with me like this. Like, anyone who has ever looked at a makeup product knows that those are not the only ingredients, and that how they present it, that's not how you present an ingredient list either. Like, I can't say if it's decent or not without knowing what the ingredients are. Like, if you're a restaurant and someone says, hey, do you want a chicken dish? And you ask what's in it, and they go, oh, chicken, pasta, and some other stuff. Wouldn't you want to know, like, what else is in that dish? Like, what if it comes with a side of mercury, lead, mica mined by children, and a bunch of other shit that's often found in makeup products? It's not listed there, so you wouldn't find it. Thankfully, I was able to find a couple websites that do have some products with ingredients lists. Now, I'm not saying that every single one of these chemicals is horrible and you shouldn't use them. In actuality, a lot of them are safe in small doses and effective for its purpose, since we've seen these in other makeup products before. What is most certainly upsetting about this, though, is how difficult it is to find an ingredient list in the first place. The fact that I have to go to a different website that isn't Mary Kay, the company selling these products, to figure out what is in their products is a little bit sketchy. I'm just gonna say that I don't think this is an arguable point. If they won't even list their ingredients, do you not think that's not sketchy in the slightest? And again, what if someone has an allergy? What if it's an ethical dilemma about what is in those products? What if they're vegan? Like, how do we know any of this? They don't say anything about their makeup. We don't know what's in their makeup. Are we just supposed to assume because some Hunbot said it's a superior formula, we just go, oh yeah, superior, yeah, you must make these assumptions that it has these things, but we're not going to tell you if it does or not. What if in those beautiful red pigments, especially like in their eyeshadows and stuff, that there's carmine, which is crushed beetles? A lot of people don't like that based on the principle of what it is and how carmine is made. How is it okay to tell the consumer essentially that they just have to blindly trust this website that is poorly labeling ingredients, and I bet their consultants don't know any better? So how is that okay? Now look, to play devil's advocate, of course, maybe I'm wrong, because if you see somewhere on their product pages an ingredient list, feel free to correct me, but I genuinely looked through a ton of their products and I didn't see ingredients anywhere. And if it's there and I somehow missed it, then, absolutely that is my bad for making that mistake. But I went through a bunch of boring fucking eyeshadows, lipsticks, uninspiring blushes, and there's no ingredient list whatsoever. The fact that I had to go to a third-party website to end up finding out what is in their products it doesn't inspire confidence, and that's something I wouldn't want to put on my face, because I don't know what's in it. Is the shit in there gonna break me out? Who knows, because I don't know what shit is in it. So anyway, let's move on to the good stuff, the lawsuits. One of the first that I found happened actually occurred in 2005, so it has been quite a while from the time they were founded to the time they had a lawsuit. So that is impressive, but perhaps it is a testament to lead on to what the company stands for now. So let's just take a look at what happened. Now, this, again, is from 2005, so it's a bit older, but this older suit really does show Mary Kay as a company, the character of the company. Now, keep in mind, as I read this article from Pink Truth, that Mary Kay says they are devoted to enriching the lives of women and their families. So now with that little sentiment in the back of your mind, let's dig into this. A Mary Kay sales director is terminated while being treated for cancer and files a lawsuit against the company. The verdict was eventually overturned, but here is a summary of what happened. Claudine Wolfe was a sales director with Mary Kay who was diagnosed with breast cancer during a 1997 pregnancy. She was a fabulous 50s director and drove a Grand Am.
Okay.
She says she worked for Mary Kay full-time. Claudine was treated for the cancer, and during that time she did not meet her sales director quotas or car quotas. In September 1997, she contacted Mary Kay to ask for an exception to the quotas. The company declined, she lost her directorship, and the car was taken from her. She filed an employment discrimination suit against Mary Kay. Her attorney was Angela Aelito. Claudine and her attorney claimed that she was wrongly fired because of her medical disability. Mary Kay defended its position that Claudine was an independent contractor and not subject to rules and benefits that might apply to employees. The jury determined that she was an employee of Mary Kay, and the company acted with oppression or malice by not accommodating her and her illness. The jury returned a verdict against Mary Kay for $11.2 million in damages. $10 million of that was for punitive damages. And just so, we get this clear, because I know that we've got some spicy Hunbots that leave some of the dumbest fucking comments ever in the comment section. You guys have seen probably on my Twitter or on the community tab, I post some of just the classics there. But let's be clear about the factual stuff in this case, because yes, as it said, it was overturned later, this verdict, okay? But what did happen was Mary Kay fired this woman and took the car because she had cancer and she was going through cancer treatments and couldn't have the time, probably didn't have the fucking energy, because the shit wears you the fuck out and makes you horribly sick. And because of the fact that she was going with cancer treatments, trying to make herself better, she lost everything with Mary Kay and they fired her. You know, honestly, when I hear something like that, that totally makes me think of, what was that again that we said earlier that Mary Kay is all about? Right, that's what it was. It's, Mary Kay says that they are devoted to enriching the lives of women and their families. Yes, when I think of enriching the lives of women and families, I totally think of this type of example, don't you? That's sarcasm, guys, just please understand that was sarcasm. So, with Avon, employees get treated like shit when they get pregnant, and at Mary Kay, it's when they get cancer. Phenomenal work, guys. Great job, MLMs. That is most certainly how you empower women, am I right? This is honestly it's a fucking joke. This is the kind of behavior that really shows that this isn't a normal business. I'm not saying that there aren't traditional companies that are just, magic and aren't fucked up, because there absolutely are as well. But MLMs use that whole independent contractor title as a reason to treat people like they're dispensable. And again, this woman was working with them full time. She wasn't some brand new hun that did it on the side. This was her job. She even got the fucking car, for God's sake, so she was good at this hun bot shit too. Okay, this is a hun, but at the end of the day, this is a human being too. And regardless how wrapped up she was in this Mary Kay, MLM, sell to your boss babes bullshit, this is still a human being, and this human being got cancer. And when the company that was there for her, or that she was there for this whole time, when she has a problem, they fucked her because she had cancer. That's ridiculous. That is insane. And I know I got a little emotional there. It's just disgusting. I literally become at a loss of words for this kind of shitty fucking behavior. But now, this is probably the lawsuit that shows how disgusting Mary Kay's moral compass is more than anything, but it's far from the only lawsuit they've actually had. The next lawsuits actually have to do with reselling, other companies taking Mary Kay products and, to put it bluntly, trying to get rid of them. Touch of Pink was run on eBay by Amy and Scott Weber. All they did was resell products from former Mary Kay distributors, former Hunbots that didn't want their makeup anymore. And I can sort of see both sides here. Mary Kay obviously does not want their products being sold so cheaply by people that are not advocating for the company. And yeah, reselling is kind of a tricky business with copyright, things like that, blah, blah, blah. However, they kept using the word unlawful when Mary Kay was making these products to be resold. Mary Kay convinced their Hunbots to buy it under false pretenses that every promise that MLMs make about the whole financially independent bullshit and becoming wealthy and taking charge of your life and all of that, blah, 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 they're false pretenses. So when a Mary Kay Hunbot that bought too much product that she thought she could sell and couldn't do it and turns it over to these people to sell it on eBay, and then they get smacked with a lawsuit? Like, what? And you want to know what the worst fucky-wucky about this whole thing was? Mary Kay won. They settled out of court, getting just over $1 million, and it's done. Like, the book got closed on that. And again, as per what I usually say, if this was like a one-time thing, sure, that's shitty, but like, okay, maybe there was something more to this that we just don't know, you know, on the outside, since this is kind of a closed, sealed thing. However, this is not the one time they only do it. Mary Kay is actually kind of notorious for hitting people with all sorts of lawsuits, even if it's seemingly unwarranted. So the next year, in 2009, Mary Kay filed 2 lawsuits. One was against Yahoo, because apparently its email service had advertisements that directed users towards unauthorized Mary Kay retailers. Then they sued Pink Face Cosmetics, which was another eBay seller trying to make money reselling Mary Kay products while still being an independent contractor for them, aka a Hunbot. Like, she was working for them and using eBay to sell products, and they sued her too. And even more recently, they've even gone after Ulta for using the term lash love, which Mary Kay apparently trademarked. Instead of merely using lash love in a descriptive capacity, Mary Kay, which operates through a network of approximately 500,000 independent beauty consultants in the
Let's
United
take a look
States who market the company's products
Try
directly
again.
to consumers utilizing, among other direct sales methods, and personal websites accessed through marykay.com, claims that Ulta is suing its Lash Love as a prominent designator for Ulta's kit, meaning that the retailer is using it in a source-identifying trademark capacity manner. The descriptive versus source-identifying distinction is significant, as trademark law only provides protection and thus gives rise to claims for infringement for marks that identify the source of a goods or service. It does not protect uses, such as descriptive or decorative ones, that do not have source-identifying functions. More than just adopting its mark, Mary Kay argues that the words Lash Love appear in bold capital letters on the Ulta box with pink trimming, a color that has come to be associated with Mary Kay products. And that appears prominently on the packaging for Mary Kay products, a further attempt to pass off its products as potentially associated with Mary Kay. Now listen, I've gone after plenty of MLMs for using copyrighted terms before, so I don't want to sit here and show bias when the tables are turned. If Mary Kay wants to go after Ulta, they do have every right to. I don't believe any kind of conclusion has come to this as of yet, since it was filed in November 2019, but this does just show a pattern of Mary Kay being a little bit lawsuit happy when it comes to other companies, but far from thrilled when they are the ones on the receiving end. And speaking of being on the other end of lawsuits, you'd think maybe they'd only have one, right? Well, you'd be wrong. One class action lawsuit in 2015 claims that Mary Kay was unjustly filing their employees as independent contractors while requiring them to buy makeup even if they didn't have the customers to purchase any. As a result of defendants' conduct, the class members have endured significant economic damages, including all the money they needlessly spent on meeting quotas for product purchases, on overpaying for car leases, and paying for their own advertising, on having to pay taxes on overvalued gifts to them, and most importantly, on having to pay all of their Social Security taxes as if they were self-employed. The suit clearly states that Mary Kay Cosmetics forced class members to pay fixed, non-negotiable prices for numerous types of sales and marketing materials, like pamphlets and DVDs, while not allowing them from formulating and selecting their own marketing schemes. If a company hires you as an independent contractor, it is by default easier to take advantage of you. Now, there are benefits too, of course, but MLMs are notorious for exploiting those types of positions and using it as a way of legally paying people pennies. There's also a case from 2018 where one lawyer decided to stand up for the eBay sellers that Mary Kay continues to keep suing, insisting they had a right to sell Mary Kay on the platform. I mean, seriously, Mary Kay, you want your consultants to sell products, right? So then why judge them on how they're doing it? It's almost like Mary Kay, along with MLMs, don't care so much about Hun selling the product so much as they care about selling them the business model. I wonder what type of business model fits that mold. Is it an MLM? pyramid scheme? Is that the one that focuses on not selling product but selling the people? I don't know. It must just be a blur. Now, there's been yet another lawsuit that I find particularly interesting, and one that's not just about Mary Kay, but Estee Lauder and Avon are grouped into this as well. Now, Avon, you guys know how I feel about. Mary Kay, it should be pretty obvious how I feel about them. Estee Lauder, I'm neutral on. I have a little bit of respect for their role in mica mining in India, but we are about to address the issue as to why I don't have respect for them. So here's the thing about these three brands. They used to be cruelty-free. They were in fact some of the first to sign a PETA pledge promising not to test their products on animals. And I assume most of you know how I feel about PETA, so a pledge from them doesn't mean too much to me, but it did mean something to makeup brands at that time. However, there is no doubt in my mind that Mary Kay, Avon, and Estee Lauder only did this to look good in the eyes of consumers and be able to claim their products were cruelty-free for some time. However, and here is the big heckin' however, once everyone got to know them as cruelty-free and trusted them, they quietly abandoned that facade because it was never about morals for these companies. Mary Kay wanted to sell in China, where animal testing is mandatory, so their statements changed. It was worded ever so slightly differently on their website. However, they were perfectly fine with making a big scene about being cruelty-free earlier on, and it's not as if they announced that they backtracked on those morals either. So, is that deceptive? Possibly, possibly not. It depends how you want to kind of take that into perspective. But is it shameful? Absolutely. And it's shady as hell, and it's fake as fuck. It would have been better off to just not become cruelty-free in the first place, drum up this big excitement about what they are, and then quietly take it away. And people, I'm sure if they became more aware that these companies are no longer cruelty-free, they may not be purchasing their products. And let's just, cut the bullshit with Mary Kay. Stop pretending that you care about being cruelty-free when you just don't give a fuck. Now, before I continue on into the stories and numbers about their charity, we need to take a closer look at what former Huns have actually exposed about Mary Kay themselves, and I want to point out something very particular about all of this. Because for me, we are about to enter the most rage-inducing and ironic moment of the entire video today, okay? So they have a charity that's called the Mary Kay Foundation, and can you guess what it's all about? That's right, ending domestic violence and curing cancer. Which, isn't that wild? Because, as we mentioned earlier, they literally refused to give one of their Huns leniency on her sales quotas for, what was that again? Oh, that's right, having fucking cancer. Like, this is such a legit facepalm moment. Like, Mary Kay, like, Hun? I don't have many words here. Like, this is... yeah, I'm almost speechless about it, honestly. Like, I had no idea what their charity was about. And after just reading the homepage and knowing about that lawsuit, all I could really do was just
Springvale.
Like, I don't even know, like the sheer nerve of these people. Words mean nothing to them. You can't be all about curing cancer and treating your employees like shit. Like, those, you can't do those two things together like that. That is such a bad look for your company. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
now,
that is a
it is
really
also
bad
true
look
that the
for Mary
foundation
Kay.
has
Yikes.
done some good, even donating hand sanitizers and funds to domestic violence shelters. But the thing that really bothers me about MLMs that have charities attached to them is that people buying from Unique and Mary Kay believe it's okay because a fraction of the percentage may go towards a charity. But here's the thing, why not just donate directly to that charity? And why do you have to like circumvent it and buy a lipstick in order to donate? Like, you don't have to do that. It's okay. You can just do the donation itself. But it's just kind of hilarious that they have this charity that's supposed to help with domestic violence victims and to help cure cancer or find ways to help with researching for cancer treatment and stuff like that. And they just kind of fuck their own employees. I don't know how they thought that was okay, but they did apparently. But a break from how terribly they treat their employees, let's hear from the employees themselves. Now first we're going to get into some number crunching, then a couple stories to close out today's video. Now, Mary Kay actually has a pretty decent commission, which is 50%, which is no wonder their products are so pricey. So, if you want to make $50,000 a year, you have to sell $100,000 worth of products, and that's very simple to calculate. The top Mary Kay consultants, the top 100 that is, are earning somewhere around that, from $60,000 to $160,000 a year, which is not bad. But those earnings are the top 100 out of millions. On average, Mary Kay consultants earn $22 per week. They're better off literally working a single minimum wage shift, for God's sake. And as for the stories, well, I've saved the best for last because these are absolutely loathsome.
Oh no.
In an article called Mary Kay Consultants See the World Through Rose-Tinted Lenses, and the green that's lining their pockets has never looked brighter, which, God, what a great title. But anyway, the article says, not surprisingly, the Mary Kay dogma has everything to do with self-improvement, and nobody in the business acts as if they are merely selling makeup. The company compels women to put God first, family second, career third, and many saleswomen say that their involvement with Mary Kay helps order their lives in a meaningful and rewarding way. It all sounds great, but the Mary Kay principles, ironically, are delivered along with a product that is inherently artificial. Women who use cosmetics are called made up, as if they aren't quite real. Is there an essential contradiction in women learning to appreciate their true selves by selling products that freshen and conceal them? It's not liberating, Kaker admits. Then again, she says, so what? If the end result is positive, does it matter how you get there? And I mean, yes, it does matter how you get there. And what about peddling makeup is so positive? After reading some of the stories, I can't really find too much to say that's super positive about this company, really. There is an entire website devoted to this. It's called MaryKayVictims.com. Carrie's story is this. My name is Carrie. I am from Massachusetts. I was driving a pink Cadillac, driving triple court senior sales director. I was in Mary Kay for 2.5 years. Now in bankruptcy, my Mary Kay opportunity cost my family over $40,000 in credit card debt. I ran into a Mary Kay consultant and acquaintance at a school fair, and she took it upon herself to put my name into her raffle. She called me a few weeks later to tell me I won a free facial and makeover. I booked it with her because I was in need of a new consultant since my current consultant decided to retire from Mary Kay after just 1 year. After my facial, my consultant asked me to stay as her guest for the meeting. The women at the meeting were also nice, positive, welcoming, and really just supportive of each other. Not to mention most of them were dressed alike, wearing the same suits, jackets, and a ton of makeup and a ton of bling. Carrie joined, wanting to be a part of the group of course, and was hopeful she found somewhere to belong. According to Carrie, the director saw this and manipulated upon it, becoming part of her upline and convincing her to join. Carrie says that she was told, God brought you to me, and that by joining, you can give your husband the opportunity to retire, since her husband was sick at the time. And also saying, you have been chosen by God to change your situation. And all of this is yikes. Just yikes, 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 yikes on trikes. Using God's name to make someone join Mary Kay to sell makeup? Like, what the fuck? Carrie also stated, I've noticed most of my relationships outside of Mary Kay becoming strained, especially when they weren't supportive of my business or they had something negative to say about Mary Kay. This was obviously upsetting, and I would go to my SD for guidance and in most cases was encouraged to terminate those relationships or keep them at a distance. Love them from afar, I was told. Their negativity will not serve me and will be toxic to my business. And I hate to point out the obvious, but that's kind of a thing abusers do. They put distance between you and your loved ones, criticizing them, ostracizing them, like that sort of thing. It's manipulative, abusive behavior is what it is. And Mary Kay's weird, cultish behavior doesn't end there. Not at all. Carrie was told, if you listen to everything we tell you, don't question us, be mentorable and coachable, you will succeed. You will need to have blind faith, but I promise you, if you do, you will be at the top. I spent little to no time with my family, missing almost all of my son's dirt bike races. I was told to put on my big girl panties, stop playing dumb. My husband was starting to question the business and our finances. When I would go to my mentors, they would tell me that it was none of his damn business. After all the expenses and chargebacks, there was no money left over to provide for my family. I had lost 20 pounds that I didn't even have to lose in the first place. My self-esteem was worse than it was when I started the Mary Kay journey. My husband's heart broke as he watched 2 women abuse his wife and finally had the courage to tell me that I was in an abusive relationship and he couldn't watch this happen anymore. Sadly, Carrie's story is far from unique. Rachel said, I chose to make an initial inventory purchase of $600. I rationalized to my husband that if my venture failed, I'd have my own product stocked up for a few years. Directors constantly showered consultants with praise and frequently stated with fervent conviction that they were helping other women enrich their lives. I wanted so desperately to believe that Mary Kay was the solution for me and my family that I did everything my director said. I started to view all the women in my life, old and new, with a sharp eye, gauging their investment potential and likelihood to let me approach them about the company. I went once. The meeting began with a short video produced by our Nationals husband. I was shocked to see Disney animation when it began. He'd apparently just stolen the footage for his own use. I think it was stolen Disney footage that finally made me see how ugly everything was under the makeup. My director, having been driven into bankruptcy herself, finally quit, and I just quietly stopped. I did not thankfully lose very much money. What is most upsetting to me is the false hope I was given. And there's so many other stories of women joining Mary Kay, losing money, distancing themselves from family, and or becoming so lost in a pink fog that one woman said she considers her time at Mary Kay a lost year chasing a pink bubble. So many direct sellers and these types of MLM companies exhibit this very, very weird cult-like behavior. They may not be religious, so make no mistake by that. Cult behavior is not intentionally religious, but this, at definition, it has to qualify as an unhealthy cult. It has all the basic principles of the bite model. Which, if you would like to revisit that, I did a video called Are MLMs Operating Like Cults or something like that, and it is taking a look at the psychological bite model of manipulation and applying it to MLMs and how they recruit. It's a super interesting video, and on my main channel page there is a playlist dedicated to these MLM deep dives, and it's in that playlist, so make sure to check that out too. So, as for my final thoughts when it comes to Mary Kay, I don't even care at this point if Mary Kay was some fantastic, new, innovative makeup brand on the market, which they're not by today's standards anyway, but if any company is treating their workers like this, allowing this type of environment to thrive, and treating their employees who have cancer like they're absolutely dispensable, then they're just not worth my time, and they're most certainly not worth my money. Between going lawsuit crazy on eBay sellers, their shady, misleading behavior on product identification and ingredients, and the typical MLM not paying workers in cultish ways, Mary Kay is yet another business that I think we'd all be better off without. So, with that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. Let me know your guys' thoughts on what I have found today and presented to you guys, and let me know everything, positive, negative, whatever, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. If you want even more from me, including all the sources I used to create this video and where these studies, these lawsuits, these articles came from, all of the sources are in a pastebin link in the description box down below. I additionally have all of my other projects that I work on my other YouTube channels, Soap Shop, blah, 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 blah. Everything is down below in the description box. So thank you guys so much for making it to another video. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye! Before we get into today's video, I want to give a big thank you to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. Go to buyraycon.com/Illuminati or click the link in the description box to get 15% off your first purchase. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about another MLM. This one is called Norwex. Although this MLM is a bit more obscure and not as popular as, say, LuLaRoe and Young Living and the such, it is an interesting one for sure, and it's one that many of you have requested that I cover. And when I said this MLM is a bit obscure, I really do mean it. We're talking there's no Wikipedia page for them or anything kind of obscure. So let's take a look at what is up with this Norwex MLM, why so many of you have asked me to cover it, and hopefully I can find some answers for the things you guys have been looking for. So without any further ado, let's dive right into today's topic. Now, before we get into all the nitty-gritty details today, let's take a look at today's sponsor, which is also Casper Monching approved, Raycon, which you guys know that's kind of a big deal for me. Now, I'm pretty sure most of you have either seen or heard of Raycon before, but if you haven't, let me tell you a little bit about them. Raycon has these nifty little earbuds in a durable, Casper-proof case. I have the everyday E25 earbuds that are as black as my soul to contrast with the fluffiness that is the sweet bean. I normally use them on my morning walks with him, so he gets to smell all the interesting plants, and I get to listen to podcasts, audiobooks, or, maybe some music while we're strolling around town. And let me tell you, I have like dropped these, like the case. They've fallen in the mud. Casper's tried to turn them into a chew toy, and honestly, they're still holding up and working just fine. So to me, it's kind of important that my earbuds are going to stand the test of being long-lasting, durable, comfortable, and of course, sound amazing. And it's also really great to hide under my hair as I'm listening to music and doing some grocery shopping. Like, these earbuds are super discreet and they fit in my ears really well, so they stay in and I don't look like I have some futuristic alien earrings hanging from my ear while I shop. Because in these times, the last thing I want to do is talk to anyone, so this helps me just ignore everybody. So now I actually get to share my Raycons with you guys and give you guys a discount, which is kind of cool. So if you go to buyraycon.com/Illuminati or click the link in the description box, you'll get 15% off your first order. I also know that many of you have your own good boys and girls that need their daily walks, or maybe you just like to hear my voice directly in your ear holes, and now you can listen to whatever the heck you want with amazing, affordable quality earbuds. So make sure to go to buyraycon.com/Illuminati or click the link in the description box, or Casper will be very disappointed in you. And thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring today's video and essentially helping me find a new pair of earbuds to take with me for my everyday morning walks with the Sweet Bean. Love you guys. Norwex was founded in 1994, over 25 years ago, by Bjorn Nikolaisen. On their Our Heritage page, they state that 1994 was the year Bjorn was introduced to a miraculous cloth that would effectively clean a dirty windshield using microfiber and water. Yes, they actually use the word miraculous. Now, I don't mean to sound super judgmental from the onset, but that's some Dr. Oz bullshit stuff. Calling somewhat basic products miraculous or life-changing or revolutionary to try and upsell them. Is microfiber really convenient for cleaning glasses? Yes, but it's not exactly a new concept. And yeah, some argue that microfiber wasn't popularized in certain parts of Europe until the 90s, but even then, miraculous? Is that really what you want to use to describe it? Texas Microfiber in 2016 stated that in the past 20 years or so, microfiber has proven to be one of the most efficient materials in the cleaning sector. Microfiber is a synthetic fiber, thinner than a strand of silk, and about
now I
1/5 the
remember.
diameter
I think
of a
my
single
mom
strand of
might have
human
met
hair.
one of the
Most
Hunbots for this
microfibers
one.
are made of
Shit.
polymers and polyamides, or a blend. As anyone who has switched to microfiber mops, microfiber cloths, and microfiber towels will know, the results speak for themselves. During an experimental trial, a busy medical center found that using microfiber mops resulted in 20% daily savings on cleaning labor, 60% lifetime cost reduction on mops, 95% drop in cleaning chemical expenses. And hey, those numbers aren't half bad. If microfiber cleaning supplies are really that fantastic, go for it. I'm not going to squash anyone's passion for cleaning here. But the language used on their history page, at minimum, is a bit much. They say their products are superior and improve quality of life, and they want to create a safe haven around the world. You get the picture. They also mention RACE, which is Race Against Chemicals in the Environment movement they've started. So really going all out with this green mission. Sometimes green really is best. I'm all for trying to recycle, reduce global warming, etc., etc., but there's also
that
green
is a
movements
very
that
good
aren't
question.
so legitimate, where they'll just smack a natural looking label on the product or say they try to care and just play on someone's good nature. So I decided to start by trying to look into their products, not only to see how and if they work, but also to find out how environmentally friendly they actually are. So to start, one of their microfiber cloths is about $20. They call it an EnviroCloth and say that using paper towels adds to landfills and deforestation. EnviroCloth saves time, money, and the environment. That much is true. Microfiber cloths absorb spills better and don't leave residue behind. But are microfiber towels environmental savers? Well, it turns out there's actually a lot of debate about this online, like a weird amount of it. I didn't know the argument of cotton versus microfiber was going to get so dirty. Get it? Dirty? Okay, I'll shut up. Anyway, so the microfiber wholesale brought up some good points. While microfiber may not be manufactured in the greenest way, it's still better than cotton or paper. This is what they say. Is there anything green about what microfiber is made of or how it's manufactured? When compared to a natural fiber like cotton, there is not a conclusive answer. Microfiber is made mostly from polyester, which is composed mostly from an ester and a dihydric alcohol or terephthalic acid. This means microfiber is inorganic and does not biodegrade like cotton or paper. It also requires nearly twice the energy to produce microfiber as it does to produce a natural fiber such as cotton. Now, let's take a look at microfiber's biggest competitor, cotton. Cotton is one of the most profitable crops worldwide. According to the World Counts, 29 million tons of cotton are produced a year, and environmentally speaking, the cotton industry is one of the dirtiest industries in the world. This is due to large amounts of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides used. The high use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides end up polluting waterways, contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, and ruin the soil. These all have direct and indirect impacts on human health and our ecosystem. Cotton is also a big contributor to water scarcity. It takes 20,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilogram of cotton, which is equivalent to just one t-shirt.
Wait.
Options
Please,
such
please,
as
please.
organic cotton
Someone?
uses much more water than conventional cotton and may produce even more greenhouse gas emissions due to a variety of
Sad
factors.
face.
Another alternative to microfiber
Oh,
and
that's
cotton
really
is
good.
paper.
Oh.
Paper is a natural product and even more biodegradable than cotton, which is good. The issues in manufacturing paper towels is that it contributes to deforestation and high water use. It contributes to air pollution from the heavy diesel machinery used in logging and transportation, as well as the manufacturing process at paper mills. Plus, many paper towels are bleached in order to get the white color, which can produce environmental toxins. So, I don't disagree, it takes a lot of water to produce a t-shirt, although I didn't realize it was that much, and that, obviously I know that paper towels contribute to deforestation to a degree. But the numbers that support microfiber are misleading. According to the World Wildlife, it takes 2,700 liters to produce the cotton it needs to make a t-shirt. Plus, the World Counts has said the same, 10,000 liters of water to 1 kilo of cotton, and 2,700 liters for one cotton t-shirt, which is still a ton, don't get me wrong, but it's way more water than we realize we're using, and I'm all for being environmentally friendly. But publishing misleading figures aren't going to get us anywhere. If you are trying to convert someone over to your cause, like a worthwhile cause like being green, then you shouldn't have to lie to them to do it. Earth-friendly tips have said something different as well, and given their own opinion about which is better between microfiber and cotton. Microfiber cleaning cloths are made using synthetic fibers. While this means they can be used up to 300 times before they lose their effectiveness, that also means they release microfibers every time they're washed. Microfibers are microscopic fibers that are causing a massive problem in our waterways. Many microfibers act like a sponge and absorb toxins in the water. Aquatic wildlife will then consume these microfibers and take in those toxins. These toxins keep moving up the food chain until they eventually find their way into the fish we consume, which means we're also consuming the microfibers and toxins. So microfiber cleaning cloths are not a great choice. Does that automatically make cotton cleaning cloths the most eco-friendly choice? Not exactly. Cotton is a resource-intensive crop to grow. When grown using conventional methods, cotton requires a lot of water, fertilizer, and pesticides. Plus, regular cotton cloths are then exposed to harsh chemical treatments to whiten the fibers. So what's the most eco-friendly cleaning cloth? Organic unbleached cotton cleaning cloths. Organic, unbleached cotton cleaning cloths have numerous advantages over other types of cleaning cloths. First, because these cleaning cloths are made with organic cotton, they're grown without the use of pesticides or fertilizers that harm the environment and farmers. Second, since they're unbleached, they're not exposed to the dangerous chemicals that whiten the fibers of traditional cloths. Additionally, since they're cotton, you don't have to worry about them shedding microfiber pollution when you wash them. Finally, when these cleaning cloths lose their effectiveness, you can compost them instead of throwing them away. And I've actually seen these types of products before. They're called unpaper towels. The link they recommend is from a company called Tiny Yellow Bungalow, which has plastic-free packaging and zero-waste shipping. So already on product number 1, I'm not convinced that Norex is doing what they say they're doing. How is it an EnviroCloth, but it's not the absolute best option out there for the environment? Plus, this pack of 6 from Tiny Yellow Bungalow costs $15, but a single EnviroCloth from Norwex is almost $20. Like, what? Nowhere in the product description or use, nothing, does it say this is a pack. So not only does it not deserve its title, but it's overpriced. Enough said. As for their other products, I mean, it doesn't get much better. Their large selling point seems to be the microfiber, but the rest of what they sell seems to be pretty basic, generic cleaning, and personal care supplies as well. And again, some of the prices are really high up there, like $16 for a hand wash. Green products cost more, I get that. But I know a bit about soap myself, and without getting too deep into any shameless self-promotion, even though my soap is kind of awesome and apparently looks very edible to many of you, ethical, environmentally friendly hand wash soap doesn't cost this much to create. It's actually really frustrating that they're claiming it does, and that's why they're going to charge that much, but It's not just because they're downright ripping people off, but they're alienating potential people who do want to try to be a bit more conscientious about what they're purchasing. It may cost more to be greener, but in some cases, it's not quite as bad as you think. 6 triple rolls of Bounty cost the same as those 6 reusable unpaper towels, and the unpaper towels are reusable. So if someone grabbed those instead of a pack of Bounty or whatever paper towel supplier you go with, that's awesome. It's not a penny more or less. It may just be a penny saved in the long term, so long as that's something you can do. But when Norwex charges $20 for a single microfiber towel, then yeah, it's no wonder people feel like they just can't afford to make the switch. It's the same thing with this hand wash. People are naturally bound to assume that going green means spending green, even when that might not be the case. Norwex isn't encouraging anyone with these prices either. At Ethical Consumer, they say bars of soap are less likely to contain petroleum, use less plastic packaging, and have lower emissions from transportation than liquid soap. Opt for a bar over a bottle if you want a more environmentally friendly choice. Guess Norwex didn't get the memo on that one either. And of course, the companies that they recommend, even the pricey ones, are still cheaper than Norwex. Again, this isn't to say that Norwex doesn't do any good whatsoever. A lot of their products, from the microfiber to the plastic they use in their cleaners, are recycled, but it's still only 50% recycled plastic for their microfiber cloth, so if you ask me, as much as they're helping, they're doing the same amount of hurting. Plus, a lot of microfiber that pollutes the ocean comes from our washing machines, so again, it's not as if this isn't environmentally friendly, but it's not nearly as green as you would think, or obviously as they would want you to believe. But this is a really expensive solution to a problem that doesn't have to be this expensive and overpriced. However, that's just the issue I've got with their products. We haven't even gotten to the good part yet.
Oh god.
And that's testing their claims and jumping right into traditional MLM territory. One of the first studies I found about Norwex was from Dr. Annie. In June 2019, she published an experiment online that she conducted at home with Norwex. And it was pretty telling, actually. Here's what she wrote. Many people have asked me to test whether or not the Norwex EnviroCloth kills germs. The Norwex EnviroCloth contains silver, and the company says that it possesses self-purification properties. Some consultants take that to mean that the cloths kill germs, but the Norwex company doesn't technically say that cloths kill germs. The silveritized cloth is a cotton cloth that contains 10% silver. The silveritized company flat out advertises that their cloth kills germs wet or dry. I decided to put them to the test. I also tested the e-cloth, 100% cotton cloths, dot cloth, Scotch-Brite microfiber, and handy wipes, which do not contain silver and are not advertised to kill germs. I did 2 types of experiments to test this. In the first experiment on this page, I put dirty cloths in plastic bags for 24 hours to see how much bacteria grows. In the second experiment on this page, I hung up dirty cloths to dry for 24 hours to see how much bacteria dies. At least it's not Norwex themselves coming out and saying how they possess self-purification properties, but we know how Huns will twist and manipulate these things. As of writing this, I recently put out an Arbonne video, and the way the Huns go after people in that is just really despicable. That whole, oh Hun, you're going to die of cancer soon, so you should do this to provide for your son, is still fresh in my mind from an Arbonne Hun. And it's almost the same sort of situation here. If Arbonne really cared about squashing that type of message, they'd fire those people immediately and come out with a statement, apologize to the victim, you get the idea. If Norwex really cared, same story. They'd apologize that the rumor spread, reprimand or fire the people making those false claims. But they don't. Because, like with every MLM I've covered here, it's the downline that's the customer. They let everything from false claims to despicable messages slide. But anyway, going back to this experiment. She ran a variety of tests. She placed the towels in a plastic bag, hanging them up to dry, all that. Her conclusions were the following. My results show the silveritized cloth really does inhibit bacterial growth compared to a cotton cloth, but that doesn't mean the silveritized cloth will always be germ-free. I've also shown that a used Norwex cloth still had a lot of bacteria after hanging to dry for 24 hours. However, a Norwex and e-cloth seem to inhibit bacterial growth more than a cotton cloth does. You can order silveritized cloths here, you can order e-cloths here. You need to find a consultant to order Norwex. This at-home study shows that yes, Norwex inhibits bacterial growth. I mean, I don't have a PhD, but she does, and it looks legitimate scrolling through the photos and all. However, these amazing self-purification properties, it's not proven. Inhibiting bacterial growth isn't exclusive to Norwex, clearly, because other cloths she used showed the same characteristics. So it's not even the cloth that bothers me in this instance, it's how the Huns act as though their product is some better, superior product and treat it like it has all these properties you can't find elsewhere, when that's just not the case. Plus, if you look at eCloth, the company
it's a
that Anne
crafting
compared to
thing.
Norwex and Virocloths to,
Like a
eCloth is
normal,
like the exact same thing, but cheaper.
blacksmith
They've
thing.
got the same claims in terms of bacteria removal, they're made from the same materials and in the same place, yet the Norwex mop is more than twice the cost of the eCloth brand, and the cloth is $12 by
Gotcha.
comparison to how much the Norwex ones cost. Even the people that don't consider them a scam know they're not the best out there. Norwex can't convince people that know the truth about MLMs, but hell, they can't even convince people that are fine with buying from
10
pyramid
hurricane
schemes because their
seeds.
price point is absolutely
30
stupid.
Wendy
Plus, just on
Lasters.
like a kind of funny side note, like who would actually want to go to a Norwex party? Like, if I went to a pure romance party, which I don't want to go to, at least it would be hilariously awkward or cringy. Or like a wine MLM party, because at least you can get drunk, which video coming on that soon too. But Tupperware? Norwex? It sounds like the dullest, shittiest party that could ever possibly exist. Yeah, let's watch Karen clean her glasses for the 5th time, everyone. Settle down. It's so exciting. One article from Metro chimed in with an article called The Downside of Norwex Products as well, and they gave a pretty unbiased opinion. There's an upside and a downside to microfiber cloth products. The upside, they only need water to clean streaks, smudges, dirt, and grime on glass, mirrors, and stainless steel surfaces. They are also easily washed and reused, so a good quality cloth can last several years. The downside, they're made from petrochemicals. The polyester and polyamide fabric strands are 100 times finer than human hair. That's what makes them so good at lifting dirt, grease, and dust without cleaning chemicals. The problem is, they are made from a non-renewable source and do not biodegrade, and I don't believe they are recyclable either. Points for reducing the use of toxic chemical cleaners and eliminating the need for paper towels, and strikes against for being made of petroleum-based products and for never being able to go
She's
back into
having a
the
nightmare.
earth. Ultimately, it's up to you. One cloth may be a great addition to your cleaning arsenal, but don't forget you can also wash and reuse rags from old t-shirts, sheets, etc., or newspaper, which can then be composted. And again, there might be some benefits to microfiber, but the more I look into this, the more inclined I am to go back to that tiny yellow bungalow site and look at those unpaper towels. Like, I don't know anyone that's 100% green and natural all the time. We use plastic a lot, and that's a fact of life, and it's really, really difficult for a lot of people to try and make the switch. Not to mention, all this research on everything from shampoo to agriculture has told me that I'm not sure we will ever truly know exactly where the food we eat comes from or what the products we use are truly made of 100% of the time. But if you're Norwex and you claim to be green and environmentally friendly and natural or whatever, then why the hell use chemicals? Don't be anti-chemical and then use them at the same time. It's hypocritical, and that's really all I'm going to say about that. But these are far from the only issues with Norwex. They've also had a patent lawsuit against them, their Facebook Huns claiming they're FDA approved and just citing their registration, and the FDA doesn't approve companies, by the way, and their brooms were recalled because they could break in half. One recall, one suit, one annoying Hun happens from time to time. This MLM doesn't have nearly as many problems as the others I've reviewed. It could be much worse. But if I pay $30 for a broom, I kind of expect it, like, I don't know, not to snap in half. And if someone tells me something is FDA approved, it better be fucking FDA approved, because a quick search can tell me otherwise. Using a lie as a selling point isn't a good look. Now, Norwex hasn't published an income disclosure statement as far as I can see, but they're an MLM, so need I say more? They're really not going to be paying their Huns any kind of sustainable wage. On the Level states that, like most MLM companies, Norwex requires new consultants to purchase a starter kit. However, they offer these starter kits with a sort of deferred payment, kind of on credit. In the event that you sell $2,000 in personal sales in the first 90 days, you don't need to pay for the $200 starter kit. This is a kind of twist on the fast start bonus you'll see in a lot of MLMs. However, it's a really icky twist. It likely encourages folks who can't really afford the starter kit to enroll. It's easy to think, the cost won't matter, I'll earn a free kit, no problem. We've seen that type of fast start bonus can really be difficult to achieve. Note, Norwex doesn't disclose how many consultants receive free kits. In a survey of MLM participants, debt is pretty common. More than 30% had used credit cards and 9% used personal loans to pay for expenses. They also answer the question, are people making money with Norwex, by saying, many direct sales and MLM companies will publish an income disclosure statement or earnings disclosure statement to help potential consultants understand the amount folks will earn with the company. Norwex hasn't published anything like this. Generally, we consider this a red flag. The FGC has advised that companies shouldn't advertise earnings unless those earnings are typical of participants. However, it's really difficult to tell of the income typical without these types of disclosures. Norwex materials all disclaim that they are not a guarantee of earnings. And we know this already. Anyone who's been on this channel for even a hot minute knows what an MLM is really about. Norwex isn't BBB accredited. They have generally poor reviews. In July 2019, Mosh wrote that she saw it was fake science, tried to cancel her order, and they refused to let her cancel. The customer care is called rotten and unprofessional, and you are required to sell $2,000 within 3 months or pay $200 for a starter kit. They've even had issues with a church, said one review. When Braden B had to give their bank contest charges, it's just a mess from the sound of things. And this is over a microfiber cloth, okay? This isn't new, this isn't revolutionary, and this isn't something exclusive to Norwex. This is something you can literally go to Walmart, Target, your grocery store, and buy for much cheaper over there. So there really isn't much left to say. They're an MLM, so you know the pay is crap. They don't have to disclose it. I know it's trash. You know it's trash. Microfiber isn't as environmentally friendly as they say it is, and new alternatives have even cropped up since then, and Norwex hasn't moved on with the times. They don't have a Wikipedia page or income disclosure statements, and that's pretty suspicious. And again, there's cheaper and better alternatives out there if you want to go the microfiber route. I'm not all that mad at this one. It could be far worse, but just like any other MLM out there, I don't recommend it, and I never will. So, with that being said, that's where we're going to end today's video. Thank you so much for watching, and if you liked it, make sure to hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe as well. If you want more content from me, you can pop open my description box. You're going to find links for all of my social media and all of the secondary channels that I work on as well. So thank you guys again for making it to another video. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Let's go ahead and check to see. I was originally planning on not going so long, but I saw there was a discount on claiming the rewards for this, so I've got two choices. I can either deal with the Animo thing, get one step closer to being able to just literally fly.
Let's dance.
I can face this thing. I can face Boreas with a slightly increased likelihood. Of getting a decent pull. Either that or a slightly reduced price. They didn't make it clear which one is which. Resin-wise.
Ready when you are. I'll watch your back.
So I'm going to heal up and I'm going to do this discounted run and I'm going to call it a night. Spend the rest of my time online doing that online quest thing, so... boy. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Maybe something happened in the last couple hours that I didn't. Okay.
Today's episode is sponsored by Honey. Visit
I've heard rumor about this one,
joinhoney.com/MLM
but
to get
it...
honey for free today.
And I heard that it's
Hello,
absolutely
everyone,
disgusting.
And welcome back to the channel. My name
So-
is Blair, or the Illuminati, and
I'm a
today
music
we're
producer,
talking
so
about a bit of a unique MLM
I'll go ahead
that
and
went
listen
by
to it a little bit.
Burn Lounge Inc. And spoiler alert, I am speaking in past tense because they were shut down, but we'll get to that in just a bit. This was, believe it or not, a music MLM, and I'm not kidding. I swear, like, I'm waiting for a hospital MLM to pop up next or just something else, because it seems like they're literally popping up in any field they can get their hands on. We've seen supplements from Herbalife, energy drinks from Vema, legal advice from Legal Shield, kitchenware from Pampered Chef, candles from Scentsy, clothing from LuLaRoe, oils from Young Living, makeup from Avon, and many, many, many more. I guess it was only a matter of time until we saw a music MLM pop up, but without any further introduction, let's get right into it. Burn Lounge was founded in 2004, based in New York City. When I tried to go to their old website and find some like About Me page or something, there was nothing there. It just says BL3, get ready, and that's it. Nothing to click on, no tabs. They're very clearly closed down. However, thanks to some old sites, I was able to get an idea for what this company was all about. As one source says, who wouldn't want to own a music store? Founded in 2004 at the height of illegal downloading, Burn Lounge offered the opportunity for 30,000 people, including major label musicians. The deal was simple enough. Open up a storefront through your own page. But unlike streaming sites like MySpace or Pure Volume, record owner stores were required to pay a subscription fee. Oh, and those who sold songs through their stores were paid in points that could be redeemed for Burn Lounge products only. If you wanted to exchange your sale points for real money, that would cost you an extra fee. Now, it doesn't take many brain cells to put together that sounds really shady. MLMs we've talked about on the channel before may require someone to sell a certain amount of products per month, but the combination of a subscription fee and being paid in points that only go back into the company sounds especially scammy. However, the way this MLM marketed to people made it sound like it was the future of doing business. Their advertisements would say things like, traditional business is broken and the future of music and movies is digital. And yeah, with Spotify, YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus, it sure seems that way. Jumping on the digital bandwagon in 2004 would have been early and a fantastic idea. But the founders of Burn Lounge apparently didn't see it as an opportunity to start a streaming site, just a pyramid scheme. From 2005 to 2007, Burn Lounge Inc. and its founders, Juan Alexander Arnold, John Taylor, Rob DeBoer, and Scott Elliott, sold these opportunities to operate online digital music stores. By recruiting consumers via the internet, phone calls, and in-person meetings, enticing participants by claiming they could make a substantial income if they purchased a product package ranging from $29.99 to $429.99 annually. In purchasing one of Burn Lounge's 3 packages, they could buy music and merchandise, they could buy a package to become a retailer with the ability to earn credits redeemable for music and merchandise, or they could buy a package and pay an additional fee to become a mogul with the ability to earn credits redeemable for cash. Participants could earn rewards through Burn Lounge's compensation program. But the majority of the Burn Lounge business was the continual recruitment of moguls, which created the pyramid scheme. And this is so obviously illegal, and we're like, how many minutes into the video? Like, we haven't even hit the 5-minute mark yet. In order to make actual money at Burn Lounge, you have to spend more money, so let that sink in for a minute. In order to be an employee that makes cash from their sales, you have to spend more money on your subscription service. And I'm sorry, but who the hell wants that kind of job? Unfortunately, though, this did appeal to people, and not just anyone either, but people like NBA champion Shaquille O'Neal. Burn Lounge showed him in their advertisements and articles by Business Wire features excerpts about him joining the company. This is why celebrities, especially celebrities and influencers, need to do research before endorsing certain companies. Because let's be honest, people do trust celebrities to a certain extent. Studies show that numbers may be as small as 7%, and consumers trust family and friends far more. But a celebrity endorsement does still mean something, especially if it's someone you look up to. And Shaquille O'Neal himself is one of the biggest athlete celebrity endorsers out there. Shaq has stated, "I only promote products I believe in. I can't take your money as a man or as a businessman if I don't believe in your product." I get offers from a lot of people all the time. I've turned down probably $500,000 just because I didn't know enough about the product, or I never tried it, or I wasn't comfortable. Even though he's an NBA champion, he comes across as an earnest, humble guy who's also involved with a ton of charity work. So, not gonna lie, I really hope him supporting Burn Lounge was just an honest mistake and lapse in judgment, because his endorsement, as well as some others, served the purpose of putting Burn Lounge in the spotlight it needed to complete its scam. That Business Wire article from September 2006 reads, "Burn Lounge, the world's first community-powered digital music service, today announced that NBA champion Shaquille O'Neal has joined the community-powered network to promote his 7 rap/hip-hop albums." Which, side note, I didn't know he made music. Shaquille is also empowering his fans by giving them the opportunity to become digital music promoters themselves and sell their favorite online music to friends, family, and associates. By distributing my albums through Burn Lounge, it not only gives me a new outlet to reach my fans, but it also gives them the opportunity to become digital music promoters themselves by legally sharing views with their friends, said Shaquille O'Neal. I have always had a passion for music, and I'm excited to work with a company that shares the same passion. By teaming with artists such as Shaquille and with major and independent music labels, we are one step closer to giving Burn Lounge retailers access to the largest, most diverse music catalog available, said Alex Arnold, co-founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Burn Lounge. We want to give the Burn Lounge community the ability to endorse the music they love by giving them access to a variety of music they may otherwise not be able to find in stores. Even though I only know of Shaq's name through his NBA championship title, the article goes on to explain that Shaq sold over 1 million copies of his first ever album back in 1993. But if this name being involved with Burn Lounge is alarming, then how about this one? Justin Timberlake. September 2006 was a fantastic year for Burn Lounge apparently, as they were really making a name for themselves. Not only was Shaq getting involved with their company, but the iconic Justin Timberlake from NSYNC, one of the best-selling boy bands of all time. Also in September 2006, Timberlake released his second studio album, Future Sex Love Sounds. The album, which Timberlake created from 2005 to 2006, debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 album chart, selling 684,000 copies in its first week. And it kills me to think that, because Justin had literally barely begun working with Burn Lounge at this time, this might have attracted more customers to them. It's no wonder people don't trust celebrity endorsements as much anymore, and I don't really know I do either, especially after hearing something like this. According to another 2006 source, New York City-based Burn Lounge is a company to keep an eye on. The company has raised $13 million from entertainment industry investors, including Justin Timberlake. It turns music fans into promoters and sellers by charging for access to its catalog of music and web storefront tools. The idea is to take the street team into the 21st century, said Stephen Murray, Burn Lounge co-founder, president of entertainment, and chief creative officer. The 3.5-year-old company launched in June after being in beta for 8 months. It generated $1 million in sales in its first month. Fans now operate 40,000 to 50,000 online retail shops, and the company claims it's the 5th largest music download site. Murray admitted that music generates very low margins. Sellers earn 5 cents per song sold or 50 cents per album. The company doles out more money for selling Burn Lounge stores and soon merchandise with an affiliate system setup that requires prospective store operators to sign up through a current store operator. Skeptics compare it to a pyramid scheme. And good on you, nameless skeptics that were ahead of your time. Yet, funnily enough, this article doesn't seem to see it that way. No joke, listen to this. Burn Lounge's setup fees aren't negligible. $29.95 per year for the basic store, and up to $429.99 per year plus $8 a month if you want VIP concert passes and such. Other complaints: the site makes frustrating use of Flash and only works properly in Windows. Downloads are WMA files, meaning they won't play on iPods. Playing to people's cool kid aspirations on a slightly janky site? That sounds familiar. Party promotions also help drive MySpace to the top. Maybe Burn Lounge will catch the eye of one of the hungry media moguls. Burn Lounge may not be a social network, but that doesn't seem to be terribly profitable anyways. MySpace itself just entered the customizable online music franchise business over the weekend. The company is facing competition from startups and other large players. Other companies that help fans set up music shops include MySpace partners Snowcap, Navio, and Musicane. Burn Lounge claims that it's not taking customers from iTunes or even P2P networks. And I'm not saying MySpace wasn't janky, but at least to my knowledge, they weren't a pyramid scheme. Like, God help the people that used to have to go onto my old MySpace page and have to hear like my hymn song that would autoplay the second you loaded into it. Like, ooh, high school was a rough time for me. But like, that's not a pyramid scheme. That's just fucking high schooler me being annoying. And I know I was not alone in this. The thing is with Burn Lounge, though, is that they claim that many of its retailers and customers had never downloaded a song from the internet before, that these were new buyers, and this was still relatively new for the digital download age. So, with new buyers typically buying albums instead of songs from Burn Lounge, the musicians stayed happy and no one seemed to care about the strange setup. Like, seriously, the comment section from this article has absolutely got to be one of the most aggressive cases of people defending a pyramid scheme I've seen in a very long time. One user, Mark, went on an absolute fucking rampage, like 10 paragraphs long, and I'm gonna cut it down a bit, but it's still really interesting. Here's what he said. Yes, it is a pyramid, but not a scheme. It is also concentric, revolutionary, and different. So sue us when we are rich and you still work for the man. You can make all the excuses you want and blame it on me if it helps. America is built on the entrepreneur. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have a job today. They had to endure all this trash too. People telling them it will not work or it's just a way for them to make money. If you enjoy the 9-to-5 routine and accept others deciding what you are worth and having them reap the majority of the rewards for your hard work and then on the fly deciding that you are no longer needed just to keep from having to pay you a retirement, then I can see why you want to stay away from new ideas like Burn Lounge. I have a team in Burn Lounge. They're people just like you. Some of them are motivated and hardworking, and they get this as being a chance for them to make it. They are telling others every day about the business, not because they expect them to make money now. Many people invest in stocks for what they call the long term. Okay, like, couple things here, right? So first thing, it's a pyramid, not a scheme. Like, no sis, sorry about that. And the other thing is like what they work hard to maybe get paid one day. It's almost like the FTC heard Mark though, like exactly Mark's comment, because they would sue Burn Lounge for exactly this shit. Again, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. So for now, let's get back to their advertisements and growth. And let's take a break to hear from today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is a free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and automatically tests them when you're checking out. It's basically like your online shopping best friend. And here's how Honey works. You get Honey on your computer for free in 2 easy clicks. Then, when you're checking out one of its over 30,000 supported sites, Honey pops up and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons, and then just wait a couple seconds while it does its thing and tests every single coupon it knows that's available in that little coupon box for you. Then it finds the best working code and it applies it straight to your cart. I used Honey recently when I was shopping on Bath & Body Works because semi-annual sale, but I'm not going in person, you know, so I had to do it online, and Honey saved me a couple bucks there too, which was pretty nice because I didn't really expect that to happen. And it's really easy. It just kind of sits there in the background, does its thing, and then when I'm checking out, it's like, oh, hey, wait a second, let's see if we have some coupons. I'm like, sure thing, Honey, let's see what you got. And Honey has found over 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. And Honey supports all kinds of retailers, from tech and gaming to fashion and even food delivery. So it's really simple. If you have a computer, Honey should be on it. It's free and it works with whatever browser you use. Get Honey for free today by going to joinhoney.com/MLM. Again, that's joinhoney.com/MLM so they know that I sent you there. And thank you, Honey, for supporting today's episode so I can continue making content just like this. Burn Lounge was founded on and depended on the digital age growing. Alex Arnold, one of the co-founders, said that Burn Lounge was a way of taking advantage of a window of opportunity, putting a sense of FOMO, or the fear of missing out, into these potential downlines. They say, as your community grows, your business grows in their advertisements, and they try to make it sound as if they're putting the business of buying music back into the hands of the customer. Their other advertisements are just as cringy, treating Burn Lounge as if it's an exclusive club and the key to the music industry. They also really push for the Music Mogul package too, and as we briefly mentioned earlier, each one of these packages is just a way of expanding a downline. The first one can only sell to friends and family. The second package, the exclusive, can build a team that also sells. But the Music Mogul can build a team that builds teams. I mean, if anything, not only is this a pyramid scheme, but this is a pyramid scheme that makes Hunbots pay more to be scammers. It's like a pyramid scheme inside a pyramid scheme. It's fascinating. Also, make no mistake, this isn't a way to be part of the music industry as they define it. The music industry is a pretty broad term, but it generally means this: the parties involved in the creation, performance, recording, promotion, and managing the profitable business of music. The
Yep.
distinction of calling this network of business partnerships the music industry as opposed to the music business is more based on the stigma associated with the latter term than any technical difference. At one time, when the label of the music business was frequently used, artists often experienced exploitation from those who made exorbitant profits from their work. Today, numerous organizations exist to protect the rights of musicians, composers, and performers. And it is a very big stretch of the imagination to say that these Hunbots at Burn Lounge are part of the music industry. I'm not saying they did no marketing or promoting. Even if MLMs don't often encourage the kind of marketing promoting I can endorse and support. But just because I tell my friends about a new album I love doesn't make me part of the music industry. Then if I tell them, hey, if you buy your music through this specific website, I still get points, I still wouldn't say like I'm part of the music industry. I'm just buying from a certain website. Feel free to form your own opinion on that one, but personally, it sounds to me like Burn Lounge is trying very, very hard to make an MLM pitch more appealing than what it actually is, but then again, isn't that what most MLMs do? It's not hard to see why their pitch appealed to so many people though, because up until 2013, music downloads climbed to record-breaking highs. Now, we're about where we were between 2005 and 2006, thanks to streaming services. But when Burn Lounge was in its prime, digital music revenues were still climbing. However, the legal sale of music for personal use were left in a shroud of uncertainty with this pyramid scheme model, and music sales accounted for little of their actual profit. Burn Lounge promised to be big, but instead, they were shut down. According to the FTC website, on June 6, 2007, the FTC filed a complaint with the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California against Burn Lounge Incorporated. The complaint charges that Burn Lounge sold opportunities to operate online digital music stores that was in fact an illegal pyramid scheme. The agency is seeking a permanent halt to the illegal pyramid practices as well as other illegal practices alleged in the complaint. The FTC has asked the court to halt the deceptive practices and misrepresentations and to freeze the defendants' assets pending a trial to preserve them for consumer redress. At a hearing on the FTC's request for a temporary restraining order on June 8, 2007, Burn Lounge's attorneys asked for more time to respond fully, and a U.S. District Court Judge, George Wu, ordered that a full hearing on the FTC's request for a preliminary injunction and asset freeze be held on June 19, 2007, after which he will rule on the FTC's requests. In addition to naming Burn Lounge Incorporated a Delaware corporation based in New York City, the Commission's complaint also names Juan Alexander Arnold of Studio City, California, John Taylor of Houston, Texas, Rob DeBoer of Irmo, South Carolina, and Scott Elliott of Forney, Texas. And in case you're wondering, those names are the founders of Burn Lounge that we mentioned at the very beginning, or, those at the very tippy top of the pyramid, and we will get to them in just a moment. They considered the business as concentric retail. The FTC disagreed, obviously. Their entire case timeline is available on the FTC's website, and this thing lasted for quite some time. It literally took 8 years for this thing to finally come to an end, even though a freeze was placed on Burn Lounge from the moment this all began. So let's start at the beginning. First, there was a press release where the FTC asked the court to shut down this illegal pyramid scheme. Then came the Memorandum of Points and Authorities in support of plaintiff's application for temporary restraining order. I could go on, it's a really long title. The point is, they started taking steps to shut Burn Lounge down. I won't be able to get into everything in the memorandum since we've got a lot to go through, but again, I will go over the highlights. The FTC, of course, was the plaintiff in this case. They wanted proof that Burn Lounge wasn't a pyramid scheme because, well, by all accounts, they are. They say, defendants claim that substantial incomes are being made by Burn Lounge participants. As validation of the company's offerings, Burn Lounge tours its licenses with major record labels to sell music, affiliations with corporate sponsors such as Cadillac and Nokia, and the participation of some music and sports celebrities as Burn Lounge retailers such as Justin Timberlake and Shaquille O'Neal. And again, just because you have large sponsors and celebrities on your side doesn't make you legitimate. If I had to guess, I'd say that the people and companies getting involved here did so because they wanted a piece of that digital media pie. And they acted without going through any serious investigation over what Burn Lounge actually was. I don't want to harp on them too badly here because ultimately the responsibility lies with Burn Lounge, but I am still really disappointed that these celebrities and companies didn't do some digging before endorsing them. As for Burn Lounge's claims that substantial incomes are being made by their participants, the memorandum refers to pages 12 to 14, which I'm going to kind of talk about here, so let's take a look at what they had to say there. According to page 12 of this document, it says, a theme of the presentations regarding Burn Lounge is that participants can make substantial income by participating. For example, defendants have made claims of profitability such as the following at meetings throughout the country as well as during live and pre-recorded telephone conferences, promoting Burn Lounge or training its participants. Alex Arnold stated, if you build a community that sells a few movies and sells a few games and sells a few downloads, you will have a license to print money. JT made $50,000 2 weeks ago. He's going to make probably $700,000 this year, and he's a good old boy from Texas that can't read. In this industry, direct sales, I created a 7-figure income by the time I was 25 years old, and now I plan on doing that for hundreds, thousands of people worldwide selling entertainment and digital content over the course of the next 3 years. John Taylor stated, over the last 6 months, I've had the chance to generate over $340,000 in income. In the last 30 days, it was over $70,000. Some of you in this room are worth millions. There's some of you in this room that want to make money. There's some of you in here that are looking for $1,000 a month, looking for $1,000 a week. And there's some of you looking for $1,000 a day. That just depends on what you want out of this business.
Yes.
And I think you get the picture here.
Hi,
Just about
you can
every one
you
of
can
these
call me
plaintiffs
Tony
implied
or
that making
Jeronis.
$1,000 a day or more was absolutely
It's a pleasure to meet you,
impossible
Joel.
with this
Sorry,
business.
I'm quiet.
Whereas on page 14 of the memorandum, the FTC
I was really getting into this. I'm a music producer, so when I saw that Illuminati had done something on Burn Lounge LLC, I was like, oh wait, I've heard of this before, but I didn't realize it was a multi-level marketing scheme. Yeah, and it was like, oh, but yeah, so I obviously am not skilled enough to deal with the Wolf of the Wind right now. Thought I would be. I wasn't. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to Mondstadt real quick. I'm gonna try to make my quality of life in-game a little bit easier by giving me a little bit more lift, yeah? It's been a... Alright, so gonna go ahead and switch the party back to my normal set up, with one exception. I'm not gonna put my primary main back in. I'm going
I'm looking
to
forward
put
to this.
Shungming. There we go. Okay. Gonna main Shungling for this quest that's coming up. First things first, let's go ahead and cook. Let's claim the ingredients that are already processed. Come on, come on. Please let there be enough ingredients for me to master this dish. Yes, new dish mastered. Whoa. So we're gonna go ahead and go to the nearest statue of the Seven. Because I said we were gonna beat one more boss before I called it a night, so... I'm gonna go back to listening to Burn Lounge if that's alright, or the lawsuit against Burn
He
Lounge.
states that the vast majority of their participants never realized such an income, and these founders
By the
were
way,
doing
if
nothing
you
more than
like
promoting a
listening
pyramid
to
scheme.
her voice,
Plus,
her
as
channel's
is
name
case
is
with
the Illuminati.
Many MLMs and pyramid schemes, the only way to make any real money isn't by selling a product at all, but by luring others in. Just to qualify for the mogul tier of
And
the
she
Burn
does
Lounge
an
MLM,
amazing
people
job.
had to recruit other participants. What
She
other
has some
legitimate job on this
things-
planet makes you also sign
some
up two
skeletons in
friends
her
in
closet,
order to
but
be
what
qualified?
YouTuber or
Is there
Twitch
one, like a
streamer
legitimate
doesn't,
one?
you know?
Because I'm kind of at a loss to find one. The FTC called in a senior witness, a socioeconomist, and he explained that Burn Lounge
I mean,
compensation program
like, I've
provides far
openly
greater
admitted what my
rewards for
skeletons are,
recruitment
so, I
than
mean, I
selling
guess
music
technically
because
I have no unknown
there's only a
skeletons in my
guaranteed
closet.
commission of 50 cents from selling a $10 album. The defendants, particularly DeBoer and Elliott, also state on page 10, "Yes, we sell music, but my focus will never be the 99-cent low-margin product. It will be the $440 business that I'm putting people on my team, showing them how to sell music. You make a nickel a song, that's why I'm telling you our focus is not the masses on music. It's not about driving huge traffic to the website. It's about tying the business community to a brand, then utilizing the sphere of influence of that business community to drive $20 of business per month." Okay, so imagine you use iTunes and you buy a song for $1. Now imagine you also pay $20 a month to sell people music, but you only make a teeny tiny little commission for a song, or 50 cents an album. Like, why? I only see people losing money on this, and I can only imagine Burn Lounge's lawyers were just banging their heads against the wall because this was the one that kind of like made them throw themselves under the bus. Now, just as Scott Elliott said on page 14 of this memorandum, I'm not denying that this created wealth in the lives of some people. However, the number Scott gave the FTC was 40. 40 people were earning thousands of dollars a week. But, as the FTC stated, there were at least 56,000 people that were lured into their scheme. That isn't even 1%. These top 40 leaders that he mentions are 0.7%, or 0.07%. And that, to him, is proof that he can help people somehow. It's ultimately bullshit, but this, of course, was only the beginning. This is simply what the FTC presented, but this case was far from over. As 2007 continued, things only got worse for Burn Lounge. A freeze was placed on their assets, and Burn Lounge reportedly began laying off employees. The FTC order read that it is therefore ordered that the individual defendant, John Taylor, a co-founder, is temporarily restrained and enjoined from engaging, participating, or assisting in any manner or capacity whatsoever from operating the Mogul program or any marketing program that constitutes a pyramid scheme. In time, this also happened with Scott Elliott as well as Robert DeBoer, and one of the top earners at the company who claimed he made $300,000 with Burn Lounge. Another press release came out of the FTC in 2008 that read, "An operator who
As you can
used
see,
deceptive
I can
earnings
evaluate
promises
the
to recruit
bosses
consumers
and
for a
make
multi-level
strategies.
marketing operation that was a pyramid scheme, has agreed to settle Federal Trade Commission charges that the operation was illegal and violated federal law. The settlement bars the defendant from participating in any pyramid scheme or other prohibited marketing scheme, bars false earning claims, and requires him to give up $20,000 in ill-gotten gains. U.S. District Court Judge George Wu ordered a halt to the deceptive practices and froze the defendant's assets pending a trial to preserve them for consumer redress. The settlement announced today ends the litigation with defendant Scott Elliott. The settlement bars Elliott from participating or assisting others in participating in prohibited marketing schemes, including pyramid schemes. It bars misrepresentations about earnings in any multi-level marketing program or business venture. The settlement enters a judgment of $117,710.69, the entire amount earned by Elliott through Burn Lounge. That judgment is suspended subject to
so
the payment
that
of
timing was a little
$20,000
off.
based on his limited ability to pay. Should the court find that Elliott misrepresented his financial circumstances, the entire amount will be due. Finally, the order contains reporting and record-keeping provisions to allow the FTC to monitor compliance. This case was brought with the invaluable assistance of the Office of the Attorney General of South Carolina. The commission vote to accept the settlement was 4-0. The case was filed in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. this seemed to be the end of Burn Lounge, even if it wasn't the end of all the legal issues. Now, the thing is, I think they theoretically could have been a fantastic company if they didn't choose a shit MLM pyramid scheme model. Think about it. A music downloading site where you recommend songs to your friends, and if they buy it because of your recommendation, you get some points that could maybe get you some free songs. Like, no promise of income, the employees get a fair wage, so it's more of the company's way of saying, hey, thanks for spreading the word. Maybe they could even do deals with lesser known artists where recommending smaller artists could earn you some points, like the only purchase is necessary is someone buying a song, not a subscription. I'm not saying this is $1 million idea, though if it is, don't go stealing it. But at least this would have been legal and potentially a great way to combine the social and music aspects that they wanted. It's just an absolute shame of Burn Lounge that they use their platform and their well-known sponsors to rip off thousands of people. And it seems once others started to realize that Burn Lounge wasn't all it was cracked up to be, they began speaking out too. Wired released an article that said Burn Lounge crashes Burn's promoter and wrote, "The sordid saga of Burn Lounge is one step closer to coming to a much-deserved end. Burn Lounge has been in operation since 2005, and its operatives have held seminars across the country to recruit new sources of income while seducing others over the internet or phone. Arnold, the CEO, is based in Studio City, California, while the company has offices on Hudson Street in Manhattan. In addition to paying fines or settling them, the 4 defendants, also including John Taylor of Houston, Texas, and Rob DeBear of Irmo, South Carolina, have agreed to cease the network marketing aspect of their operation. Good riddance. The music industry already had enough shysters in it before these clowns got involved. Hell, this case, as well as appeals still to come, were so notable that even Herbalife and Herbalife's greatest nemesis, Ackman, spoke about it. And if you don't know who Ackman is, he's the guy who made a bet against Herbalife that their stock would drop to zero. You can check out my Herbalife video for a full explanation. Anyways, according to one source, the panel of 3 appellate judges found Burn Lounge was a pyramid scheme because its members paid for the right to sell products and the company paid the rewards for, and members were motivated to earn cash through recruitment. The rewards were primarily in return for selling the right to participate in the money-making venture the Mogul program, Circuit Judge Morgan Christian, who was appointed to the bench in 2012 by President Obama, wrote on behalf of the appeals panel. The merchandise in the packages was simply incidental. Herbalife declared the ruling undermined the position of its adversary Ackman. The billionaire hedge fund manager has accused the company of running a pyramid scheme that exploits minorities and achieves few retail sales outside of its gargantuan network of members. Ackman's firm has bet $1 billion against Herbalife and stands to profit handsomely if the company implodes and its stock price plunges. The Ninth Circuit's decision validates product consumption by participants as a legitimate measure of demand for multi-level marketing companies and rejects Bill Ackman's fundamental thesis against Herbalife, the company asserted Monday in a statement. This ruling from one of the country's most influential courts is consistent with Herbalife's position that the widespread demand of Herbalife has demonstrated for its products by members and non-members alike confirms that it is a multi-level marketing company with proper business practices. Pershing Square Capital Management LP, Ackman's hedge fund, characterized Herbalife's interpretation of the Burn Lounge decision, validating its business model as absurd. The case certainly does not support Herbalife's position that sales of products to distributors who tried but failed to succeed in their pursuit of Herbalife business should be regarded as true retail sales, Pershing declared in a statement Tuesday. In other words, when Herbalife heard the ruling, they basically were like, see, we have products, so we can't be a pyramid scheme like Burn Lounge. And Ackman simply replied, no, you're missing the point. I love that of all the MLMs out there, of course it would be Herbalife that interprets another pyramid scheme being taken down as somehow validating. They are one of the biggest and worst MLMs out there, seriously. But moving on from this though, Burn Lounge did try to appeal and obviously failed. However, I don't want anyone thinking that the court simply laughed in their face either. Everyone that worked on this case seemed to truly take their time on it, considering and weighing the options. It took about 2 years from when the appeal was filed to when the U.S. Appeals Court affirmed in ruling in favor of the FTC. Burn Lounge tried to argue that not all MLMs are pyramid schemes, and while they may technically be true, their MLM most certainly was a pyramid scheme that preyed on 99% of the people who got involved. Frankly, even if they want to argue that not all MLMs are pyramid schemes, it's still a valid argument that MLMs are designed to be predatory and fail most of the time. The final statement from the FTC on the matter reads, in 2012, the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California, Western Division, ordered the other defendants collectively to pay $16.2 million in redress and prohibited them from engaging in pyramid, Ponzi, or chain
more
letter
round.
schemes, or any schemes in which compensation for recruitment is unrelated to the sale of product to customers who are not participants. The order also barred them from making misrepresentations about multi-level marketing operations or business ventures, including misrepresentations about sales, income, profitability, or legality. Burn Lounge, Arnold, and Taylor appealed the court district ruling on June 2nd, 2014. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit upheld the lower court's findings, stating in part, we agree with the district court that Burn Lounge was an illegal pyramid scheme because Burn Lounge's focus was recruitment, and because the rewards it paid in the form of cash bonuses were tied to recruitment rather than the sale of merchandise. The
Okay,
appeals
so I
court
missed one.
found that the test of a pyramid scheme does not require the rewards to be completely unrelated to the sale of products. The court noted that recruiting was built into the compensation structure and that recruiting led to eligibility for cash rewards and more recruiting led to higher rewards. The court further stated that in this instant, the rewards for recruiting were unrelated to sales to ultimate users because Burn Lounge incentivized recruiting participants, not product sales. And I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of find it pathetic that one of the punishments was, hey, don't be involved in a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme again. Shouldn't that go without saying because it's illegal in the first place? And maybe I've become some evil, bloodthirsty pyramid against these MLMs after all this time because I'm wondering where the fuck the jail time is. Overall, the FTC mailed over
good point.
52,000 checks totaling almost $2 million to consumers who became moguls with Burn Lounge. In the end, almost 94% of Burn Lounge wannabe entrepreneurs didn't even break even. And that's right, 94% ended up with a loss. I can't say I'm surprised, I'm just disappointed. At least on one happy note, though, Burn Lounge is shut down and it can't hurt anyone anymore. I suppose this MLM simply serves as a reminder. As new tech and new markets emerge, so do new scams. But with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it, learned something interesting from it. If you did, make sure...
Yes, I actually did. Fuck. Anyway. So, really hard to do entrepreneurship in the music industry, by the way. Multi-level marketing schemes abound. You have to be really careful, or else you wind up getting scammed. I can speak from experience. I've been scammed. Thankfully, they didn't get my personal information, but goddamn. Anyway. Oh, my boyfriend just said that my OC could be turned into a Sonic OC. Do it. Reply. Sorry.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Do it. Sorry. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, everyone exempt.